like a real love, but it goes so fast. All tied up like a captive. I'm on to you. Used to pay to my life, standing on rainbows, playing it cool. I haven't felt this in ages, and I've no more patience. So won't you please stay a bit longer? You're making me stronger, making me stronger. Stay a bit longer. You're making me stronger, making me stronger. You're stronger.
Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. 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 You cashed in on my promises. You know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out. Cause I'm done cleaning
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me. Hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
What does perfect even mean? Is there even such a thing? Ooh, can we switch up all the rules and imagine a utopia? Darling, I'm just so fed up with these expectations. They keep weighing me down. My heart is begging me to get the hell out of my head. I'm gonna live inside the upside down for a minute and pretend, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, whoa. And if I say it enough, it gets ingrained in my head, and I start to see, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a, yeah.
I'm on my own, broken and alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found. but you don't care. You're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Just stare, 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near, in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares through. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me.
Do you remember how you held me then? Now you got me reaching out. And do you see you got me falling in more times than I can get out. Down in the deep of my mind, I cry for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, how long do I got to keep you, to keep you? Down in the deep of my mind, I cry for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, trying so hard not to keep you, to keep you. Oh, you make me wanna talk back to you. Say it like that. If I hate you, then find someone new. Baby, but you know I never will. No, so I choke you down just like a pill.
Never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right, it feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. It feels right, it feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. Going with the gut, never had a doubt, felt like this is just a must. Put me in perspective, I'm the deepest in the cut. Everybody tuning in, but this is just for us now. We know I ain't ballin' yet, hoes wanna holler, oh no, I don't call them back. Girl, let me see you hold it down, we gon' have a blast. Cause I just wanna know what you gonna do with all of that. Ain't gotta say a word, I know what's up. You can have it all, watch me rip it off. I'll admit it, you got me feeling hella loved. Even when it's going down, know that we gon' live it up. Young shot caller, always been a baller. Know that you the one, I can feel it in my heart. Yeah, I won't stop charging, we going come harder. I can see you and I, way beyond the stars, girl. I can never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right, it feels right, it feels
No double headshot for the knock there. You can see one of his teammates coming over the top side to... Oh, yes, Ibaka. He's going to try and send some utility in there. That nade is fantastic. Oh, my word. It did a load of damage to Evas as well. Danimon going to come over here. He didn't spot him on the back wheel. He does indeed. Red line. Time to get this first aid off, though. And still some utility coming over from bystanders. Senya coming into the backside. Tab pulling up as well now. They're just going to take this fight, I think.
Oh, somehow they're turning this around. Pistola comes in the vehicle a little too greedy in that one. Maybe Beamy's going to try to hold off now on his own. No one is hit. How in the universe are Na'Vi coming out of this one alive? They're going to get the kills. They're going to get the wipe. And they're going to eliminate bystanders. And it seems like that's what's going to happen right now. Senya is aggressing. He's pushing forward. He has to. And he's going to fall down in the end of it. Great effort.
The deciding factor, but actually Spyro's going to find him with the Orc now. 31 HP. He's going to try and peek into another player, Miraku. And Iroh's stuck behind us. The flash is good, but it's actually going to flash themselves.
This is so horrible. Oh no, Sparrow falls to blue. Can't do anything. And Perfectix is on the other side. Oh!
If he gets his first aid kit off, it's actually huge.
Oh my god, Intense. That's the fights the first one, the second as well. Able to get the double dunk, no HP. The left frame, he's gonna fall in the end of it. Now it's a 1v1. Melman is alone at Northern Lights. Probably off of that rotation, guarantee placement points. Because you just avoided all the fights that are gonna commence on the edge.
Yep. Yeah, that's oh dear, you're gonna find two responses onto that initial one. Smash did get flushed out though. There you go. We've got the 4-man of Omican. T-Bone going to open things up onto James. He's going to bleed out instantly. Vasco going to throw a fan over towards Mexi. Actually going to get almost punished for it. Clib will fall elsewhere, so it's just Mexi standing now for Liquid. He actually lands a headshot on the page. Can't find the second one. Unfortunately, he's got everybody so low.
They didn't molly the bathroom. Now they probably will. If I go to the roof, they won't expect that. But I'm just waiting for an Northern Lights player to push up. If he gets this rest, Oh my lord, they're all coming up here. No, I'm seeing a world where he survives this. Let's see if he will, though. First one comes around the corner. Finds the first, now finds the second now as well. Will he find the third? No, they're gonna fall. One spray down, 19 bullets for 2 bystanders players. Tap, falls, 13 bullets and counting. He's not gonna go for the flush. He's gonna leave that to Bart. He doesn't have the bullets to spare. One bullet left for him, and he gets it now. Senya, 1 versus 2. What does Vex do here to have an impact? Having said that, there's a bridge camp, and that's why you don't do it.
Vanti actually finding 2 knocks with the mutant.
Oh my lord! Also trying to fight the bull. He has a mutant and a shotgun. What in the universe is happening here? We're trying to maintain some competitive integrity, and there is your shotgun kill. Your designated military team trying to do damage.
No.
There comes the nade. It's gonna lob on over, and Vanti finds a quad kill.
Oh, it's too
A
far.
little too far. A little too far, unfortunately. It's going to go around this side. I don't think Kempa is going to be anticipating this one, although he fell down. He's still going to get the last bullet in the chamber. Gets him the flush. It's just 2 teams left alive. Red line, all 4 alive. Flammy in a 1v4 now. What can you do? He finds the first. Will he get more? No. Try and see if he can get the flush. It's not even going to happen. A red line. That's better than the UMP. I guess Calvin's going to fall in the meantime. All of Na'Vi, they have to move. Circle is north. No one's in garden. Everyone's in apartments. This is going to be hell. The game's going to end in about 15 seconds. Let's see, though, if that's going to be the case with IMS falls. Oh, my lord. Naleb vaults out and beats the Grocer. How in the universe is that supposed to happen? One wheel buggy. A 0-wheel buggy. He's running behind the buggy, trying to get away. The buggy doesn't have wheels anymore, Melman. What are you doing? Senya, oh my lord, nice tap there, getting 1 down. There's only 2 teams left in this game, and we're in phase 7. 25 minutes, and there's only 1 guy left alive. It's EB.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Welcome back. Wherever you're watching around the world, it is time for PCS3 to restart the cycle as we get into Game 4 of the matches. My name's Tavies, but I am not alone. I am joined by my esteemed colleagues, Avenger and Froz. Good afternoon or morning, depending on where you're sitting, gentlemen. How are you today, Martin?
I'm great, and good morning to you, my friend. Thank you for joining us. I've been pretty excited, honestly. Like, we've had these 3 first days, and now we're starting here with the 4th day and the restart of the cycle, basically. So I'm really looking out for the teams that are coming back to improve and try to show better performance than what they did, because it's going to be a repeat.
I can see that. Froz, recycling is important, and I think for a team like FaZe, recycling is going to be very important for them on day 1 of the restart, because they got 81 points last time these 2 groups met. Their second day of play, they only got 23. So how big a deal is it for FaZe today to have another massive number score?
Frost muted.
Sorry about that one. I wouldn't say it would be a great deal, because they had such a good first day that they had that lead they could just have a little bump on. And we saw that second day, of course, not that many points, but coming in here, they're still in the lead or tied up on the lead with NLT. And we're halfway through. They basically are qualified, not really. But look at the points. We were talking yesterday about how the cusp was probably going to be around 120 points. So, 16 points in 12 games? They should be able to manage that, I'd say.
That's fair. All right, Martin, let's go to the opposite side of that. Let's take a look at a team that, at DreamHack, they were the Apex Predators, and now they've been struggling. They're in 16th place at the cutoff at 60. What's happened to Apex?
I don't know. They were great in DreamHack. They had a terrible kind of day after that, like on their day 2 in DreamHack, but I feel like their performance, like, they should be able to get into a top 10 performance in this situation here. They have a total of 60 points, 40 from kill points, which is kind of high. and 20 from placement. So I really feel like they were one of the teams that are gonna come back and have a better performance on their other games than their kind of first 2 days that they were able to play here in PCS.
I can see that. Froz, looking at the teams, here's an interesting team for me. They play today. I'd like to see some improvement. It's 303 Esports. This is an organization that I've been watching in North America for a while. They chose to uproot and make a move to the European scene. Is it working?
I mean, they picked up a team that came in from the qualifiers, a team with very little experience coming in here. During the qualifiers, they were known as around the world, and then they got picked up after qualifying here by 303, of course. They got the third place in the EU West qualifiers, which is not bad, but coming in here, it could be a little bit too much pressure, a little bit lacking of the experience, making that they don't really have what it takes to be towards the top right now. But what's important is that they're still here. We're still halfway. Yeah. Sure, it's going to be rough for them to try to come back from this, but it's all about grabbing that experience right now. Make sure that you do better for the next one if you can't really get through it here through the group stage.
Makes sense. Martin, you guys mentioned the cutoff. As you look at this chart right here, is there a group of teams that you'd say, hey, above this number, I think we're good to go at this point already?
Faceland, Northern Lights, Omakan, I would say 95. I would say the top 5 is definitely not gonna have such a bad performance that they're not gonna be above the 120 points cutoff, which is the statistically we should have. It should be around that point, right? Plus minus 10 points, depending. So that's going to be the cutoff, and there's no way that these teams are not going to be having such a performance. I would say maybe even an 80 point. Like the top 8 is pretty much secure. It's going to be very hard. I don't see the teams that are 17th to 24 have 80 point days. 70 point days consecutively. I don't see that happening. So I think the top 8 right now they're gonna go right through unless they are bombing out 2 days in a row with 10 points a day.
Let me ask you this, Froz. I know you played at the highest levels. I know you also, I think, coached, is it Omaken, if I remember correctly, a while back ago. That said, does that change the way that a team plays if you know you're pretty much qualified and you're going through? How does that change things?
Well, you want to take it more easy, just like in traditional sports where you take it more easy so you don't get injuries and stuff like that. You can take it easy here, don't stress out. You have a bad game, it's not going to affect you because you know that you're already through, and it's all about the preparation for the finals for you then. How are you going to warm up for that? How are you going to try to gather the information? Maybe even try to stop some teams that is in your way that is towards the cusp, because you can make a very hard time for them here in the upcoming games if you want to.
Well, I'm going to make a hard time for you guys. I'm going to ask for predictions. You know, I like to do it early on so that I can sort of joke about it all day if you fail miserably. And because I like to make fun of people who make bad predictions, I'm going to make the best prediction. I'm going to choose FaZe Clan. I watched them play AV last week. It was mind-bendingly impressive, and I hope to see them repeat, as it seems like the vacation has gone well for them, and they didn't seem to lose much of a step. Martin, your pick?
That was a very bold prediction, Toughies. I will say that if you're winning if you're betting on the winning horse and you're happy to see them win, that's gonna be fine. Like your excitement is gonna be the same, your adrenaline is gonna be the same. You're like, oh yeah, kind of expected, right? I'm gonna go with a more fun horse. It's gonna be ENCE. I'm rooting for them today and really looking at to see if they can pick up some of these wins. They're going for this kind of play style where they're trying to secure 4 guys left alive for as late as possible, and also try to go for the win more often. And I'm really hoping to see them be able to do that today.
Well, it hasn't been easy for ENCE. I hope it's easy for you in this prediction, but I'm skeptical. Patrick, yours?
I'm going to have to go with Shift W today. We've seen them do some great plays so far, and they always get the kills, and that gets me excited. We saw them. Currently, they have the 18 kill third place, which is the record in terms of kills so far. I feel like if there's a team that's going to break that record, that's going to be themselves.
Makes sense. And I'm curious to see how that goes. I will say I watched them at DreamHack and I was impressed the entire time. They seem like they've been on a huge upward trajectory, so I love that pick. Thanks very much, guys. We'll keep track of that throughout the day. I hope you guys do at home. And when things go badly for us, feel free to send us tweets and DMs and all kinds of fun things saying, terrible pick, Martin, terrible pick. That said, we'll touch on that. It sounds like we have a little bit of extra time. Let's talk about ENCE. It's your pick, Martin, so I'll let you start there. They're a team that is very like on a line, I guess. It's like 42 points one week, 42 points the next week. Their consistency will probably get them into the top 16, I assume. Is it enough to make them a top 5 world team?
Are you telling me my team is flatlining or what's going on here?
They are. Yes, I believe that is true.
No, the great performance revenge usually comes around winter time, and it's October now, so like the Finns are getting cold and like they're getting into more saunas and stuff like that. Like I think that's what we're going to be looking at today.
So let's see if the Fens step up and Ents gets into more saunas, or if the sauna boys themselves also rise up, because they've been having a bit of a struggle. Let's see a few more points put on the board by them. Game's about to get underway. Give me a one sentence. What are you hyped for, Patrick?
Shift W.
Shift. You're hyped for Shift W. He is doubling down on the Shift W. You're Shift Wing your prediction. One word. What are you excited about as we get into match number 1, Martin?
I'm excited about our Oasis circle.
All right, let's see what happens. It's time now to get into the first game of the day. Let's send it over to our casters, Hypoc and the Sims, with the call.
Thank you very much, Steve. This is PCS3, and I tell you what, Park, it's good to be back. It's good to be back with you as well. How are you doing, buddy? How's live casting you once again?
It is always a pleasure. I actually logged on today expecting Toby. I foolishly didn't check the schedule, but it's a pleasant surprise, Rich. It's a very pleasant surprise.
No. If I'm that forgetful, you can have him back. It's fine. Although, in fact, you know what? He's back tomorrow and stuff. Yeah, you can go back to the old Danish English duo.
Do you know what? It's actually, you're the one that's in for a treat, because the Hypoc curse has translated very well to EU PCS.
You know what? I've been hearing about this one. Mate. Talk to me about this Hypoc curse. Explain to me in full force what it actually means. I've heard several times the pot curse is a real one for NA.
I mean, it started off. We were trying to put the finger on who the common denominator was of the wacky circle ones. That actually happens to be Poro, but I'm the circle 2, 3, and 4 curse. Actually, just looking back at this, this is something we discussed yesterday. Actually, the lobby yesterday, there was a lot of space around Leonis, because mainly we didn't have, obviously, a couple of these teams that drop around. But looking at it now, we've got Wildcats, we've got the Rangers, we've got Shift W, we've got Redline, and we've got Enso on the east side. And with that circle, Rich, there's a lot of congestion around there for anyone to get central.
Yeah, we sometimes find ourselves in a position where teams do begin to move early, more so predominantly those on the west, because you have that western road that'll just run all the way parallel down on the cliff face. It gives you an option to be able to get in and actually take the turn point down towards the main cities. But you also have that other side of the coin where teams will happily realize that this is a possibility. They can set up on the hillsides. They can get ready for, certain interjections on the road where they can take you down, crossing paths on transition. It's an easy one. You pick up a few frags here and there. It's not you want to overstay your welcome for. You don't want to put yourself in a bad spot just to, I've got a kill. Great, I've got a point. Well, that's fine now. Everyone else is set up behind me, and I'm in a really terrible position for the next rotate that does come through. But with this kind of circle, I always look to those hillsides. I think, for me personally, teams seem to succeed more and find themselves better success setting up earlier rather than waiting and going, okay, let's go coastline. We're going to get somewhere down near Los Higos and so on and so forth near the near the coastal area. Being set up early on the hillsides and having those priority compounds seems to set teams up for better success early.
Yeah, I mean, this area that kind of comes out northeast of Valdemar, it's always a weird one, because there's a couple of circumstances where, I mean, I've got my eye on Fuzzface actually on the map, but those areas are high ground that are so difficult to get to. If Circle 2 pops that way, it cuts out obviously pretty much all of the east, everything kind of southeast of Chumacera. But if you're not there early, I mean, you literally have to run the gauntlet. You're driving through a valley where there's like 1.5 kilometers of high ground where 4 different teams can be set up there comfortably, not contesting each other, but it's the teams that rotate in that suffer the most from that. I think actually thinking back to DreamHack, I think it was a game we had literally end on the north side of Valdemar, where it was just like, I mean, we got to circle 4 and 5 and we were down to like 8 teams. There's the rest of phase actually coming down now, but that's the one thing. Me and Toby discussed heavily the kind of split between how many edge teams there are in these lobbies and how many teams that are actually, moving quick. They want to center up. They want to spread out. I mean, we've seen Liquid holding onto these 2-2 splits all the way up until circle 3 at some points if they get favorable shifts.
Overall, I've been kind of keeping track of these, usually with the VODs, especially with not doing groups, but more doing finals, storing all the links to the VODs and keeping track of it, more so from a scoring point of view than watching it directly, and probably watch the VODs. Well, we'll watch the VODs closer to the actual finals time to bring myself up to speed how they made it to that spot, but trying to keep track in the back. It does feel like generally overall with PCS3, it's your general people that we know, your household names that are doing well. Yeah. It's definitely tough at the top for more unknown rosters, more unknown. I say unknown, we know them, but more, you know, tenured teams that haven't been around as long as other ones, teams that haven't been formed as many years service put into the game, and so on and so forth. I mean, I look at this lobby, for instance, A versus B, when we actually go back to the last time they played against one another, it was night and day scenario. TRS with 10 points, FaZe Clan with 81. I mean, don't get me wrong, FaZe was banging this lobby dead to rights. It was I did watch the good proportion of that, and they absolutely smashed this lobby to smithereens. That has transitioned to the overall rankings. You know, with every group has played each other now. We're into day number 4. We do it all again. I will say this, it's nice to actually see them have a bit more of a challenge. It's also nice for me personally to see Northern Lights starting to get back to where they used to be. I'm hoping it's not beginner's luck. I'm hoping it's not just a one and done first 3 games and now everything falls off the edge of the cliff, because we know what that roster is more than capable of. We'll hold on this for a second half, but we'll come back to, because 2 members of Redline have just fallen.
Yeah, it's actually a couple of these teams that we know stacked down towards Leona. So a lot of that space is cleared. Wildcats haven't moved out yet, but you can see here, Naylor and Marv should get back on their feet. It's just the one man anyway that's putting in. But you can see on the minimap here, Rich, this information is being relayed. They're pulling up on it. Look at the minimap right now.
They're on way. They're sending it. The Death Squad, the Texas Rangers, they're down at the bottom of the board. They need as many points as possible. They have been spotted, and you know what? The molly has struck. He's wandered back into it for some unknown reason, which will cause him all kinds of pain, but he may just get away with his life and stay alive. Does go down in the knock, but that comes from a different team altogether. Fender lost in the distance with the SKS. Gets the knock, the confirmation finally does come through. It's from a different team altogether this time. Shift W is getting involved. Redline have struck back, and they have struck back with a vengeance. Marv re-knocked, but still the smoke should be there. 2 of them now left in the distance. They do lose 2 though. And again, when we look at that, when you spoke about it, you could see it all back building. Okay, we want to get involved here. We know what's going on. Marv again on the second knock. He's bleeding out fast. His teammates probably can't get to him. If Ivers can stick it around the corner, then maybe they salvage it. He's going to be weighing up the odds. Is it worth losing myself and potentially losing 2 players, giving away a point? I haven't seen him go down in the feed just yet, so I would suggest to think that they've actually stuck this one out, maybe put a smoke down. They have to think it out, but a scenario like that in my head, you kind of think, all right, maybe they've not read the full topography here. Maybe they've just got a little bit too bloodlust, in my opinion, gone for it. Thought, yeah, we've knocked 2, let's get stuck in here, boys, it's job done. And then thought, well, you know what? I didn't realize 3 bloody teams can see us out in the open, and now we're down to 1 single player.
Yeah, and I mean, that's definitely a byproduct. There was 3 teams, and again, I think they've all tried to take the same initiative, which is, we've got good access to this circle. Let's get out of Leonis, let's get away from Leonis and try and find some space to set up. But Wildcats, the one team from within Leonis, that have kind of just prioritized holding on to the edge, to be honest with you. They're in it right now with Raise Your Edge, and you can see the knock came through. They're trying to reset for it, but Udi's got a bit of a task on his hand. Elsewhere, Melman going to pick up one onto Fenerbahce. This is up at Chumacera high ground. Again, another hotspot. These oil tankers and this compound that Misa's down at. Very, very strong compound early game. Gives you a lot of information. You can pressure a lot of these rotations, such as where Riddle's headed right. Ooh, okay.
You know it's bad when the observer's following the vehicle and the vehicle just disappears, like, oh, and then the observer's like, whoa, whoa, what are you doing? Where's the driving license? Where did that one come from? Flashbang over, but I don't think Udi will be doing much. Probably stay his feet given the position. There's also an opportunity to maybe get inside the vehicle and reverse it to safety. You can't go too far because they will be able to see this, but it'll now be question, is it worth my life? Is it worth the play? Monkey can be a distraction. He's the first one to go on the bike, and that's the go time for Udia to get the hell out of there. You can see Shriek Creator is going deeper down to try and grab himself an angle. Probably won't come through and probably won't happen. Circle does come in. Moves a little bit more towards the western side. Chumacera, the top side of it, certainly looking hot at the moment as the Sauna boys do descend upon that. And that'll put 3 teams within there. Fenerbahce, Tornado Energy and the Sauna Boys all within close proximity to one another. That also denies a good amount of land pock from all the other teams that maybe want to eye that up. There are better places to be going with a circle like this, but still, it's a very strong position to be in.
Yeah, this is the exact area that I was talking about here. These 3 sections of high ground. FaZe has just pulled down into the compound in that valley. But it makes it so difficult for anybody to come in now. As soon as more of that space gets denied, I know we already had one up on the dirt road, just up towards the shanty compound at the top of the hill. But anybody looking to come in late now, it's going to be really difficult for them. Bystander's actually still way out. I didn't even realize they were still north side of Leonis. Raise Your Edge still lurking after that engagement with Wildcats as well. But the problem now being they're coming in so late. You got TSM pulling up to church now. And that's going to cut off a lot of this path, a lot of the paths into this circle.
I was just watching Raise Your Edge and wondering, maybe do they take a crack at the bystanders? But I think they've made the call not to bother. It probably wasted time. It'll be a difficult run for them to get into Chimasera now at this point, especially I've just seen 3 or 3 spots have pulled up in the low side of it, the bottom side, more towards that church area, which TSM will have good overview of what's going on. Now, with 4 teams landlocked into that, this makes it even more hard to Raise Your Edge to make any kind of impact or any kind of entrance point, really. I'm looking at where they could actually get in on the map, and I just don't foresee it at this moment in time. Los Leones still does have the bystanders in there. They're a bit of a slow team to these circles. They do play a little bit of edge. Unfortunately, with DreamHack playing edge, I mean, there was a million and one things that went against them, especially with the circle shifting away and putting them up against the Everest mountainside. But again, playing a little bit slower, it can cost you more towards the edges. You are at the mercy of these shifts, especially if it's unfavorable to you. And now with the terrain, let's not forget there is 3 teams here if you actually want to class TRS as the team. It tops just the last player alive. IW will be taking a very low rotate just below red lines. They have to be careful on this one. Top being that one solo player. We'll see what he can do. She created is all tanked up, but he's waiting for the player to come around the corner. I think they may have just copped him, especially running at this window. They absolutely must have the information that he's lurking in here.
Yeah, it's lucky She Created did manage to stay out of line of sight there because he was super lit when they pulled up. He took a little bit of damage on the way in. Levent and BSD now looking to clear. Oh, I thought Top was going to throw his pan down the hallway there. Just a little bit of BM on the way in, but this is just one of those buildings. Ooh, he's actually got some really good smoke cover in the hallway here, but it's not going to last long. Rupture going to hop up, clean that one up with ease. I was about to say, this is the building that we saw a pretty impressive 1v4. Call it a 1v4 if you like. Mexi taking down all of DA in one of those long buildings the other day was one of the highlights for me, but not able to repeat that against the Wildcats this time around.
Well, that was just laying down the pan of truce. Like, here you go, boys. This just means let's just kind of share this happily and hope for the best. I mean, the idea was go throw the smokes down, kind of. I think he took them by surprise ever so slightly, but hip firing with the AKM. It's an up close combat kind of weapon, especially with a kick on it, but still doesn't get it done. They're the first team that will be leaving us. Circle now bops more towards the eastern side. Shift W, central position, top of the hill. They're on a 3-way split though. Brexico to the north, Chris a little bit more in the east, then 2 players down towards the south. Or still, it's our south looking at the map, but it's still almost plumb center. It gives Shift W full control. However, more towards the northern side, the opposing side of the road. If any of those players gets individually pulled up on, that's when it gets really difficult. 2 solo players split. The advantage, I suppose, they have a lot. They have a lot of vision up there. They will hear any vehicles. They will see any players that are going to be approaching them. They can work together, get back together. Chris is just holding a 249. Of course, if anyone was going to be able to hold that thing, it would be him. Smokes go down on Ira, heavily tanked up, heavily damaged. If Brexico somehow managed to find an angle, that'd be a dead man not walking. But he won't because of how the topography of the hillside goes. It'll just block his vision. FaZe Clan, they stay their feet. They've cemented themselves in an absolutely beautiful little spot. Just look at the rolling hills they have in front of them. What a wonderful view. It's the calm before the storm, because once the circle does update and goes more towards the central side, no matter how, somebody will be pulling up to that compound, so they'll be very aware of the oncoming assault. Back building is the name of the game here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams still outside of the circle. Only one of them. 2 of them, if you want to call it FaZe Clan, playing central. It's very much an edge game here.
It is indeed, and I mean, Shift W split right now. It might be hard to really grasp how much control they have over this area now, Rich, because with TSM pulling up where they have, that literally denies all of the east side of that hill, and the west side just isn't accessible. So if Shift W can maintain this split, they actually stop anybody from pulling up behind them, and you know, wherever this next circle goes, they're going to have fantastic access to it.
Solid shots coming through from a doozy. Yellow's going to try and get the heel off. He has been called out. You can see Monkey's going for the deeper angle, try and get a little window of opportunity on the right-hand side. The problem is Jots is there. The flashbang is coming over. It's time to strike. Fully wired up. He's absolutely no idea. Estelam gets the job done. Dead to right. Banged out. Thank you very much. Second one. Being worked up on the dinner plate. Don't stand still. Come on, Beamy. You know better than that, my dude. You're a fantastic player. Standing still's never going to get you anywhere. Easy kill for a doozy. Jort going down as well. And the bystanders, they are just being picked apart individually. Last man standing is falling and running away from this one, trying to stay alive. How long for is a different question altogether. Where's he gone? Did he have a vehicle? Did he get the hell out of there? Beamy's, yeah, he's dead. Unresable. No situation whatsoever. He gets away with that one. Circle. It actually takes us up towards the north.
I literally just watched Flammy send it all the way to, well, one half of Shift W split. We're actually going to see them on the right side of your screen now. They're looking to regroup. This is pretty much the perfect pot for them. If they can keep control of this south side, again, deny anybody coming onto the east side, TSM will deal with the north. They don't need to pressure that way. But it just makes it's so difficult now for anybody to get space into this circle. And they're going to actually backfill Shift W into that concrete compound. That's a good move, but you got to argue they're probably not going to be in the next circle. So they face the same problem again.
Yeah, from Shift W, this was the perfect scenario. It was never going to be a long shot or a long distance for where they needed to be. When you centralize like that and you put in players either side of the road, you're always going to be in a good spot. It just means you have to do a bit of a reconsolidation to be able to get your players back together. FB go for the open run. This is very treacherous. Death Valley in abundance. Players all over the place. We'll see how many actually make it across. I was a bit concerned they were going to go for the dip there as both cars do turn, but you say, you know what, let's go for the shack. Not a big fan of these shacks, just given you only really have the backside that really covers you. Vad going down as he attempts to get inside the compound. And again, Brexco, that's just because of the vision they have from uphill. They can see all of this. I can see the trace fire coming in from SW, just slamming them. Speaking of being slammed, 3 members of Raise Your Edge hit the deck. Where's that final player? He's nowhere to be seen. He's in the distance. Monkey, don't turn up to this fight, my dude. You're the last man standing. Run away in the blue. Oh, no, 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 no. Raise Your Edge. How, in fact, you know what? We'll talk about them in the next game and get your thoughts on them, Mike. We'll continue with this one because it's all about to kick off. Monkey will be getting the hammer laid down to him. Fex sees him. This should be another one where it's an easy kill. If not for TSM, somebody else who picks him up will be all tanked up and pretty heavily damaged. Actually gets a kill of his own. Tornado Energy finds ETG. Where's this? This is on the opposing side. We bounced all the way across to the west. 303. One player all the way down at the bottom. Cobra. It's on his own against 2 players of WS in the distance. The rest at the head of the pack. Maxi's actually taking a very more northern angle. Goes face onto WS as well. That makes it a little bit more easier for 303, especially if he wants to get involved at the right time. How's Maxi not being seen by this? They're all just tunnel visioned. Has he got an... He does. He has 4 nades. He could literally just bomb them out of that one small area.
Yeah, this is bad for 303 if they don't look back this direction anytime soon. You see Anonym and Chris, they're both tunneled north right now. Let's see if the sightlines are good for him. He might be able to pick up these 2 knocks for free. Or they just stuck away. He was thinking about it there, Rich. He was definitely thinking about it. Cobra actually knocking and flushing the Wanderer elsewhere.
So that's why they moved. That's why they've gone for it.
Yeah, it's actually getting worse. The more they move out into the open, the worse it gets for them.
Yeah, just knocked in a completely unresable position. I think they just got a little bit, not greedy or anything, but certainly it's like, okay, his teammate's got a knock, let's just move on this, boom, go. But you look at some of the more tenured rosters, you'd have someone hanging back. You'd have someone consistently looking behind. You need to make all these bullets count because now they have the drop on you. You've awoken the rest of the team. It took them long enough, to be fair, to actually get it. He doesn't even solidify the knock. It goes down. It isn't confirmed yet. There's an opportunity that they put a smoke down. Hence, Actually, not really seen much of them this game, to be fair. It's first time seeing them check in. She created hiding behind the box. Do they know where he is? Absolutely not. The response is there, though. Diggory, 1-2, thank you. Last player, potentially BSD, comes out to try and defend it. Does get a player down, so he gets a good response. Instantly in for the revive. Ends up pushing on this one, and that's because some of their members are actually off in the distance. Tixi will sit here in defense, wait for the res to come through. He's actually shot maybe a distance through the smoke from Levent. Either that or Rupture actually tanked him up, so puts him on red alert for now, but you've overstepped the boundaries way too much, my friend. Rustamar comes flying around the corner. Out in the open, Itzy also joins in. Picks one up for FaZe Clan, stolen away. BSD, they're just making this easier for Ents. They're removing players, but they're also removing points. Levent, open to the edge of the blue, and it comes down to she created. The thing is that Ents are on a time limit. They need to do this clean. No more members lost. With Diggory going down, that only leaves 2 of them alive. Yes, they can pick up the frags, but the circle's moving away from them.
Yeah, and the problem being FaZe have already flexed out of the compound, so this cross across the road, and actually, as she created, just lurking behind the crates, is going to find Rustamar, but again, he now faces the huge task of getting across this road. You can see there in the background side of the hill, Gustav flexing out. Really, really heads-up play from FaZe to clean up some of those kill points. TSM, meanwhile, you see Iroh leading out in the blue. Red line gatekeeping this edge here. Fex goes for a little spray. Didn't find anything initially. Didn't find anything the second time around either, so going to have to opt to get a couple of first aid kits off here. Maybe just deny.
It's in abundance, so we see the top-down view. Smokes are up. TSM is out. The full commitment of the utility onto the shack. One of them just decided... Okay, well, just burn yourself. That's fine. Run into your teammates, Molly. That's not a problem. I would say it's a 1G. It's more like a 3 or 3G. Not dead just yet.
Yeah, the double molly,
Unless he's... Has his teammate just mollied him again? All right, so you've just thrown 2 teammates. He did, and yeah, well, he managed it. Oh my God, they're mollying themselves. What are you?
No, no! You can see the faces.
NA molly, just saying, NA molly.
Let's get some 1G spams in the chat.
That is, I won't even say disappointing, appalling. What was that?
Yeah.
Ow! No! One teammate runs in... Okay, so you put a molly down, you missed the hole, fine. Your teammate runs into it, all right, I can kind of, you know, forgive him for that one. But then to throw a molly and hit him again and kill him, and then for the...
And then to die to your own molly. The ultimate humiliation.
Well, at least no other team picked up points from him, right?
Yeah, no, it was point denial. It was calculated. We obviously, as casters, we couldn't grasp that at all, Rich. It's next level play.
Poor Marv just shot out of mid-air. Tries to get a bit of a jump, but so many people are going to have that total embankment. The Sauna Boys, quite a lot of work to do. Fuzzface actually wandered off in the west to try and grab himself a crate. If not, I can see the crate's already... Okay, that's a beautiful little underhand ball, and so much damage
The
done.
second one could be huge.
On FaZe Clan. That's massive. They're all tanked up. They're going to be inside. They can bounce it.
Oh my
He
God.
hits him. The bombardment continues. Ivus is just destroying FaZe here. Itzy's fallen as well. Different angles now being opened up. It comes down to Fuzzface to try and hold the line and keep FaZe into this. Move them into the top 5, but so much damage done by one team.
That first nade was absolutely huge. The second one, obviously, the follow-up was fantastic, but I mean,
I'm kind of
they were trying to move away. Well, Uber tried to drive away, I'm pretty sure, and the nade actually caught him as he tried to move away from the shack. So it's definitely unfortunate. Shift W now, I mean, this is where that early game positioning is just really, really going to come into effect. A lot of this circle is this deep valley, as you can see. There's only really a couple of spots. No real spots where a full team can play behind us. You know, trees, a shack. These are solo spots. Pink Pony actually going to get this molly off. Will it go in the second? Yeah, he's done 4. There you go. Schofield, Fenerbahce out in 5th place. And down to our top 4 now. Sauna Boys trying to recover off all of this damage coming from the high ground from Shift W. And I mean, Kill Yukai already up to 5 kills. It really shows they've capitalized off this high ground.
Yeah, they've already bypassed double digits alone on kills. There is level 3 gear there. Look at that instantly. As soon as he's off the res. Back on his ass, unfortunately. Kill Yukai's position is just too dominant. How much further Pink can go is a different question altogether. They can try and run this hill lines, and it will be only against 2 players, especially if they split their resources on the side of SW. 2 just facing more front towards. It's kind of carnage.
They're just getting punished.
I think Nuki's really the emergency backup plan. He can just kind of stay there and hold them in as your insurance policy. Maybe just keep your head down. But for the rest of them, it's eventually it will become a time limit where they just can't heal through it anymore or can't revive it through it anymore. The bleed out will just be real. The smoke again. Even the smokes put yourself on a time limit. Fuzz from a different angle though. Okay, that'll put SW on red alert. I'm also wondering if maybe with SW's position, I'm saying that they have to move as well. I'm looking at what would be absolutely wild here. The Sauna Boys just getting smashed from 2 different angles. If SW and then Pink just go up against one another, and Fuzzface somehow stays alive into top 2 and just clutches this, like, he's inside the circle and doesn't really have to move. The only problem is he's exposed from below that track. They got if they got nades here, Fuzz might actually be able to get one off himself.
The cook was perfect. I mean, Fuzz has got level 3 gear here. If nobody from Shift W plays Anchor effectively, Zocker's actually going to fall. Aim low from an off angle, going to pick him open off the side of that ridge. Now Shift W have got to move, and they don't really have a spot to pull up on. Now that Zocker's fallen, although it looks like Chris is still going to send it that direction. They're still going to try and challenge Fuzz over by the tractor here.
That's what Chris to deal with now. Chris has pulled up as the next challenger. As you said, it's difficult because of that ridge line that runs parallel all the way down. Sauna Boys are also trying to get onto Fuzz's position. They're all moving towards the same embankment because they all just want to try and take as much cover as humanly possible. Fuzzface finally does go down. Holds Face Clan into 4th, but they have plenty of points anyway coming into this regardless. The Cora round the corner. 249 does the job. You can hear it ringing loud and proud. Still looking for this final play. Doesn't have the information just yet. If he tunnel visions onto the down to go for the flush, which in theory he should anyway because you want to pick up that point, it gives Chris opportunity to lurk down low, hold the trigger and pray. Gets the knock for now. Anonymous round the corner. Easy spray on the back of the Groza. Sam's on front as well to boot, but he is responded upon, and that's because Pink have just back-builded. It's been a fair amount of time since we've seen them do anything, but still 7 kills. Slowly but surely, they work their way around off the backside. More importantly, I want to say taking opportunities, just waiting till teams, for the right moment, to third party. They knew Shift W's position at one point. They were looking up that hill. Can we go that way? No, we can't. We'll pause for a second. We'll then work his way back down. Once the Sauna Boy moves, they do the same. They react to it, they capitalize, and more importantly, they get 17 points win.
Yeah, I mean, Pink Pony's 1 win condition was outliving Shift W in that circle where it shifted off the high ground. And again, it's unfortunate, really. Shift W are the ones that then everybody's pressuring because they know they've got to come off. Everybody else is in a position where they can kind of coexist. So really, really well timed by Pink Pony in the end game now.
Decent game to start the day. We've got 2 more maps of Miramar. Then we move on to Erangel, but for now, we're going to pass it back to Steve and the boys to break all that one down.
Welcome back, guys. That was a fun one. Interesting, hard south shift. I know, Martin, you were hoping for something north to start off with. You did not get that. But Pink comes out with a big win. Talking about the end of that game. Actually, talk about the whole game. Highlight time.
Yeah, highlights. Let's talk about the whole game. And overall, this, like, the southern area here is super rough, but this area specifically, Pink Pony, they were able to hold the compound on the northern side. They defended it well and kept it under guard, and it ended up them being able to just take a northern, like, power position and just pepper everybody, because once you have to get off these mountains and get into the kind of the ridges, the teams that are still able to play high ground, they can just put so much damage in, and that's what we saw from Shift W as well. Managed to get a lot of kills. I loved how Chris was running the M249. That's just that's crazy stuff. I was starting to see that. But overall, a crazy circle. This northern shift towards Chimacera into this open field area here was just crazy. That was fantastic to watch.
I don't think anything's crazy after we saw the last game of yesterday, to be honest. M249 seems really good compared to a UMP. But yeah, you gotta look at how Pink Pony was actually playing it out though. They had a 2-2 split. They dropped in Chimacera. They had 2 guys on Church and 2 guys south of that. And once the circle started going more south on circle 2 already, they opted to move up from the Church and group up all 4 together. They played out really well, holding down the north side, as you said. 2 things that surprised me was that one, FaceTime was sitting in that compound down there in the little valley. Up until I think it was circle 6, all 4 of them in the same compound. That is not what we normally see for FaZe Clan. In a circle like that, we would normally see them take more ground, trying to take a little bit more high ground and taking more control over the whole situation. But it's interesting. Maybe they're just preparing themselves for the finals, trying out new stuff. As we're talking about, they have a lot of points already. Another team was Shift W, of course, with a very, very big 2-1-1 split. And it worked out because they had so much vision from up there. It's basically just barren all around them, and they had control over the whole area. And they opted to go for a group together very late, and they got themselves a lot of kills. I think it was 11 in total and a 3rd place.
All right, and it's a big win for them. I mean, if we take a look at their numbers last time, Pink Pony got 27 total points the first time that A and B met. So that win right there with 17 essentially puts them on a pretty massive forward track to finish better than last time, Martin.
Yeah, for sure. They had a... Honestly, I would say from the 12 games we watched from them so far, I was kind of surprised for them to end up in a situation like this, like the 13th place before we started today with 66 points. They had a 39-point day when AC met, so a pretty decent performance to start like this with 17 points. If they can end around, the 35-40 point mark, they'll be completely fine. I mean, I think they might even qualify for the grand finals then.
Absolutely, and hey, you wanted the Finns to step up. The Sauna Boys did, but let's take a look at Pink Pony versus Shift W. The teams that sort of came in 1 and 2 in terms of total points. They did it in very different ways, Froz.
Yeah, I mean, Pink Pony was a little bit more on the passive side, and we saw that towards the end as well. They were waiting for Shift W to make the move. They knew that they had the sightlines on both Shift W if they moved down, but also Sauna Boys, so they could just take it easy, see what they were doing, because if Shift W opted to push Pink Pony, they would still have the upper hand. And they played out great, and we've been talking about them a lot because they have the potential. Once again, this is their first win, of course, but we've seen them getting a few second place, I think 2 or 3, and 3rd place or 2 as well, and that shows the potential. Eventually, the coin will drop down, you'll get the chicken dinner. This was that time.
And we'll take a look at the teams, the top 5 up here for kills in that one. Interesting to say, you sort of brought up FaZe on the low ground. Shift W had also kind of a weird spread going into Phase 4, Martin, where they had a very greedy 2-1-1 just above FaZe. But I guess, did it work because they were both sort of outside of normal, that together they were able to just hold down a massive area and get to 4th place?
Yeah, it was also coming down to that they were able to hold that compound that it basically had view all over this whole valley side here. So overall, very nice hold from them. And a greedy split that paid off. I love to see that Chris and Brex go up here. Also, Naleb and Marv had some fights in the early game that made them put up here in the damage top 5. But Chris was able to do a lot of damage with them 249 and also able to hold this high ground for a long time. And I was talking about before, like when you have this high ground and everybody else don't have a high ground or is forced to play in open area, like you can basically ADR farm so much and get a lot of kills as well if you're able to finish them off.
You know, Froz, at the start of that last match, I questioned 303 Esports and wondered if they'd step up at the start of the day, and they literally went down in flames behind that shack. What in the world did we witness there?
Look, I'm going to be honest. Just before that happened, I was just about to say, hey, look, 303 Esports, they're going to get far in this game looking at it. They got himself, I think it was 5 kills, but it went down in flames. Let's just be honest. I don't think there's much to say about what just happened there with them.
Yep, sometimes Molly can be a great friend or a terrible enemy, depending on who throws it from behind you. All right, let's take a look at the overall standings. FaZe Clan at 115. Shift W rises up 3 points to 111. Not a huge surprise. Northern Lights falls down as they were tied for first but are not playing today. TSM at 98. For those of you who might be joining us for the first time, if it's gray, they don't play. Just remember that. They'll play again tomorrow. It'll be another day. And it's 7, so the Finns be rising as the Sauna Boys do manage to make their way to 13. But what matters most, Martin? 16th place. That's the cutoff. And all that really matters right now is going to the grand finals.
Yeah, it is, and the teams that are coming in today, they're really coming into play as well. Soundaboys was talking about they had a great performance for this one here. Redline also got a few kills, so great to see. But what I'm looking at is also we have a lot of teams that is in outside the top 16 that is playing today. 5 of the teams that is outside right now, they have to have a massive performance. I'm really looking at this with Wildcats and Winstreak. They need to really step up today. They need to end above the 90 point mark or around that if they want to have a chance at staying in the top 16 or getting into the top 16, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, we had a bit of a preview in the form of DreamHack. You know, I don't want to say it's a warm-up, but it was kind of like a chance for a lot of teams to cut their teeth. And the Wildcats don't, and to a certain extent, Winstreak as well, don't look like the teams that we saw playing last week, Froz. Is that because everyone else got warmed up too? Is that because people were a little passive last week? What's going on that's a little different?
Well, you gotta remember that DreamHack in the finals there, we were playing 16 teams compared to here where we have 24 teams. So you have the round robin here, the groups going back and forth. It's a little bit harder because you have to adapt on the fly. You gotta know what teams are we up against today. How did we play last time against these teams? And I'm not talking about the teams that is in your group, but the other groups, of course. And that's what makes it hard sometimes because you might mix it up with the other group. Oh no, they are not playing. You might realize that after one game, and you might lose out on a full game because of that.
So, Martin, I'm going to ask you a question here. You brought it up while we were watching the game, and maybe it opens up the chance for some trash talk, or maybe not. I want you to explain a comment you made. You said Texas Rangers is a team that maybe should have gone to play in North America, and they could have finished significantly better. Why do you think that is? Is it because of the format out there? Is it their style of play, or you just think they don't fit here?
Pressure, I think they fit in. They qualified, so they definitely fit in. But
right.
I feel like they really need to step up their game if they wanna show a performance here. But it could be pressure. It could be their first showing here against the big boys. And I feel like, like Texas Rangers, 10 points, 14 points the first 2 days they're playing. Like if you get 10 points on a six game day, then there's something seriously wrong with your performance for sure.
Let me ask you this, Froz, as an ex-coach and somebody who probably understands sort of the mentality of the players, and both of you can comment on this. What is that like for a new player? So in North America, there aren't as many top-tier teams, right? The people grew up legendarily watching. When you make it to the EU cut, like you're playing against FaZe and Liquid, the Jeemses, the Fuzz Faces, the Mixies, like the legends of PUBG. Is that a big impact on young players coming up, or do you think it's easy to shake off?
I mean, it's definitely a big impact. These are some of the players. If you're playing here right now, you probably haven't, and you haven't played here before. You've been watching these guys play for a long time. You look up to them to a certain extent because you know that they are some of the best teams, not just here in Europe, but in the world as well. So you're going up against some of the best in the world, and you have a lot to learn from them. So you got to take that opportunity and learn as much as possible. And it comes down, of course, a lot to pressure, as Martin was mentioning as well.
All right, well, the plane is in the air. Game 2 of 6 is about to get underway. Let's send it back to Miramar with our own Sand Snakes, Hypoc, and The Sims.
That's the first time I've ever been called that. I'll kind of roll with it. I'm a very slow player when it comes to Miramar. However, I do look like looting Picado, so I don't know how slow we always kick off from that one.
I mean, we used to drop Pozo, so we never got to anywhere where we could prone. We barely made it to any circles, Rich. So yeah, I'll have to question the reference there, but I'm sure Steve will let me know the logic behind it.
The playing path then, let's take a look at this one. It's a bit down south is this. We start all the way at the east and we go to the southwest, ending over Prison. The question I instantly see in my mind is, does the Hypoc curse continue? Do we see somewhere around that southern coastline ending? Maybe even an island circle. I think it's been over a year since I actually got to see an island circle over on the east, to be fair.
Well, me and Toby had a Hegos ending the other day.
I've seen that one.
It's on the cards. I mean, this is always just... Do you know what? Especially as well, I mentioned this at the start of last game. This doesn't help the Leonis situation at all. With this many, and again, it's a similar thing. We obviously got 303 down in Puerto as well. Go on, Mailman. Go on, Mailman.
Do it. Go on. I wanted more. Oh, well, we don't get it. Circle. It's actually not that bad, to be fair. It does make
a lot of space.
Rotation's a little risky. Yeah, all the space in the world to play. Wait, that's a different team altogether. Okay, so that's Tornado Energy coming under fire from 2 different rosters. I say rosters, actually, individual players. And unfortunately, both of them have got scopes. Tap, tap, tap. Thank you very much. Whether it's an M4 or not, it's still going to do damage at distance with the 6 times on the back of it. At the actually a mutant in response potentially, but it does have an SKS in reserve. Only just spotted that one out, so can maybe fire some 7.62 back, but it doesn't want nothing to do with this one, especially if you're lacking scopes. There's no point whatsoever, the M4 or not. Green 5.56 when you got a scope and you do not. You know, lose that battle any day of the week. Okay, so let's kind of talk about this circle a little bit more then. We've seen it. There's loads of room to play. It's quite a central one. There's no real inaccessible terrain unless you want to kind of bring the crater hook or the crater edges into play more towards the outside of Pozo. We know that will push inwards and more towards Power Grid. Power Grid area where Ira and +1, someone else in the car with him, is actually up there. It's going to be Fex. You can now see a few teams actually still starting to eye that position up. Even ETG going early, FB moving early, FaZe Clan moving early as well. Where do we see this one going? How do we see this one unfolding? And the main factor we want to kind of throw into this one is how southern teams currently are and what kind of there's potential for crashes into one another. I say crashes, not actually attacking them, but you know, even just unfortunately tripping over one another
Crossing
on transition.
paths.
Yeah,
I mean, we did have a weird one with the Power Grid Plateau being a huge factor in it. I think it wasn't AB. I think it might have been BC. I remember just because we had Northern Lights in, and obviously they were controlling the area south side of San Martin. But the big factor here is just how much space there is on the northwest side. And obviously, again, this lobby not having Na'Vi in, you're not going to have kind of that wide split across on the west side of the circle, because we know here they would obviously go late and try and find an edge position to come in from. But it comes down to, I mean, my eyes go towards FaZe. It's where they decide to spread out from. They've got fantastic opportunity. I mean, we just saw there at 3:30 mark, they're already headed north. They're looking for something. And I could always see they've taken those 2 prio spots, which is the concrete compound just on the south side of that Pozo kind of mountain, if you like. I hate calling them mountains. They're not really mountains, are they? But anyway, down in the valley, and then obviously they've got the barn at the roadside. And that's a really crucial spot, because even if the circle doesn't end on the north side of that road, I mean, we had a situation where bystanders in a similar circle, where the team that plays that road the longest and can stay there the latest is usually the one that can clean up everybody that sends it onto that terrain in the late game.
still the northern edges are a little bit empty. Bystanders are the furthest one, and again, it doesn't really surprise me given that they are a team that likes to linger. I say play edge would be different. Navi's a team that plays edge. Bystanders are more the ones that linger around the edges. There's a slight difference there if people understand when I'm trying to kind of come that through. They'll happily drive more towards it rather than come in from it. More important, it does give them space. I will kind of go with that. It gives them plenty of space to move, and if they get that northern shift, oh boy, are they in a prime position for it. Everyone more so kicking it between Picado and San Martin. Maybe a little bit of a trifecta, if you want to call it, from Montenuevo. Hold for a second, because Ira clearly has the audible cue that someone's lurking. Now he spots... Oh, God, he just... It freaks me out. It just drills him with an AKM. Even at that range, it is going to kick like a donkey.
Do that.
No, not many people's AK do that, to be fair, but Ira somehow makes it work. Aduzi's going to get away with his life, and that's because of the covering fire that is provided from him from his teammates. They're further in the field. They say further in the field, down the road from San Martin. FaZe like, nope, no. We don't want none of that. We'll back away from it for now. Kind of pull the vehicle. Fuzzface is out on his feet. And unfortunately, it might just cost him his life by doing so. Chris has fallen. He's gone. First player to leave is on the server. He's still under fire. Fuzzface is in cover for now. Potential to actually, I'm going to say pick him up, but just notice that the bike is there. They clearly don't want to go rotating too far away from this. One, you don't want to be dying in an open area. And two, it's like really much further than that. Where do you actually want to go? That is a banger of a shot from Schofield. Cycling the nade to maybe go for the second one. If he doesn't get the second knock, he could potentially at least get the flush. Just hits the rim, unfortunately, but Schofield's second one actually finds it. So Fuzzface has gone. survived on his own for quite some time in the previous round, but now he leaves us early, unfortunately. Second victim to fall here on Miramar. More nades will continue. I suppose if you are FB, you really don't want a team down there. There is another, I don't really know what you call them apart from ditches, to be fair, outside of this area, but it's more so for me where you usually find DE lingering. We've seen Northern Lights capitalize on games for quite some time from this position, a little bit further up as well, more towards the right-hand side. AUG, Digger gets a free care package. Whether or not you want the AUG, I mean, I'd still take it. Some people are not a big fan of it, and I think for me it's just an absolute laser beam of a weapon. The level 3 is the most important factor in all of that. Yeah, it's that's a weird one, isn't it? That you're playing it that late. I suppose Tornado would be slowed down from the very start.
Yeah, exactly. And that early pressure from Redline, who you can see they've just made way straight west, and again, it's kind of sent them on a weird loop path. But getting into it with Shift W actually kill Yakai. You can see on the road, on the map, on the right side, he might actually pick himself up both of these kills. Albeit he finds the first one immediately. Aaliyah falls, example, takes a headshot as well. And actually he's going to find the second there, kill Yakai, picking up 2 kills for free. Perfect timing, right place, right time. Fantastic shots with the M4, but again, them getting into it, and I think that's an avenging Chris. Well, hello.
Did he wait too long there? That's the question. I'm pretty sure
Neil. Yeah.
Pretty sure Neil up cop for him. Molly down. Actually using it to its how it's supposed to be used at times. Nice area of denial. Stops them moving through the building. Actually gives him time to get away. I'm a big fan of that.
Yeah. Again, to get a team that I was going to say, to get a team that they've already sent a couple of people up to that power grid plateau, so don't want to risk anything and trying to hold on to a compound down here when you've got the space. You've got the opportunity to regroup. Don't lose anyone early. I like that.
Well, just taking a quick peek at this map and seeing who's in their vicinity. 303 all the way down to the south, maybe just a little bit more towards the west if you want to call it that way. Oh, and it's actually bloody gone their way, as if... You lucky, lucky boys. Well, they're gifted a circle, but now they need to make full use of it. I don't know why you're still looking and still literally get in the car and go. You've been gifted this circle. Get to the front side of Kumasira at the very least. Get there. Make sure you have an option to get out of it. Don't sit, for God's sake, I'll be very disappointed if they sit in the top side of Kumasira just because it's, you know, you want to be front. You want to be at that point where you can exit. You've got those shacks in the field that you can rotate to. I say rotate to move to for a last stance. There's potential to go to the church, get some height. There's ample opportunity now for 303 to really make a meal of this, make it their own, use this circle. They do have SW behind them, and they have to be very careful of that, especially with Brexico, who's an individual fragger amongst himself. ETG are regrouping. Face Clan's there, but they are under fire. Pink can see them. You can see it on the map. The tracer fire comes through. The Sauna boys, we know they will happily get involved in a fight if they really have to. In the previous round, they did the same. They got the third party. They got stuck in. The bystanders are watching this. They're just thinking, okay, what's the play here? We need to turn it eventually. Otherwise, we're just going to be going past Ladrillia, and there's no point whatsoever because then we're going to the hillside and we're behind everyone. Still, this yin and yang effect that you have, the road that goes from Monte to Los Leones, that'll be where it cuts it. That'll be where you have to choose which side of the line do you want to be on to receive the next circle.
Look how many teams are banking on south side of the road as well. You talked about that road coming out of Monte. Look how many people are gravitating towards that area. Nobody wants to play the north side. The Rangers are going to stay, but this is going to be wild. I mean, Bystander, Sauna Boys, Windstreak, all going to make it on the west side, but two teams that are already set up in front of them in terms of Prio compounds on the south side of that road, FaZe and Pink Pony. 303 did come out on the north side of the tumor, and that's actually Shift W that slip into the backside. That's not a good phrase to say out loud, but we'll stick with it. FaZe obviously losing one early, it's going to weaken their position on the hillside, but now that Pink Pony have kind of stopped them in rotation, I think FaZe are going to settle for that compound.
Hey, look, no matter what you say on air, I had a teabag last week incident. I had a teabag, and I was mentioning about, you know, bags and all sorts. It just wasn't good. You know, everyone can take anything out of context, so we just work with what we've got, Mike.
Well, if anything, I mean, I'm sure Martin will cover what's important when you slip it in the backside on the desk afterwards. So that will give him an opportunity to cover a couple of topics for us.
Could be an opportunity here for Ents to get a few kills as well. Justamar early on the attack. Does take a bit of damage himself, but the job's done. BSD's down. The rotate could come through from Ents. Maybe if they go behind them. You see Squeaky on the advancement instantly. Snap, there we go. Push, 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 boys. Garage compound, take it down. Second one falls. Vard actually gets responding on. It's going to be Marv, but the bottleneck this time it doesn't work. The repeak comes through. Slowly but surely, IW are just being massacred. She created, unfortunately, is the last man standing in the compound across the road on his own. Vard might be safe here. Let's take a look at that little map. Yeah, Ira could be coming through if he has the smokes. Doesn't even really need them at this point. Maybe on the backside, just to deny, put a little bit of a wall up. Yep, down, but not out. Uber spots him. Mini, what other gun would you be carrying? Fair play, lad. That's going to be a... It's not too far of a shot, to be fair. It's only just across the road in the compound they hold. Maybe FaZe are looking towards this. Do we have an opportunity to steal it from them? Should the circle be unfavorable? Eventually, they will have to. Circle does push. It bounces from one side to another, so we go down to the south. And now we bop more towards the north. Now, the one thing you have to look at instantly, if I was an IGL, I'd say, okay, boys, power grid. It shouldn't be going there because of the lip that runs all the way around it.
Exactly.
You're thinking, I mean, in my mind, I see it as water. I don't see it as a hill. I see it as water. It's like, okay, it can't go here. We have to be south of that. That, basically, Mike, gives us half of this circle to play with for 16 teams.
Yeah, it's well, it's actually both areas. It's the area just above that. Hold that thought. Actually, Feck's going to completely catch Udyr off guard here. As TSM opt to pull up here, Aduzi and Shiv. I'm not sure why Udyr came out to challenge Solo on the back wall there. Maybe he didn't know that somebody was walking up on foot, but TSM going to get initial control. Zoka actually going to get spotted out there. You can see. Now TSM, I think, going to look to take advantage of this. Monkey's in a good position. He's halfway up. You can see here on the left side of your screen. He can provide some oversight, relay some information to the boys down in the barn, but TSM have got the numbers advantage in the compound, Rich.
They do. I think they have the better safety net, if you will, because those open hangars, I'm just never a big fan of. You have all the little materials inside them that you can weave between and hide between, but ultimately it is open, and more importantly, it's very, very easy to breach. Yes, you do have ample opportunity to shoot any oncomers in the vehicles, but still, there's multiple angles that you can be shot from, and that's my big problem with these buildings. You've got this like back corner that you can kind of work with. Still 2 open doorways, but everything else beyond that is completely exposed. Smokes will go down. Thankfully, the wall gives them less angles to be shot from, so you can control and manage that with the smokes. TSM look to be having their feet kind of dug in for now, and that's more so with Monkey. I would assume that if Monkey maybe wasn't there, someone makes the call to put pressure on them on the knock and then push on it.
Yeah, he's keeping them honest.
No man's land. Yeah, I think that's the kind of the best way to put it, to be fair. It keeps them at bay for now. Eventually there will come a time, though, where that becomes a problem. It's like, okay, we can't go no more. Thankfully, it's little things like that where thankfully now with the update of the vehicle, where it just doesn't go up, there's more opportunities to try and make something happen, which I'm a big fan of. But this time, it won't go any further as the Sauna boys get caught off guard in transition.
Kalimdor trying to put some bullets through the backpack of Sakura there. And actually, bystanders are going to throw them in the mix as well. They're pulling up, literally following the same path as Sauna boys did initially. Nookie, good trigger discipline here. Not going to open up just yet. Bystanders will pass them. She created actually down at Shack. Might get greeted on the doorstep. Who's going to find the first knock? The second one comes through. No. Flammy with the drive-by or seat swap. And York will be able to get back on his feet. There we go. It pulls away off the rocks. Now, a lot of teams got themselves situated, but we've got 4 out on the west side, 1 on the north, Rich.
And we called it. We've spoken about it, and maybe TRS should have also spoken about it. It's very difficult up at Power Grid. It's kind of acting the same way where it will push that inaccessible terrain eventually out of it. Yeah, I mean, you can be looking at this and saying, okay, where do we go now? What can we do? It's one of those judgmental calls. It's what I could have, should have. It's always easy for us to look at and say, oh, we can do this, we can do that. It's a hindsight perspective, but still, you have to have anticipated this. And the question is, what kind of game plan did you have to deal with it? For TRS, I don't know. I don't know what the game plan is. I'm sure we'll find out. Non over the hill flashbang. It's a vert one. Kill your kite.
Oh.
still continues.
the
It does
first.
finally strike at the right time, goes for a little bit of a peek on the ADS, but it doesn't work. Brexico deals with it. 303 go down in 15th. FaZe Clan will hear all this. Do they want to call this home? They certainly need something, because neither of these teams are inside of the circle. If they catch them on the revive, it's going to be dangerous. It's actually a non. And Panchotz, who actually sees them. So 2 players individually ripping Shift W down. Another team leaves us. TSM, everybody looking, eyes on the prize. It is a possibility that, I'm going to say, if you want to make some sort of long run, to be fair, from the east, but no one's in Picado. It's completely dead. That is a big benefit for TSM and Raise Your Edge. No one else should really be crashing them. I mean, emergency backup plan, maybe TRS look towards WS shoot them, and they get ping-ponged essentially into the open arms of Raise Your Edge. That could be when TSM finally strike onto them when they're distracted. Everyone else, any real points of contact? Let's take a quick peek. Ents, big open. Tornado, no one there. Bystanders, they're holding. FaZe, probably. They're on a bit of a plateau. It's quite an open plateau they have to be very aware of. Oh, it was averted in the end. Bloody hell.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
That's
Yeah,
nice.
just spotted that. Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned FaZe. And again, I talked about the situation on the north side of Power Grid. They're actually in the reverse side now. Their edge position down on the southwest side, they can take control of that ridge on the road. And again, even if the next one centralizes, they're going to have good vision to kind of clear their way as go forward. I mean, Gustav now coming across to take the spot I was literally just talking about here. He's got to stay alive, though. And, I mean, the biggest threat really is moving into that terrain in the center of the circle. But you got to argue that either Etiget's compound is going to be in, or Tornado Energy's compound is going to be in, and that makes it difficult for FaZe. Fenerbahce actually still split down to the south side. I didn't even notice that. They've got 2 down in the field, and then 2 down on that the high ground, or the little compound just on the south side of the road. So that's actually a really good setup for this circle.
It's actually something really small, but it's little things like that. How he's positioned the vehicle as well on the back of that shack and just laid it out lengthways and put it all the way up against it. It at least gives ITC or someone like that they don't necessarily have to hit the shack when they get there. They can run up side of it, and they have a little bit of hard cover. More importantly, from Tornado Energy. So it is something, and the vehicle also stay alive if they need to go for the hard transition. But with Gustav getting that position now, before the 2 players Fenerbahce, it allows FaZe, or at least it should allow FaZe, to be able to get in unscathed. Remember, we lost Fuzzface early on, so they are playing as a 3-man for quite some time. The Texas Rangers will move, but again, even to this position, they're moving, and it's not inside the next circle. Once they wander away from this, they are in the open. There's a small valley in front of them, which will provide a minute, and it will be minute level of cover. I don't even know if it's going to give that much, to be fair, because of Redline's position. I don't even think it'll be that gracious. What? Oh, you know what? Let's throw smoke behind us. Maybe they're distracted. I'm okay with that. That's the whole idea. Look that way, boys. We're running the wrong way. It's fine. Call it the wrong way, call it the right way, call it whatever way you want. Maybe FaZe sees into this and sees 2 free easy points.
Yeah, Uber moving up to try and punish this, because Pink Pony try and get themselves out into the terrain here. They've got to try and find something. Vampire Game did get knocked from afar. Kemba's actually behind them. I didn't even spot that. It's actually Hueth from distance that will pick off the second member. Aimlaw will fall. Uber does indeed spot out these Fenerbahce players as they try and find something on the edge of the road. You can see on the minimap just before that transition, the rest of FaZe coming up. Gustav nade in hand, he's coming up. They want to clean these guys up. Uber's actually going to hang fire and hold on to this angle for the time being.
That's beautiful. Schofield again making it work. We hop on board with a different fight altogether. The nades from the side of Ents do damage. Now the follow-up mollies to boot. It will continue, and all the flashbangs are now being cycled. 5 kills coming from Schofield. FaZe Clan's been eliminated. Schofield killed all of them? Okay, well, you know, whatever. God knows how we managed to pull that one off, but he somehow made it work. Speaking of making it work, Ends do the run. They take out all 3 members of the bystanders. They have gone. Digger is down, but he's not out. He is revivable. Smokes are up there. Pink just dying on all different angles. Unfortunately, they've been eliminated. They are gone. Collateral damage is done. TRS, we spoke about this one tiny little valley they have to run. Unfortunately, WS has made it in before them. ETG, 3 kills already. Potential to make this into double digits. There's plenty of teams that are in very open waters here. If they capitalize, this will be a good few frags.
Yeah, they still have the benefit as well. This situation will raise your edge, and TSM actually a doozy with the MK. 2x full auto spray. They can't trade it before he gets to flush. TSM will lose Iroh there. But they will stay as 3, and now that shift is the last thing you want to see if you're a TSM fan, but the only real option they've got is to try and play this bit of terrain over on the northeast side, but Ents, you've got to argue, are going to fight for that. Redline still just chilling inside here, and it's actually Tornado Energy's compound that stays in, so Etiquette have to make moves out because he kept per +1, making a mad dash. That's going to alert the boys of Fenerbahce. I'm not sure really Kalimdor can do much from that dip, to be honest with you, to stop that.
Still can't get my head around the noise of the new SKS. Not the biggest fan in the world, but you know what? I actually like the M4. I've got used to it now, so I'm kind of happy. It's a good trade-off. Potential nade here towards the side of Nokia's position has been noted. TSM time to move. They don't want to be held back in here. In gate kept. This shouldn't happen whatsoever. It still keeps on going towards Vard, but he isn't keeping a track of the 2 players that are looking to his left-hand side. You've got to know this is TSM. You've got to have some kind of plan formulated here, especially if you want to get back to your teammates. You can see the smoke wall has been built. A little bit better than the one we saw earlier on, what was going behind him. But still, by doing so, it just tells enemies where you're going to be going, what the plan actually is. Through the tight... Oh, it may have just bloomed in time, and maybe we didn't catch it on this spectator. Sona Boys is gone. Hits him through the smoke. Insult to injury. And it's job done for the Texas Rangers. 7th position. It's an unlucky number. Might be lucky for some. ETG making the run. I can see damage has already been done towards them, but they should be able to regroup here with vehicles for cover. Tornado Energy will be cycling the lethal utility. Melman, 1 nade. Give it a kiss and a hope and a dream and lob that bad boy. Maybe hit both members of ENCE. We shall see. Quick replay on what happened earlier on. And, well, yeah, there you go. That's a way to do it. If you know where FBR, just run them over. Forehead.
We've seen so many vehicle kills in the last week, honestly. It's actually been kind of great. That was one of the better ones. I'm going to give it to them.
It's not saying much. Kalimdor. No kills between him and his teammates, but their fallen comrades have picked up 8 combined. Time to shine and make something work here. I think one of them might be running a ball action. Could be mistaken. I'm sure I copped for a Car 98 for a second. Yes, I did. So even these players in the windows, this is late game more. We've spoken about it time and time again, where ball action, if you can get them to the late game and you have this open ground, if you're a damn good shot, you can make it sing. ETG work the way forward. Quepta's already in the circle. TSM have to wait until red line have gone down. The bait smoke is up. And now this is exactly what they're trying to do. Draw the attention. Draw them in. Fully whited up, I'm assuming. Yes, indeed. Fex with his arms up in the air. Please don't shoot me, so I can't see anything. Initial damage done. And let's not forget that a few of these players that they're shooting at are also on an elevated position inside the building. QBE finds the first target. Miraku goes down. Even so, they've been very, very cautious. Smoke off QBE. Oh, no, he wants this. He smells blood in the water and he wants to continue. No matter how hard you tunnel onto these boys, you have to be aware of the ones that are still running on the left-hand side. Looks to me like Miraku is going to give it up. You know what? We'll walk towards the left-hand side, give you some more information. That's the best way to do it. Vex could just deny here, to be honest with you. He does. Yep. Denies the point. Best thing he could do, given that circumstance, to be fair. ETG with 4 alive. I'm actually quite impressed with this. They've got the gear to boot as well. Still Melman and Quizzy lurking with grenades. It's something you have to definitely be aware of, especially it seems there's no real hard cover for them to play off the back of. Really, for the moment, a good proportion of this circle, Mike, it all comes down to Redline's control.
It does indeed, yeah. I mean, now that they've dealt with TSM, you can see how far Evas has flexed out here. Kalimdor and I think it's Mr. Sedat, the last 2 for Fenerbahce. They've kind of been the contingency plan for Fenerbahce. That's why we see the kills stacked up the way they are. But Etiquette managing to deal with one half of the split has given them this really good spot here where they can kind of gate their energy. Actually, Mailman not taking any damage off that initial spray, and Quizzy set up on the other side of this ridge here. The nades come over. They don't do any damage, but they lose a vehicle for it, that's for sure.
4 players up, but very little to show for it. 1 frag, and don't get me wrong, 10 points from a win's all good. I mean, where's Redline in? They're 16th, so it's not the overall. I mean, Christ, it's literally on the cusp. I get we've still got 2 days or 2.5 days left. You need as many frags as possible if you want to be qualifying for this one. Yeah, with it being Psycho, they're not even looking this way, Pock. Look at how...
No.
And you've been hearing shots there, so you should be having a quick peek, but whether this is them just being super, super cautious or super scared, to be fair. Eventually, Redline will disconnect from that because the circle is unfavorable for this position. Alamdor still wanting to try and bang somebody out with this bolt action, and honestly, I'm all for it. Look at Marv and Ivers, though. They're holding this point. They want those 2 free frags, because if they get it, that means the entire of the north is theirs. Because the final boss at the end of it all will be Ens, who is Plum Center. Get the meds, take what you can. Time to run. Nade there. Forced him into the open. Damage done. Marv. 1, 2, thank you. Time to move. Reposition, regroup. Get ready for the next battle that will come through. The nades are now being put to use from ETG over the road, ready to go. Ends have been spotted. Honestly, I think this should be Redline's game, especially with ETG distracted. If they can get any kind of frag into them, that would be so beneficial for the late game.
It will indeed. I mean, Etigev, they've got to stay in this spot until Tornado Energy are dealt with. And also, I mean, Diggory falling there makes it a little bit easier once they come north, but Nailep will find Huith. That's going to slow them down even further. They haven't got an awful lot to play, and like you said, the way Redline are able to spread in this circle now gives them all the control in the world.
Before the storm. And again, that's all Ivers really wants at this point. In fact, that's all that they need at this point. Redline need 1 knock on the side of ETG just to give them the man advantage. Still also ample opportunity for any of these players to be able to go off, but slowly but surely, ETG's position is just being taken away from them. The smoke wall will begin to be built because they have got one hell of a run. Redline control a more prominent position on this circle. Finally, Quizzy has gone. Everyone will now get that information come through, and they can put it to good use. You can see how the angles do not work for them whatsoever. They're basically being funneled into an open valley. And now the hammer will begin to come down. Tixu still holding point. They're even using the rocks. That is just a massacre. Tixu was held on. 1 versus 3 incoming for Ens. No, not today. It's a Redline win. We said for quite some time this was the good possibility. And instantly, the one big factor with that, it was only maybe, I don't know, 2-3 minutes ago, Mike, I was saying they've only got 1 frag.
1 kill, yeah.
In the space of 3 minutes, they jumped up 9. 20-point game is good when you're sitting in 16th position.
No, absolutely. I mean, there's a phrase I always come back to, and it's in PUBG, you got to win the games you're supposed to win. And the way that was set up from kind of circle 5 onwards for Redline, especially when the shift pulls out TSM and Raise Your Edge's hangar or compound on the north, if you like, they have to convert that position. And they absolutely did. I mean, to pick up, 90% of your kills in phase 7 and 8 is pretty impressive nonetheless.
Can't argue with it, whether it's third party, last party, whatever party it is. We'll take 20 points any day of the week. For now, we're going to throw it back to Steve and the boys to break all that down over on the desk.
Well, if you're redlining in a car, you're pushing it to the maximum capability, and I would say they redlined at the end of that match. 1 kill turns into a massive win for these guys, and a huge kill count, Martin, as Redline comes through with the victory.
Yeah, they were able to really finish this one out nicely. They were sitting in this center compound since Circle 2, so yeah. But still, you need to defend it, and they were basically poking at everybody that was close to them around everywhere. So they were making sure that everybody stayed away. They were sitting 4 guys there, and then they come out of the compound, as a 4-man unit and just sweeps all over the north and just gets so many kills there in the end. Usually you see teams go out in a more passive way to win, but here they're really progressive and aggressive, and I really loved how they're being reactive rather than passive there.
Wildcats meets the bumper of bystanders. They come sliding into that spot, and that's how you do a pull-up, Frost.
Yeah, that's one way to do it. Or you could just do some tactical flips. That works as well. It's all up to you what's your preference is.
Tactical flips, what a Frost word.
I was saying that's how Frost just sorry, I can see him getting pulled over by a police officer. Like, what, do you know how fast you were going? Tactically quick. So excellent game. We'll take a look at some of the players and the reactions to it as it comes through. Any thoughts on this as we watch the end of the match?
I mean, I gotta say, Redline, they were holding down that compound. They only had one kill until the end there. They got that compound in circle 2, and they just stayed in there. They held it down. But you also gotta look at how they were approaching the late game. That was one of the best part to watch. How they were doing a 1-2-1, basically one on west side, one on east side, 2 in the middle, and they were just sweeping along the whole circle there, making sure that they had the control and they were able to help on both sides when it was needed.
Yeah, and the Sounder ball is also try to pull up in this one here. Ends taking over quite nicely and manages to secure a second place here. Ends the better finish team for this one here. Redline did not manage to find the last Ends player, and that actually clutched them 2 points there for Tixu, so well played by him. But Redline definitely did take over control of this whole circle. They wiped out Etiquette so fast, basically in a blink of an eye here. And the match leaderboard for this one, not too many points here down in this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus 3, that's 8 points for the lower ones. So it means it's going to be extremely top heavy.
Yeah, Froz, as we take a look at the leaderboard, talk to me a little bit more about maybe some of these teams that are, I guess it's good news for everyone if FaZe goes out in 16th, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's always nice to see. You want it to be close, especially towards the cusp at least, and that's what's so nice with this one, because we had some of the teams towards the bottom there, like Texas Rangers and Fenerbahce getting himself a lot of kills, 8 each in this game here. Sorry, Texas Rangers has 6 and Fenerbahce had 8. But they need these kind of points right now. They need to make sure that they get the good games going. We're halfway through. They still have a lot to catch up to, and this is a good start for them.
You know, Redline comes out with 10 kills, and that really does, I think, speak to a lot of times when we watch games sort of in the mid-game. You'll hear even the casters and us talking off screen about, well, they're only going to get 1 kill. They're just not getting the kills they need. They're just sitting in this thing. They keep getting the circles. But time and time again, Martin, I see teams that stay at one spot till the end up with a massive kill count because that win just comes with bonus Ks.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the whole part of it, right? That's why we see some of these strategies where you try to focus on getting 4 guys alive to the very late game. Like, that's literally the way to make sure that you get a win. If you have a good position, is to make sure you have 4 guys. Don't go greedy, don't go over peeking, and that's what Redline did. Like, they were staying super passive throughout 2nd, 3rd, and 4th circle to make sure they had 4 guys alive. Their helmets and their vest was intact, and they can go out and take this fight with a kind of better dealt hand.
Big 1-2 punch from Etiquette there with Ender Lost and Huth coming out with some really good numbers. But alas, it wasn't enough as Redline comes through with huge things at the end. Who stood out to you in the mid-game for us?
In the mid-game, I'd say Schofield taking out FaZe all by himself. That's a very big thing to do, I'd say. And they had a good 2-2 split, right? They had to down on the south and to kind of center in the dip there. But Schofield being able to take them out one by one, it's one of the best teams in the world. What can you say? You're proving yourself here.
Absolutely. Martin, any thoughts? As we take
Yeah,
a look
I
at
was
the
super
overall
disappointed. Yeah, I was super disappointed to see when we have this east to southwest circle where it literally ends over prison that Schofield was not going to jump there and loot there. That was just my disappointment in this game. But no, let's take a look at the overall leaderboards. While Shift W jumps up 1 and TSM also jumps up 1. FaZe Clan is sitting there at 115 still. Another big jump is Etiquette ends also securing another top 1 here. Yeah. Meanwhile, Fenerbahce also gets in a great spot and secures the 60 point now.
You said that they were going to rise today, so we got to give you props as you do see them going up. My pick is falling, and Froz, yours is going pretty well, bud.
Yeah, it's going pretty well, but still a lot of games to go here, and it's great to see that like a team like Shift W, we've seen them that they are capable of doing this. We saw that in PCS2, but the thing is, this is only group stage. It's not going to matter. No one's going to remember who won the group stage. It's all about the finals. So the first step, getting to the finals, and right now we are on that step right now. They are getting to the finals, looking at their points, but they can prepare themselves right now. Look at what teams you have around you. What are the teams doing? How do we prepare ourselves?
That's true, but the road to immortality starts with making it to the steps of the Parthenon, and that's what these players are trying to do. You can't become a god unless you make it to the top of the mountain, and this is a challenge for those teams looking to break the top 16. Apex is actually fallen behind that cut because they're not playing today, obviously, but teams like Raise Your Edge, Bystander, Sana Boys, Martin, they've got to really work today to start building that pad because they've only got one more day of play after this.
Right, exactly, and that's what I mean, right? If we're starting off today with some rough games, and your mindset is kind of destroyed for your next game day, you revisit it up, and the change of pace coming into once we get into Rangel, for example, that could really help. But Bystanders, they actually had some amazing games on Miramar in previous tournaments and also in the qualifiers. So I was quite surprised to not see them really have some good ones here in this one so far. But again, a lot of pressure on them. And we still got 4 more games today, so the 1 point they've gotten so far is okay. Raise Your Edge had a nice pull up and got a few flushes there, but 4 points to them is also not in the area that you want to be if you want to stay and make sure they get into the top 16.
Froz, there's 4 more games to play, but only one of them is Miramar. Is there anybody in that sort of 8th through 16th slot that you think is specifically a Miramar team that tends to do better there, that really needs to have a good game 3?
In 8 to 16, that is a good question, honestly.
I did not tell him about this ahead of time.
I mean, I feel like most of the teams that is in 8 to 16 right now are the teams that are doing a little bit better on Erangel than Miramar itself.
Okay.
But you have one more Miramar game to go here. This is the last time you're up against the other group on Miramar itself. So, I mean, you can do some flip side stuff right now, and some of that stuff we saw in the last game, for example, how some teams were dropping on unusual spots. Shift W going on the south side when they could easily have gone to the normal El Al-Sahar. Basically, they would have been the first one to jump out of the plane. So
yeah,
it could be some stuff like that we're gonna see from these kind of teams in placement 8 to 16 right now.
Pretty interesting. Martin, as we go into the last Miramar match of the day, do you have any thoughts or things you're hoping to see? I know that I hear you yell Island Circle every time that the plane is sort of to the south. Do you think that that's a good thing for these teams? I mean, other than us, do teams like these sort of like random one-off maps that force everyone to play outside their box?
No, but we love it, and so does the viewers, and that's what we're here for, right? We're hoping for the curveballs, right? Once you're retired and you're like, okay, I'm not playing anymore, you want to throw all the curveballs at the players. You want to see them play these rough circles and how they adapt to them, because that's where you really kind of you put yourself apart from the rest, right? Is when how you approach difficult circles, how you come up with new stuff on the go, because circles you haven't played before, you haven't been like, oh, I've been to this area, I know this dip, let's go there. It's most likely not taken. It's more like the few times that I've played a prison ending myself is like, okay, I know it because you spawn there and you run around in the beginning, but I don't know the riches around them, you know. So I really love those kind of curveball circles.
Yeah, you don't know if ridges are around them, but I know that there is a Rich around us. They're going to send it over to game number 3 with Rich and Hypoc giving us the call.
I hate when people use my first name. It just sends me back to feeling like I'm in school or something. Richard.
What about Richard?
Please don't do this. Richard, please don't. It's like, no. Not even my mum calls me by my name.
Wait, what does your mom call you then? Sims?
Twat or something else on that kind of form, to be honest. Usually all I hear from my mum these days is, give me my grandson and go away. It's like, there you go, bye.
Maybe I should take a leaf out of her book then. I'll follow it and stuff. I didn't even realize, you know, I do it out of habit, to be honest with you. I think that's because you call me Mike.
Yeah. Yeah, I've always been a bugger. To be fair, it's in general. I always call people by their first names. I do it all the time. Like Froz Avenger usually called Patrick Martin. Well, actually, Froz different. I always call him that. I call Martin and Steve, and yeah, it's I don't know. I've always done it, but then again, yeah, Froz is just Froz for some reason. It's bizarre, but yeah, I don't know on that one. Even in my Halo days, like I call the players by their first name, and it's like the amount of times I'll get in my ear from production. It's like, use their gamer tag. They don't know their name. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, okay, well, blah blah blah, and then move on with it. It's I don't know. It's a weird one. I think it's because we're all friends as well. It's a big the PUBG cast is a big old family, isn't it?
Exactly. Yeah. And I mean, now that you've subtly let me know, I guess I won't call you Rich anymore. I'm really sorry.
I'm fine with it. It just it's actually it's more so when Steve used it on Death. I'm like, wow, I actually forgot I have a real name.
Oh, you're named after a video game.
But to be honest with you, a lot of people call me Pock, and that's kind of like just a not necessarily my alias, but more of a nickname now. In fact, thinking about it now, yeah, Steve always calls me Pock as well. Maybe he's just singling you out. That's not on.
Comes across from me bringing another NA person on board and just start throwing my name out there and everything. Anyway, okay, we'll move off that. We're on a random tangent of names and historical day. Actually, Pocket, yeah, now you come to think of it, I didn't call you High Pock for a while. Anyway, Northern Circle. We only have one team all the way up high, more towards La Coberia, and it is WS. So they'll get the Navi-esque drop. They'll be rather comfortable. This will situate them in actually quite a good position, not only to get geared, but to be able to formulate a plan for late game. With something like this, Mike, and you're in Coberia, you look at the circle, what's instinctively your first position you want to be capitalizing and taking control of?
Well, this is it's slightly further north, but I was going to say Windstreak usually. I mean, they've been setting up some really, really wide splits on kind of these water treatment circles, and it comes down to, again, there's a couple of spots on Miramar where it just comes down to a couple of high ground spots, and obviously the eastern side of Crater Fields, it's fantastic to play their early game, but if you allow too many people in ahead of you and you kind of prioritize that high ground too heavily, you give up some compounds that you can't move to later on. Windstreak usually on a circle like this, they'll literally pull a 2-2 across that valley. Again, it's off screen right now, but I'm talking about the area that's just off northwest of San Martin and the eastern side of Crater Fields, and that's pretty much where they've positioned to. I'm assuming they've hopped out, got vehicles, and that's the plan going forwards. But my eyes go towards obviously where TSM go, because they've had a lot of problems recently kind of locking down this area that's south and west of water treatment. I'm talking about the magnet compound, that one up on the ridge side that literally faces the entrance of water treatment. But San Martin's been fairly congested. So looking at it now, with the plane path the way it is, TSM should have access to what they want here.
You saw two airdrops coming in. It's a double drop. They are a hop, skip, and a jump away from one another. Bystanders, I'm assuming, they should pick these up. I mean, it's an easy set of two players. 50% of your roster with level 3 gear. One with an arm. I mean, if Beamy gets an arm, woo, baby, I want to see that. And then you have the Mark 14 on the other side. Give it to any one of those players. Like that is a recipe for disaster in all the right ways. We'll see if the boys do pick those up. We absolutely assume so. Sakura, that's a scout and a half. I actually didn't realize how close Uber was. So this changes the scenario altogether. Now I understand why he is being quite passive in his approach. The distance that they're both at, you're going to hear vehicles. Like you'll get some sort of audible information. Uber can also feed this one to the rest of FaZe. Whether or not you realize that Sakura is so close there again, now he absolutely does. Oh, there's a player there. Quick, back off. Look at that instantly. Just responds. He thinks he's moved and continue to bail out of this. He doesn't realize he's actually so close. So he's going to get the shock of his life. Instant shots come through the player that he did eye up firstly. Question is, does he push? Oh, they're going low. They're wrapping on him, Mike.
Just cars it ahead there. Gustav in a good position to force him off that angle, but Sauna Boy's now spreading. They want to punish Uber for coming up here to scout. Fuzzface going to find Misa. That's an important knock. But Anonymous taking that position. You can see on the minimap, he's pulled out to one of the hay bales to get an off angle onto Uber. Now it's going to be really difficult FaZe have got a huge task to defend him and get him out of this spot. You can see Sakura. Now they've lost, but Fud's actually landed a nice little tap onto Anonymous as he tries to get away in the vehicle. But good recovery from FaZe. I mean, because Uber was very exposed to everything kind of west and north of his position. So really good stuff from FaZe to collapse onto that. And speaking of FaZe, they've actually got a beat on the rotation.
Yeah, they've put a player in a good position to maybe collect one of these. Maybe Gustav just want to give away his position at this moment in time, and that's why he held point. Fortunately, Sauna boys, they lose a second player down. It was fantastic to watch how the mirror image came through from FaZe Clan there. They were just working in parallel, in tandem, to be honest with you, with exactly what the Sauna boys were trying to do. They get a player beneath Uber, take him down, but they stepped up to it. And we step
Anonymous
up to another knock.
Anonymous hasn't had a chance to med either.
Oh no, so damage still done heavy. I'd see, does he go for this? If he's just getting stuck in here, I'll be so impressed. Like, no fear. Anonymous is now forced to hit the heel. A doozy. Lurking. Look at that, you can see him on the x-ray. Slowly but surely he's wandering here, so clearly the knocks come from his position. All the vehicles moving, so he knows that he can just dive over this blindly. You're not going to have a player lingering back. If he can pick up any frag whatsoever, it's just an added bonus.
Yeah, She Creator's lucky there. Actually, a stray bullet didn't catch him because he's, again, not had a chance to med up. But again, a little bit of pressure is going to create some space for Raise Your Edge. This is obviously over on the south side of San Martin. Decent spot for the first circle to, I mean, with the way the circles are gone, bank on a bit of a funky one for Circle 2. This is
many players.
This is way out.
Moving.
Ooh.
That's nice.
TTS.
That is nice.
At distance. Yeah.
Yeah. Off the back and straight into the confirmation. Not going to flush. 1 point comes through for Diggory. Still, the hammer comes down. Anyway, he's trying to get out of this any way he possibly can. Up against the blue ends. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's not kind of... It doesn't show it when we look towards the scoreboard. I mean, 6 overall for a top European team is absolutely fantastic. So good job for them. But very... up against the blue, quite up against it. I suppose it's hard to say that when we've just seen him pick off a second, but it's not like huge amounts of frag to boot. Whatever they're doing seems to be working. It's still one of the, or maybe even the best ends. You could all roll back and say, well, PL Phase 1 was best ends. No, not really. It was when everyone else was at their worst stages. I do think this is the best ends that we're now actually being given. Certainly, from an excitement stance anyway, I think they're always a damn good set of players. Potential here for a second actual drive-by, and it's not a drive-by, it's a pull-up. Get out of the vehicle. You spoke about running people over. Kalimdor just dives out. He does it again. And it's actually, excuse me, he doesn't do it again. It was him on the receiving end before. This time round, he runs one over, jumps off the back, and batters the second guy. That is a fantastic show of force from FB on transition.
I mean, good reaction as well. You see, as soon as the call was made, they all committed to the pull-up. Red line here in this. They want to try and set up to punish Fenerbahce. Fenerbahce, you've got to be careful here because you can see Marv getting that angle over on the north side of the road could be absolutely devastating for these guys. Oh, the nade is it literally landed at his feet. Sedat will fall. The problem is Fenerbahce have pulled into that dip, and it's very easy to punish that if you can get some decent off angles into it. They're actually going to go and regroup with Schofield. Schofield made it into the apartments west side of San Martin, so they're going to recover from that.
Well, that dip is playable, and we've seen FaZe Clan take it a few times. With a circle like this, you wouldn't bother just going for it. You talk about last-ditch attempts, no pun intended. It really is. With so many people lurking around San Martin, it's a very easy one to grenade out. Throw a couple of them in there, and you can just kiss your asses goodbye. Especially even if you don't get the kills, you just flood them into the open, and then the apartment blocks just bear down upon them. So it's very it's very unforgiving. Don't get me wrong, if the circle on the opposing side, you flip the circle and you're actually working your way downhill away from San Martin, great, fantastic. You've only really got to deal with the people up north and you can kind of make it work, especially with vehicles. It's still rough, but it's doable. But for this kind of situation, it's definitely not playable, and that's why we won't see too many teams diving for it, if any whatsoever. Redline are setting up shop here on the hillside. You can see the slightly deeper rotation more towards the power grid, but there's a small window of opportunity to maybe cut phase off and stop any movement more towards them. They'll have the full information of where they're going to be. They're in a very, very low position at the moment, so you'll have that full elevation against them. Whether or not you want to challenge it's a different question altogether, especially if you have the information that it is phase, or you knock one and then do get the information. That's a different story altogether. You know, you poke the bay, you get the claws kind of scenario. Pink will be going for the widest swing known to mankind. They are all the way up against the blue on transition. Will be coming somewhere around the southern side of this circle. And you spoke about San Martin at the very start, Mike, and ultimately this is where it's centralizing towards.
Yeah, I mean, we had a chaotic one. There's Omicron that came out on top of it, but again, another situation where not everybody now wants to dive, but there's a couple of teams already got set up early. Obviously, Fenerbahce recovering from that situation with Redline. The Wildcats, or what's left of the Wildcats on the west side as well. And Raise Your Edge, a wide old split. TSM doing pretty... Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Right, Froz, look where the crate is. Toby will thank me for bringing this up. Froz, look where the crate is. That's all I'm saying. I told you, Rich. I literally told you, man. Like, I don't know what it is. I gotta up my rate. I bring the content.
Just making games more interesting? Look, after seeing how quick yesterday's game ended, like, I don't know. I think we should lower your rate at this point. Get you on more. Just make everyone actually come through. Yeah, it's certainly been a wild one. Like with the amount of weird and wonderful circles, I'm kind of all for it. It just I've always said this about PUBG. It needs to be an entertaining esport, which I think it is. Certainly for a more older player base and viewer base, understands it that it does take a lot of principle and a lot of takes a lot out of these players to get to where they are in this position that they're in. But most importantly, to understand this game and how it works and the control that you need to have. It's very, very hard. But again, that entertainment factor, games are getting quicker. We are starting to wrap up. Like, I mean, we're already into game 3 and it feels like we've been casting no time whatsoever. You know, we'll be in Erangel before we know it. So from the player's perspective, ours as a caster keeping going, and people watching at home, making it a spectator esport is good. So fun circles is what we want to see. We're there with the timings, we're there with the amount of games. So fun and diverse circles, especially now we're this far into the game's life. I am all for it, but with something like this, I'll hold for a second because Maxi and the Wanderer are just nuking out ETG. That's a fourth nade in. That's a second player dead. And last one's crawling away with Fenderlost, who will try and pull something together. Absolutely not going to happen. Destroyed. All 3 thrags going the way of WS. Kill you, Kai. Inside. Opts to move away from the... You know what? The stuff, the flashbang. We're out of here.
Peace. See you later.
Eat it out of there.
But yeah, just coming back to it, I mean, Martin made the same point that I always make. Now that I'm not playing, I love to see it. And the players over in North America hate me talking about it, but the crazier the better. I mean, anybody who had the chance or who hasn't had the chance should go back and watch Game 6 from yesterday's series, because that, in my eyes, I mean, that was the most fun I've had watching PUBG, and also having the privilege of casting it. It was just madness from start to finish.
M24 in hand. Come on, Fex. Yep. Love me some bolt action. I actually saw yellow come through earlier on with the AWM. I saw it in the kill feed, and I could just see it in the distance there. So the bystanders, we have to assume, they did pick up both of those crates. So they're rocking 2 sets of level 3. Circle like this, you may think, oh god, hard shift. Generally speaking, again, because there's phase of position that you can see on the map, it acts in the same way that we spoke about before. We expect it to move away from that hillside because there's a couple of hills there that are inaccessible. So it's working the same way as water. It's moving away from it. It pushes more towards the east. But again, all your priority compounds are taken. Don't get me wrong, where FaZe will make residency just on the backside of Graveyard, is it a bit playable? Yeah, there's a couple of hills that will occlude you from vision and you can utilize. Is there anything else beyond that? No, unless you go further into the field and deeper in where those bevels start to work and then you can put the vehicles on them. FB have actually set up there. That's the particular bevels that I was speaking about. There's the little dips in the road. Everyone else, well, I think you're in trouble. I really do. It spells disaster turning up at this time. Look at this, like a swarm of bees just lingering over. Everyone's sending it in. There's nowhere else to go. You know what? If you don't make it down to Hacienda, well, I think you're going to die in transition, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, at the point of that circle posting, there were 6 teams that needed to make it inside, and there isn't 6 spots for teams to play inside this one. So kill feed probably just going to be a continuous scroll at this point for the next minute or so. But TSM trying to hold on to Hacienda. Tornado Energy did manage to get into that defilade over on the southeast side. You can see Miraku on the map on the right side of the screen is trying to pressure that. But he's getting pressured from red line all the way over on the west, on the edge of San Martin itself. Win streak, trying to find something. Max is all going to pull up on top. Ooh, that's not what you want to see. But Pancho there to give him some backup. Offstring, though, good for the trade. He's actually going to find a headshot to top as well. This nade could be the end of top. Anyway, he's tagged up as well. He's getting third party. Top's actually going to go and commit to the flush.
Go in with a utility, and it's only a flashbang, but you know what? He can make it work. Whited up, no information whatsoever. Remember, when you get one of those thrown at your feet, there's a slight ring to the ears as well, so even if you can try and aim, and you can shoot through there, but your gun's up in the air, you can't scope. It's just a straight-up hip fire. It's so confusing when one of those things just hits you smack on. It was the, maybe 6 patches ago, they became so damn good, and then teams started to utilize them a lot more with the pop flash. Indeed, it is confirmed now. I can see it just in the distance. Mark 14 is there, so remember the bystanders do have 50% of their players playing with those level 3 helmets. They are crucial, and they do save lives. Off string. Saving no one's life. Texas Rangers down in 15th position. Kilyakai wants to continue the onslaught from behind. Works his way down. Buggy just goes flying through the air. The nade will follow. Sends a missile, but he is on fire. Miraku actually hits him with the mullet. Ali and Quizzy going down 2 points in the way of TSM. M24 was ringing loud and proud earlier on. Offstring knows that Hacienda is a very, very hot place, and he wants absolutely none of it. Maybe just hit this dirt area. Use one of the dips, one of the trees, one of the cacti. Try and stay alive.
Just going to see where this next one pulls to. It's going to center up. So, again, only really causes problems for the west side of the circle because the east is fairly, sparse. I wouldn't say open, but it's much wider spread between the teams that are over to the east side. Stormer boys, I feel like they've just been on foot from all the way in, all the way from Craterfield. They finally making it in here, and unfortunately, you're going to fall red line gatekeeping the edge on the south side of San Martin. Gilyakai is still up, but Fex does put him down now. Let's shift W out in 12th place as well. A couple of these teams now are going to look to make moves towards Hacienda.
If you could have hit that shot through one of those gaps, that would have been phenomenal. Speaking of hitting the shot, Fex, that's 2 with a 24. Let's raise your edge on red alert. They're in the compound just opposite Hacienda, so a good position if TSM wanted to make landfall to a compound. They've still got a very small area to work with in front of them. But unfortunately, it does have residency. 2 members from 303 have jumped across some of the opposing barns. They're in a 2-2 split at this moment in time. Does hold them back. Fex goes down at distance as well. That becomes a problem now. They've removed the Ranger from the ranks, so he will be down but not out. If anything, it's just going to slow them down. They have sent one over at least to get the revive. That was the shot. Okay. Actually hits him while he's in midair. That is phenomenal. What in the world? All right, Fex. So you can snipe. Show us another one.
This is the man that was running an ump as his main weapon yesterday. He's just styling at this point.
You don't even question it, do you, though? Just with his ability, it's like, it's just a nut job. He's cracked. That's going to be a 3-for-1. And doozy. Picking them all up. Shiv getting one as well to clean up, so that's job done. FaZe, we spoke about the position of how they had very little to play with. Oh my god, imagine one good nade sent in that shack. All 4 players just huddled together.
Do you know, I almost prefer the molly into the shack now. Just because we're seeing mollies become more and more viable. I prefer seeing the shacks get punished by a molly. Actually, bystanders, all the meanwhile we've been chatting away, they've actually wrapped around on the north side here. Miraku, I think he's going to try and bail his boys out of that one, but he's going to take a lot of damage on the way in. There you go. And on him, we'll find the final member of TSM. They're out in 9th place. So unable to really get into the next circle from Hacienda. And Raise Your Edge now have an opportunity to, I guess, clean up from whatever is left from this situation on the north side. Ents, look how wide they're spread on the east side here, Rich. Sorry, Sims.
Anything works. It's all good.
Martin said I should just replace Rich with Ginge.
That's not very nice, is it? Yeah.
No, it's not. I don't approve.
No, I don't either. That's very upsetting. Me and my fellow gingers do not appreciate making note of our hair color. Anyway, just to make note as well, I just saw Beamy with a Kar98. That means 3 players. I know it's not a bolt action, a Mark 14, but it still does a ridiculous amount of damage. We've got the Mark 14 SLR, an AWM, and a bloody... another... Ooh, okay, I'm going to pause for this for a second, because this is all potential to go wrong if they do get caught. Many of them are actually damaged, but yeah, they're just answering. They're answering the call. Every single player that likes to step up, they will be slowly but surely stepping out. Beamy goes for a deeper angle more, but there is at least some kind of reply. It's Rustamar this time, a different angle altogether. This has been caught from behind them. Yeah, they've got super aggro on this one. Rustamar's actually got a decent gun of himself from one of the crates earlier on, so he'll be more than confident to try and get involved in that fight. Udia onto BSD. The Wildcats go down in 8th position. Beamy's actually bled out, or gone out to the blue. No one could resuscitate him, unfortunately. Point will go the way of Ent. I think he was knocked from by Ent anyway. Cobry finished off by Yellow, and they will slowly but surely work their way through here. Remember, with the level 3 gear on the players, they could put them forward to take a bit more damage. Chris is a very, very strange and weird angle, just holding on the side. Makes it work as well. 1, 2, thank you. You know what? Bystanders, for everything they've been trying to formulate together, it's just going down the pan. This has fallen apart at the seams. Thankfully, one player manages to hold on in the form of a Jot, but he does go down slowly, followed by Chris.
Yeah, mutually assured destruction there. Again, the clock was ticking on that fight, and nobody wanted to be the aggressor. I mean, speaking of aggressors, Ents, you can see now the position they drove out from to go and try and third party that. I love it. They've got the time and space, not getting any contact on the south side of the compound, so they send everybody across north. I really like it. It's a shame they didn't pick up more from it, but Pink Pony, still 4-man at the shack. And this is where, I mean, a couple of the other teams now, they have nothing else to look at. So it makes this situation for Pink Pony 10 times worse as the game progresses.
I suppose if you're playing for placement, it's a decent position to be in. Him is outside at least, so they've got something to look and maybe get involved somewhere. He's got a utility, just throw it towards FB and maybe you get something and make it happen. For Pink as well, I think they actually made it here on foot, if I'm not mistaken, so they won't have any vehicles. I honestly can't remember. I just remember when we panned over, they were all wandering inside, so they don't have the vehicle. That'll make it even harder. But there is a possible option 2 transition. Eventually, Raise Your Edge will have to move out of the compound that they're in, and they'll have to move sooner than what Pink will as well. I'd anticipate that Raise Your Edge go more towards the side of Ents. There's no real point of entrance directly in front of them from this angle that we're looking at, like towards Pink. What do you do?
Yeah, well, I was just about to say, it makes Rustin Mar's position absolutely crucial here. Squeaky, obviously, have to play the low side of that dip, but also FaZe have control of like the south side, and there's a ridge potentially the Pink Pony could smoke off to, but I mean, I'm hoping they still have all the utility because they've been chilling for most of this game, but it's going to be really, really difficult with where Fenerbahce are set up and how FaZe are playing this. I don't think they're going to have a great opportunity to come in here. Yeah, FaZe are looking to aggress onto this. They're going to deny any of the space.
Well, they've been quite quiet, and honestly, it doesn't surprise me, just given the position. There's not really much you can do apart from play off of this. Holding for, that's a pre-nade.
That's a nade.
That's a warning. That's a beautiful nade. Throws it across and just denies any further advancement and involvement of Udyr. Aduzi, probably going to get shot in the foot. Yes, he does. That's his Achilles heel gone. As the nades continues, we hop on board with Aimlil. Remember, we said that Pink really have one entrance point onto this. I'm surprised they're not going for the smokes, though. I put that utility to good use. You know where they're going to be getting their revives. Trying to at least make it count.
Reset, try and get this res. And again, the fact that Raise Your Edge obviously did opt to try and play the north side gives them the opportunity to get into that space I was talking about. And FaZe giving up the south side and trying to pressure onto Fenerbahce has allowed them to do this. Now, how do they make up the rest of the ground? Because as soon as Raise Your Edge hit that nade, oh my god.
The follow-up. Just saw the tracer just raining down. It's like, oh my. I don't know if that's actually directly on him or just next to him. I mean, clearly we're going to be close. I'm forgetting during all of this with the 2-2 that's gone down is that Ents do have all 4 players up. It's kind of powerful. Rustamar with that Mach 14 could be a serious anchor point. The bigger problem now for FaZe becomes that 2 teams can basically pin them into one area. There's no way you can breathe out from this. Like, if Tixu gets one good nade and knocks a couple, then it's game over. But the thing is, Tixu and Diggery are not going to push into FaZe. There's literally makes 0 sense to run into that. Leave them where they are and try them, take them at range, or let the circle just do its worst when we may advance to the next phase. I think for Pink here, it's give it up to the loot. Like, rather than, oh, he tried to do it, but he actually got caught in the back of the head. Face now finds Kalimdor, squeaking onto Uber, and the trades begin to unfold.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing stopping FaZe from getting any further right here, I mean, it was actually Ents on the north side of the road. 80 going to fall here. Fuzzface going to hit the deck. Diggory, oh, did he just spot the head? He didn't know, but Fuzzface saw him. There you go, Tixu going to try and hold off that angle. Uber back on his feet now. Gustav got to spin around and help out Fuzzface here because Ents are absolutely descending upon them. A little bit of utility goes down. Tixu trying to find something with a mini. Couple of tags go through, but FaZe will survive for the time being.
Diggory's getting involved. That's 2 players mopped up clean. More flashbangs in abundance. Good job from Tixu to actually get behind FaZe here. He found a very small weakness within the armor, and they've taken full control. Gustav for the 4-time spray. That's nice. Instantly switches to the 2. Where's the second? It cannot be found. Damn good effort to try and hold them off, but unfortunately, Ents' numbers are just far too much. The cleanup crew has arrived on time, and we're about to hit double-digit frag points. Schofield answers back. He's been doing well so far.
Hello.
Oh no. Oh no. They've come alive. Kalimdor, Schofield 2 versus 1. Tixu looking. Remember, he worked his way to this position. It's paid off so far. It got behind FaZe Clan, but now he has to deal with a situation dead at hand. Rustamar's mopped
They've got
up.
Rustamar down again.
Yeah, they're finished. Schofield's just, he's destroying them. That's a beautiful little angle. Just catches one on the side. Gets the HP off, but Flashbang, I'll have to push on it. It's whether or not he knows Schofield's position if he gets this 2 versus 1. This would just be phenomenal. It's denied instantly. Fenerbahce, it's a 17-point game. It's a win nonetheless. I tell you what, I am stunned that they won that. I was from a very, very strenuous position to be able to bring that back. I have no idea. Like, Schofield's name has been, he's been in that kill feed quite some time. The kid's a bit of a nutter.
Yeah, he has. I mean, Ents didn't fully reset. after that fight with FaZe. So they were effectively taking a 2v3 when they're aggressing into Fenerbahce's dip. And I think that's the main error, to be honest with you. If they wait and they take that, stack up as 2 duos, they sweep either side of the circle, they win that like literally every single day. But what a turnaround from Fenerbahce. I mean, those first 2 initial knocks is literally won them the game, to be honest with you.
Yep, a massive turn of face and a massive turn of effect there. Hence, they'll be a little bit disappointed, but nevertheless, it was still good points. We'll throw it back to Steve and the boys on the desk to break all that game number 3, the final map of Miramar, down.
Congratulations on a big win by the Fenerbahce boys as they find the right sequence to come out on top. And a win that they needed to get, gentlemen, as they started today, I think, down around 20th. So to get to that top 16, they needed to have some bangers of a match, and this is going to be a good one to start off with, right, Martin?
Yeah, that was great for them. Like their rotation from San Martin into this dip in the center, that was just super well spotted. A nice macros, driving straight down the road, basically open, and also surviving this. They were kind of pressured in the beginning, but they decided to not strike on the FaZe Clan guys. Because they were hoping for FaZe Clan to take more players down. And it actually happened. Actually paid out well for them. Obviously, they lost Mr. Sadat there, but they were able to play that super well in the game. And yeah, some more shifts away from TSM. I love to see it. It's funny. Oh my god! What is going on?
Yeah.
What?
Tactical flips, man. I've talked about them before. If someone's shooting you, you do some tactical flips, it's going to be super hard for him to track you. You saw how Digger was shooting one Texas Ranger guys off the bike early in the game as well. That's why you do those tactical flips. They are great. They're good cover, good distraction. No, but overall, we also know, of course, TSM, again, they get the circle pretty close to where they're actually dropping towards Hacienda there. But they are not able to capitalize on it. The circle is shrinking away from them. Of course, it's going to do that if you're playing the edge of towards the later stages as well. But ENCE, of course, they had so much control on the east side as well. Almost half the game, I'd say. We saw how they were basically, when we had 10 teams left, and I think there was circle 4 or 5. It was ENCE on the east half of the circle, and 9 teams on the west half.
Yeah, overall, like this whole area, I don't think any of the teams expected it to end between the Hacienda and the Crossroads compound there. Actually, it was a very lovely circle, not a curveball per se, but a very open area, and you had to play around that. All the teams trying to come into Hacienda and try to survive that. But what a fantastic game for Fenerbahce. I actually think they might take a really good spot for the overall standings for today, to be honest.
Yeah, and I mean, they really needed this. We saw them, of course, in the last round as well, having a really good game. And this is going to push them up there towards the top now. Or not towards the top, but pushing them away from the bottom at least. Well-needed points. And I mean, if there's any time to show up, now is a really good time. Because you don't want to wait until the last day, the last games you have to play. That's when there's even more pressure on you if you're going to be down towards the bottom. So them stepping up right now, perfect timing, I'd say.
Do you think that the pink ponies allowing blue to sort of take them there opened up the door for Fenerbahce to take the win? Because they didn't have to worry about anybody on their right flank after that happened.
I feel like FaZe Clan would have put so much pressure on Pink Pony for that actually happened, but that was nice there. Schofield taking down 2, opening it up. Unfortunate for ENCE there. I think they just had it in the, I think they thought they had it in the bag at that point, but turning a 3 versus 2 into a 1 versus 2 was an unfortunate event for them, but well played by Schofield there. Pink Pony on 4, and a lot of points here in the lower half of the scoreboard.
Yeah, Pink Pony got 4 placement points, but still ends up on the bottom half. As you brought up, the kills were very spread out in that game. Froz, if you look at the board, you can sort of see that. A lot of teams getting up there with 0 placement.
Yeah, it comes down to where we were playing on the map towards the center there. Because there was so much dead ground to play that some of the teams that made it towards the middle, they couldn't really do anything. Not until like very, very late into the game. It was a lot of fights going on the edges. And of course, a lot of the teams were attracted by that. They were trying to get the fights, trying to take control over their side of the map. A team like Pink Pony, for example, that crashed into that shack there with 4 people. They only had 1 vehicle. So and the vehicle was pretty lit up after the first rotation, so they had to take something. They opted for a shack. They couldn't really do anything from there. Same thing with Fenerbahce, for example. They went towards that dip after the initial rotation, and from there you can't really peek anything. As long as when you start standing up, you're just gonna get peppered by everyone. So they had to play very low profile and very passive until the late game, and they had a perfect timing on that, taking control over the situation and just clutching the win there.
Let's take a look at the kills for the top 5 in match 21. 303 Esports, they have been a little bit, on the struggle bus, but Chris Mazing comes out and puts up 5 kills in this match. So at least some strong representation for that squad. Martin.
Yeah, super well played for them, considering how rough it was for them that the circle shifted away from them. They're able to like step out of that with 5 points from him alone was super well executed by them. They couldn't play anything with the circle going away from them though. So nice to get from points. Diggery on 1,068 damage though.
Yeah. No, that's great to see that kind of damage output from Diggity. I hope that at some point we might get a chance to chat with him about. That's a pretty massive pickup. I think he's been doing great work on Ents, and I'd love to see how he feels about doing that much work in terms of damage and still not be able to get the chicken dinner for us.
Yeah, I mean, well, sometimes you do a lot of damage, but you don't get the chicken dinner, but you still get a lot of those kill points, which they got in this game. They had 10 kills. I mean, that is just amazing itself, so it's not too bad at all.
Well, I'm told we can ask him firsthand, or if I want to, about sort of the end of that match and what went wrong up against Fenerbahce at the end. So let's get that interview up and running, see who is joining us here. It is going to be Diggity. Hello.
Hello, Diggity.
Hello.
So let me ask you a question that we were discussing as we watched. We thought after you beat FaZe that maybe it was in the bag. Did you guys feel like you had won that match after you dropped FaZe?
Yeah, we had the up-handed there, obviously, but we kind of got like... we got one knocked, Rustam got knocked, and I got knocked. Squeaky didn't realize we both got knocked, and he got excited too much and just went take honest and lost. But we want to save our wins in the finals.
Saving wins for the finals. All right, I dig it. Martin, questions?
I like that as well. Honestly, that's great. But I have you guys as a pick today, so can you please win a game here in Orangel, maybe? No, jokes aside. No, I actually did pick you, but jokes aside, in terms of wins, it's completely fine to save them for later. Is that still your main strategy, Diggery? Like, that you guys want to stay 4 guys strong for as long as possible and try to get as many wins due to you guys being more guys alive? Is that still the strategy going forward?
Yeah, we have the same strategy. We got like a really good hard shift on the circle 4 to us, and we had 2-2 split. I think usually we could like regroup it to the warehouse, but now we just knew we had the whole east side and there was only one team north of us, so we just wanted to keep the split and farm up.
Patrick?
Seeing that you guys play a lot of edge, of course it comes down to you guys want to stay 4 people alive, but can it be super hard since we have so many hard shifts if the circle keeps on shifting away from you guys, for example? What is the biggest struggle with that, you'd say?
Yes, it's like PCS and last DreamHack circles, there has been a lot of hard shifts, and we usually just want to take it easy and try to see if we can get some free kills or trying to third party someone when the circle goes like hard shifts. But sometimes it just doesn't go our way and we just die and get nothing points.
I'll ask you this. What has been your biggest challenge as a team? This is the 3rd PCS, so it's the 3rd time that you've had to go through group stages to sort of get to the final. What has been the biggest challenge for your team in terms of group stages specifically? Or has there been no challenges?
Probably some teams doing a lot of like different stuff we don't expect them to do. And last PCS, past time we had some teamwork and problems, but we have getting better at it. So I think we're Gucci.
So you're getting better at it. Do you feel like you guys are like? Should we put a bet on you to hoist the trophy in the final? Are you going to win PCS3? Can we count on it now?
Yes.
I like that. I like that. Martin, Patrick, any last questions before we let him get back to prepping for the next game?
I just want to ask, how many kills with a chicken dinner would it have to take for you to shave half of your mustache away, like only half of it, and then the other part grow?
Probably like 30.
30? Okay, I think that's a good one. I'll keep you up on that one. If you guys ever win with 30 kills, that's a deal.
All right. Yeah.
Patrick, anything?
No, I think I'm good.
Cool. All right, Degre, before I let you go back and prep, is there anything you want to say to those watching or give any shout outs real quick?
Thanks for all the fans supporting us and cheering us. Thank you.
All right. Well, you seem focused. We'll let you get back to getting the team hyped up as we get ready to change maps and go into the second half of the day. Thank you so much for stopping by.
Thank you. See ya.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
We are saving our wins for the finals. True or bull? Patrick?
True.
Interesting. Martin?
I mean, they're playing to play for the wins, and I'm not buying it. It's fine though, like it's a great game for them, but I would like to see them get a bit more. They would actually have taken the #1 spot for today if they won that, but instead Fenerbahce actually does. So yeah.
Well, because like when you watch teams, I feel like you can often identify when you watch them play. Like Pink Ponies right now feel like they're playing for the top 16. FaZe Clan, Ents, TSM, Omaki, when I was watching them the other day, like they all seem like they're here to win, and it doesn't matter that it's just group stages. Let's take a look at the overall standings. FaZe up at #1 at 123. TSM and now Ents closing that gap as Ents continues to climb almost every single time. I'll say Martin because this is the team that you picked.
Yeah, 2 second places so far today. Pretty damn well played by them so far. First game was an 11th place, so that's completely fine. I will say though, 28 points today. If they can keep this average up and get a 50-point plus day, I'm super happy with them and with my prediction as well. But they will be above the 120-point kind of cutoff, and they can just focus on contesting for the compounds that they run up play. And maybe get some of the teams out that are contesting some of their area that they're looting to focus on them not getting to the grand finals.
Fraz, on the opposite side of the board, Fenerbahce, off the back of that win, has made it to the qualifier cutoff. They were significantly below it today when they started.
Yeah, I mean, they've gotten 33 points in 3 games here on Myanmar, and their worst performance has been a 5th place, or 6th place, I think it was. So that's really good, but they also got to keep it up. We still have 3 games to go. It's going to be a new map. It's going to be an aerial. It's totally different. So if they can keep that up, they know that they don't need to have like 15 kill wins. This is going to be more than good enough. Getting in those high numbers when it comes to like 7-8 kills per game, you don't even need to have too many placement points. That's going to put them in a good spot after today if they continue that way.
Yeah, I think they've gotten almost as many points so far today as they got the entire day that AB first met last week. I'd have to double check that, but I think it's pretty gosh darn close. So that's always good news. Now, Orangel is around the corner. It's just about to get started. Martin, are there any teams in that sort of mid-pack that you're like, this is their moment, this is where I expect them to sort of turn on the afterburners?
Bystanders for sure. They have to get a good one here for this one. They have 3 more games of today to be played. They're sitting in a mediocre spot to some extent compared to what we've seen them perform at DreamHack, right? So I would like to see them be a top 8 team, like a solid top 8 team. They should have been around the 100-point mark at this point, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, Patrick, I feel like we watched them last week and said Bystanders is proving that they're a world-class team. Why aren't they doing it right now?
I mean, they're playing a lot of edge, right? And so far we had a lot of hardship. This comes down to how Ents is playing the game as well. If you don't get the hardship, though, it's super hard. In the last game, the game ended 500 meters from the edge of the first circle, for example. So that's how much hardship we had in the last game. And Ents was playing that edge, of course, and that gave them a lot of control. But Bystanders, a lot of times we see them running into trouble because they're way too late on the rotations.
Well, the fourth game of the day is getting up and running. We're headed to Erangel. Let's see if TSM continues to be made of Circle Teflon as we head over to the phenomenon of The Sims and Hypoc.
You see, it really made a factor of saying Sims. Then I
Yeah,
heard it.
no, I heard it.
He didn't
I
want
heard
to.
it.
Yeah, it was. I'm proud of you, Toffees. That feels weird. That feels
It does
really
feel
weird.
isn't it?
Steve's my dude. No, he's a fellow dad. I've just got to go with his first name. We're on first names terms, me and Steve. We'll
Oh, would you
stick
prefer
by
I
it.
call you Daddy then? Martin
Is it weird
made
if I
me
say
do
yes?
it. Martin made me do it.
I liked it. Well, it's getting weird, and so is this playing path. Here we go. We're all down low towards the south, and 1, 2, 3, 4 to begin with. Teams over on Sosnovka, and it's oh my god, he's actually just been done. Archie, please tell me, is he on the floor yet? Where's Pink? What?
I think it was out
Please
of Sky.
Please tell me he hit him. He did. He hit him in midair. Please tell me we've got the replay. Please tell me we've got the replay of him getting banged out in midair with a K98, because it can't have had a scope on it. Surely we've got the replay, because that'll have been beautiful to see, to actually shoot him from Novo to hit him with the iron sight. Oof. Give me more of that.
Shot. That is a banging shot, to be fair.
That's got a sting. Imagine actually being dead less than a minute into the game. Imagine being dead before even before putting a foot on the floor. Good God. Okay, then. So Circle, it's more towards the west. It centralizes around Gakka. The Sauna boys will be loving life. Usual nice position for those. In and around all the chopsticks or the V ditches, whatever you want to call it. Pachinki, different face that we like to see in there. It's not liquid, it's ETG. This gives them a really good hop, step, and a jump inside to a decent position on the circle. We'll see how far they actually want to fare within that one, though. We have a little bit of water in play. Not too much. It's actually just circle crests the edge of Primorsk. So it could centralize up and just keep on the trajectory path that it's heading at the middle and magnetize towards it. TSM, school and apartment blocks. Oh, the apps. I just call them the day one drop, the apps. Everyone just... It'd be all the other people like myself who are pusses not to go to school. You just watch everyone else go. It's like, I'll stay here and then we'll fight later. It's fine. You boys go over there. I'll sit here with my team. I'll fight Derek and the boys or whoever else just wants to drop here, and then we'll meet you streamers and content creators later over there. For everyone else,
you always felt a bit cheesy being the guy that you'd get a scope and a DMR on the roof. You just shoot at people on the roof of school. I was that guy. I was that guy early on.
I'm that one that, like, literally everyone else can be shooting, even my teammates, and dying. It's like, I've got no guns. Meanwhile, I'm level 2'd up fully with a K98 and then 8 times, literally everything. But it's like, I just need that. I need the cheek pad. I'm not doing anything without the cheek pad, and then the puzzle's complete, and then I'll get involved. It's like, well, I've got a cheek pad now. Yeah, but all of us are dead. Yeah, but I've got a cheek pad, and if I can hit one headshot into school, I'm totally fine with it. If there's just one player that I can get with this K98 that I've just so beautifully looked after and geared up, then it makes it all worth it. I am that person, and I'm proud of it.
No shame.
I should have been a YouTuber. Content.
Well, Etiquette going to make early moves out. We have had a few chopstick circles, actually. I mean, it's not been a thing for a while, but I don't know. For some reason, the last few weeks I've been seeing more and more of them. And again, it's come down to a few teams opting for those early splits. Again, funky plane. It was definitely a funky plane, to say the least. So there's going to be a couple of teams that opt to kind of wrap into this circle. I'm worried about the southern side. So obviously Raise Your Edge down at Ferry Pier controlling the West Bridge, and there's 4 teams down on Sosnovka. Now, with the way Shift W, Tornado Energy, and Wildcats usually would start moving, it could create an opening on the east side, but that's a lot of players to get off Sosnovka, put it that way.
So more than once have I seen Shift W actually take up a bridge encampment and basically just get ready for somebody to come off the back of it. But given this circle, it doesn't actually play any favors to them, especially when there's so many teams that will be rotating. Also in the East, they have to be very, very hyper aware of what's the next task in front of them. Who's going to be set up where's going to be hot, where's going to be completely dead, and what do we do? Because everyone is just centralizing at the moment. It's yeah, it's by every minute that passes in this game, it's getting much more difficult to have any kind of foothold within the central area of this circle. It's probably going to just hard shift towards the north. Like, hello, George, yeet, and away we go. And then everyone's like, well, okay, time to try and make a meal of this one. Still, with the teams that are down on Sosnovka, there's an opportunity that somebody may get bridge camped. It would be kind of funny if Shift W actually moved from farm side to the other. It's like, okay, well, if we can't camp this bridge, we'll go camp this one. Some way we will do this. I don't know how, but we'll make it work.
Yeah, FaZe actually, I mean, as the crow flies, just head straight into this circle, which is, I mean, I guess they're anticipating they're going to have a little bit of space out on the north side of Pachinki. TSM, again, we've seen them do this a couple of times. They usually go for ice cream double whites, the highway position coming out of Pachinki, but this time they're going to go a little further afield. Take that double plank. I call it high-low. I don't actually know. I've never heard anybody call it anything different, to be honest with you. The one where Miraku and Vada pulled up.
Look at.
What are you giggling at?
Look at Shift W. Shift W.
Oh, they actually have. They're doing it, yeah.
They've gone from one bridge to another. What? Ay. All right, let's kind of. I don't want to analyze this because it's just nothing to analyze. But my question just off the bat, like, to you, Mike, is it worth the points? Like, is it worth getting 2 or 3 points, maybe losing somebody for losing so much ground coverage now, while all the rest of the teams are just setting up shop?
I mean, me and Toby have been back and forth on the bridge camping discussion. We had a game that just descended into madness because one team decided to break the unwritten rule of bridge camping in an EU lobby. I'm used to seeing it in North America. Hold that thought, though. Pancho gonna pluck Fuzz out of the Dacia there. Coming past the Invisibles, they're gonna have to settle for one of the many liquid compounds dotted around the map.
Just got themselves written all over every compound now at this point.
Yeah, it has, yeah.
It is, it still kind of freaks me out a little bit, like how teams can still get away with pulling things like that, where they have, you know, general trajectory paths or general compounds they like to play and like to use. Like, I remember the old Monkey compound, G2 compound, so on and so forth. And it's like, how do you keep getting away with this, even though people know you there? But it's because you become such a prominent force. You know, you're a factor and you become a staple that you are always there, but more importantly, you can defend it. Is he going to get that? Oh, F. So close, but so far. You actually hear the tire's been popped as well in the distance.
Yeah.
So there is a minor.
Oh, here we go.
Go on. I'm letting you have this one.
Well, I don't think bystanders are going to be expecting this. It's how quickly they're going to be able to recover from it. Kiryu Kai going to open up the first one's not easy peasy. Second one comes by. The sneak spot's actually good. Flammy going to respond onto Kiryu Kai. Brexco's not able to convert. Oh, Docker hits a nasty headshot there though, but the trade's back and forwards. Are they going to be able to get Beamy out as well? That would just leave Flammy, the last man standing for bystanders. If he can land his last shot, Zoka, he did the harder one. But now, I mean, the truce is broken now, Rich, as far as I'm concerned. If ever there's a situation, bystanders will return fire. And that's the risky run.
Only
the first time you do it,
the only time,
then somebody will retaliate.
The only time the truce is broken is when Na'Vi properly smashes Liquid on a Sosnovka rotate. That's when, okay, that's it. The signed contract, signed declaration has been ripped up and thrown away. That this is war. We crack on with it. That's yeah. When that happens, the whole world's gonna of PUBG's gonna turn on its head. We shall see. They're actually inside the circle, Shift W, so it's not really been that bad for them. They can play the Navi compound in front of them, if you will. It's going to be open. It'll give them a good lay of the land in front of them as well. You have so much viewership and leverage from where you are in those. A couple of little buildings. Don't get me wrong. The balcony building doesn't give you too much because of the line of sight that's denied by the 2 buildings on your right-hand side. But still, it gives you something. You can also play. To be fair, actually, playing the hill, having one player at least playing it, can be better in this scenario. I think FaZe are just like, well, we don't really know at this point. We've got to find somewhere. It's very rare that we see someone from FaZe dying so early on, although FaZe has actually died both times in the last few games. He's been the first one to go pretty early on, saying that. He's not playing scared. It's just understanding that you're only a 3-man strong army, regardless of how independent and how damn good you are. Like all those players, me and my band of merry men, I won't even want to meet one of them on a Dark Alley. You know what I mean? They are so talented at this game that they just get out of unwinnable situations. But they're just playing it cautious, I think, is the best way to do it. Be reactive and understand that you're down 25% of your roster. I believe Fuzzface is the IGL on that team.
Yeah.
So then it will then fall to the arms of a backup. So, you know, there could be a few questionable choices. Okay, this is on the shoulders of someone else now. We just need to make sure that it's the right choice because we're not fully used to it.
Yeah, it was just weird to see them come all the way past the yellows, and then I guess maybe wanted to control some of that field, but then thinking better of it. But they do come back to regroup on the yellows. I still call them yellows. Toby hates it when I call them yellows still, even though they're blue now.
I'm fine with it. I'll let you get away with it. I got you. Don't worry. These Danes, stuff them. Let them, let them question it. It's
planks.
It's a plank. Love Toby. He'll be back tomorrow, by the way. I'm only covering this one day of groups. We're back for the rest of the whole week alongside Michael. Hey, full name. There you go. It's not quite Sunday yet. Yeah. It's Friday.
Jesus.
Flamey with a bullet at distance. Off string does fall. SLR comes into effect. I suppose while people are on transition, really quickly, get your thoughts. I've not spoke to it. Some of the changes to the guns and the meta. Do we think we're going to see a huge switch up with the SLRs and the old barrels?
I mean, from what I've heard, it isn't that big a change. Again, until I can get my hands on it and have a real good play with it. But the thing is that I know you agree with me because I've heard you say this before, but I like diversity. I like, having the option to run 3 or 4 viable weapons. So I haven't necessarily enjoyed everybody defaulting to the barrel now. I mean, I think Mexi is probably the only standout individual I know who's kind of gone on record and said, I still like the M4. I use it. But yeah, I mean, I would love a world where you could pick between the SCAR, the M4, the barrel, and the AK. And they all have their own application. But right now, I mean, anytime you want to run an AK, it's better to run a barrel.
Yeah, that's fair.
Every scenario.
Yeah. No, that's fair. I get that. I mean, again, even more to diversity, I want to start seeing other guns be able to come into play, like a reason to pick up an ump. At the moment, there's even in any game whatsoever, it's like, it's not even viable in any way, shape, or form. That's a good shot. First one falls. Have they gone for it? They have. It's not the greatest place in the world to be pulling up. It does at least deny the angle for all the moment. Angles the nade. It's off on the side. It's going to find I mean, if anything, at least just keeps him outside from the player to get the knock. It was a damn good nade. It denies him any further access. The revive will have to be quick, but he does have the 249, so the tank buster could potentially hold him. If they all line up, that's going to be murder incarnate. Finds one, goes for a different angle. Quickly on the go, goes for the pre-fire. Doesn't grab the target. Infects does. They're pushing this one. They're all lining up. They've got to get involved. They've committed so much to it. They need to make sure that they get these cracks. Comes around the corner. Burning alive, that's no problem whatsoever. Vex keeps up the assault through the window. The final player forever. Sneaky. He just says, you know what? I don't care about the fight. I just want to get involved here. 1 versus 1. Mutual destruction for both of these rosters. And unfortunately, one of them is going to be going out in 15th place. Ira with the med. It might force Forever to move. Even by doing that, you're thinking, okay, he's weak, so now I need to get some footsteps going. Now he knows he's inside the building if he didn't before. Molly goes down. Remember, this is a wooden building, so the molly will spread further. Does he realize he's gone outside? I'd say so, given that he is nading towards the out window. Beamy, on the other hand, and his teammates on bystanders. The Blues come in, they're having to advance. We've hopped on board with a different fight altogether. Now we're moving back. A little bit of back and forth, checking in what's going on across the map. And it sounds to me like another team's pulling up. And the Wildcats, in a very wild pull-up, have arrived on time.
Yeah, that's actually FaZe that are going to lay some fire onto them on the way in, but they get control of the two stories. Now, I think Iro and... Oh, actually, that nade was really good from Iro. He's going to send another one in as well, potentially. The second one could be money. It is. Forever will fall. Had to get out in 15th place. Iro will survive for the time being, but he's now in between FaZe and the Wildcats. And you got to assume Wildcats are going to push to clear this.
You'd assume so. If they've been tracking the kill feed, then it should they should understand how many's in there. Maxi and the Wanderer eventually go down. Unfortunately, valiant attempt. Nevertheless, he's going to get it in the ditch. Last ditch attempt. Yada yada yada. Puns. Da 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 da. FaZe still at 3. They've kept them all alive at least. By hook or by crook, a couple of weird and wonderful rotates do come through that they are holding on in this game. Top side of the chopsticks as well. If Cobry can meet up and regroup with the rest of the 3 members, as Chris Mazing does arrive at 3:03. The smokes are down. They're committing an awful lot of... Oh, no. Nuclear warhead is about to land. The first one will go behind the tractor. The next one finds its target, and it's absolutely devastating. The mollies will not be able to mop up what has gone down. That's rather unfortunate. That would have been just collateral damage. They hold on for dear life. Speaking of molly, that one does find its target. That's Ira going down. TSM Lieber in 14th position. Cobry hard peeking, holding the angle. Needs to be aware that by doing... he actually snaps to the one player on the hill. It's instantly replied on. Aimlul does go down. Oh, excuse me, Aimlul actually gets the second one. That's a flush onto it. That's a different team altogether. That might... beg your pardon. Let's also make it aware that Chris Amazing did not get any revives, I don't believe. And if he did, then they've gone down pretty quick, so both of those points should be going the way of FaZe Clan, if I'm not mistaken. But again, when you're committing so much utility like that, you're just throwing smoke after smoke after smoke after smoke, you know that really you're completely out of luck. And once those run out, then you just... you're on a time limit, right?
Well, the other thing is, I mean, pulling up to a spot like the tractors there, it's you're basically putting a neon flashing light above your head saying, yeah, we're getting shot at by 7 other teams, so we have to stick close to the tractor here. We're playing inside our smoke. So I love FaZe being proactive there. 1 smoke down, able to close the distance a little bit, get himself into a nade range. You can see how devastating it was. So again, right now, FaZe can leave him. They don't necessarily need to worry about him now. It's kind of solved them a problem towards the end game. They know that team is weakened, and they haven't got to worry about it on the way out.
Well, way out. Maybe exactly what Aimlul and Vampire need, or a way in if you want to think of it that way, because at the moment for the next circle they're in a pretty treacherous spot up here, especially with so many teams just eyeballing them up. I mean, this is clutching at straws here. What guns they actually have between them. Beamy going back onto the M24. Beamy with a bolt. You love to see it. And look at that. I find it kind of... I know there's a lot of compounds in play, but the circle literally just draws a line around all the compounds and basically leaves almost everybody. And Raise Your Edge is like, oh no, it's happened again.
Yeah.
Gotta die on transition. So let's send it and die on arrival. It's... I feel sorry for Raise Your Edge. They're in a bit of a rut at the moment. I know how much skill is on that roster individually, but sometimes it just feels like it doesn't come together as a team. Like there's just something missing.
Yeah, well, it was weird. I mean, they managed 22 points on their first day in this lobby and day 1 of the group stage. And then the second day, they actually doubled up. So they actually kind of massively improved on their initial performance, but there's just been some... I found them in really weird circumstances. Actually, Yeah, Chris did get mopped up by Pink Pony, and that's going to put them right into the position that 303 were punished so heavily for playing earlier on. Yeah, actually, they're going to try and blow this up, but there's a lot of pressure, and you can see the traces on the minimap. Aduziat's going to find Aimlo on the way in. That's going to be the signal for Udir to pull up. And they're going to try and clean the last member up of Pink Pony. They're going to get themselves into nade range. Udir sending one forwards. That looks money. Actually, not good. The second one's fantastic.
Hello. Oh, first one rolls by. Next one's like, hello, I have a parcel here. Or any of you guys who want to sign for it, never mind, you're all dead. Goes off perfectly. More importantly, gives your edge a nice anchor point. It's all 4 players almost in. They're just teetering on the edge. He doesn't have a minute. Give him a break, Mike. All right?
I mean, this crosshair looked like he was bang on him. He's shooting blanks.
Look at all those smokes. Good lord. All right, this is a tantalizing prospect for Ents. There could be a fair amount of points. Examples like, hello, I'm still over here. Yes, just chilling, playing for placement. It's fine. We do have a ball action in the hands of Beam It. Let's not forget that, so they get into a good place to put it to good. Oh no, if he hits this nade, if he actually puts the free nade down. The drive-by is not good, but the nade barely scrapes them. We spoke about Ents and the tantalizing prospect of Raise Your Edge coming over the hillside. Actually to DSN, who gets the final nail in the coffin. No, excuse me, gets given the final. I actually thought it was Raise Your Edge coming in. It's just Raise Your Edge will be gone in a second as FaZe Clan do mop up what Ents started. Let's also note the wrap here from FaZe to actually kind of just dip out and say, you know what, we want this ridge line, we want this position. Gustav can then roll back to where he came from. Keep an eye on the Istanbul Wildcats, which is something we spoke about earlier on, Mike, where certain teams just don't look what's going on behind them. You can see instantly, as soon as they've dealt with that one problem, FaZe like, bang, Gustav, go scout, go off behind us, make sure we've got some sort of opportunity to move. If not, maybe an opportunity to attack. But both of those teams now, they're kind of at the mercy of the circle. Once you, as I look at that, there's really, you have that plateau in front of Ents, bar that, getting into it, it's literally getting a vehicle and smashing into a ditch where you know time and time again, there's always going to be a team sat there waiting for you.
There is, yeah. And the fact that Gustav's looking to get so aggro here, he's actually going to cross the road. The only real spot on the eastern side of the circle to play is that ridge outside the Wildcats compound. So FaZe probably going to try and fight for it. Fenerbahce trying to get past the Sauna boys. We will lose one. Riddle will handle the flush himself. They're actually going to pull up onto bystanders, I think. No, maybe not. They're fishing, and they're going to pull up on the shack that's already been destroyed. So there's no cover there, boys. You're not going to find anything to play.
M24 doesn't find its target this time. Schofield
That's got to be heartbreaking. That they're like, oh, let's send it to that wooden shack on the east side. Nope, it's already been blown up, boys. There's no shack there.
You thought.
Ooh, Beamy.
With the headshot, get the confirmation. Flammy comes through also, find the second. Be a second point in the bag. That's for the foot.
And this is the ridge I'm talking about. This is what FaZe want to contest here. I think they might have a little slither to play, but Sauna Boys on the move now. They're heading across the south side of the circle. Another team potentially going to contest bystanders for the shack. You can see they both switch over to the barrels very, very quickly as soon as they hear that. Sauna Boys not going to force the issue just yet.
You don't want to play this one too fast. You need to know where the angles are. Like Anonymous kind of staying out there. Whether or not he meant to do that is a different question altogether, but if he did, then it's very clever to apply pressure. Just try and strangulate what's left from the bystanders to make sure that your team more central can stay alive. QB onto Ents. That's a nice little stopgap as well, especially a team that will be working their way slowly towards you. I'm okay with that. It's still chilling here for now, but it's on a knife edge. Smokes have gone down because eventually that bridge that they're running is going to be removed from them in a huge way. Beamy is still hitting the world. Please get me that man's POV immediately. Flammy. Beamy still answering back on all cylinders. So The Sauna boys feeling the full force here. And I'll tell you what, Beamy is just event after event that we see in action.
The cards.
Starting to really come through for his team. Yeah, they're all just, these are all your, you know what, let's just go, boys. Send it, nowhere else to go. I'm done with it.
I think Shift W have parked them there to stop Ents being able to come down through the tunnel.
It's a blockade?
Yeah.
Oh. That's a 900 IQ I never thought of. It's gonna work though. This is the question. Oh my god, Tix's just shooting from it. The best laid plan has unfortunately failed you. All the rest of them now can go up. Quick peek, and away we go. It's a bit of a spirit. This is very difficult, but there is responses and signs of life from the side of Ents. Damage done to Zoka. As you mentioned, Tixu really can't. Oh, they got him. Oh, they got him under.
I mean, the reason that play is so good, it forces Ents to come on the top side, and it just gives Shift W 3 or 4 different head peek angles to just literally mop the floor with them. I mean, Tixu's done well to get one knock out of it, but just really, really good hold from Shift W there. I love the setup. And you try and recover a little bit now. You'd see some utility coming over from QBE. Now Shift W, the next targets in their sights.
It's kind of all quiet on the Western Front for all but a moment. Generally players are safe, but there's very limited amount of room to be able to traverse between. Oh, baby.
There we go.
So good.
There we go.
Little montage collection. Bang. See you later. Yeah, he's very good. I mean, you know me in Bolt Actions. I'll always say every single event that I'm watching, it's good to see players who have just really put them to good use. Use them to their maximum capacity. You can be a very big impact player for your team. Should you be able to use them at the right time. Ready. Slows them down. Should be an easy rotation here for them. Not a problem whatsoever. Marv is just getting ready really for what could be coming their way. Put the smokes down to make sure no one's lurking amongst the tumble. I'm okay with that. You can see what he was doing initially. Went to go throw the nade, then opted, you know what, we'll put a smoke down first. Just kind of block off and make a miniature barricade of his own. Fair enough, he can wander through it, but it still just denies vision, denies sound for a moment. Misa with a 2-tap and a half onto Naileup. Cookie also, instant follow-up onto Shriek created, so 2 different sides just falling victim to the Sauna boys.
Yeah, that actually, I mean, that shift is perfect for Shift W. The problem is not everybody in the eastern side is going to die, so it doesn't give them the opportunity to kind of pressure onto Redline an awful lot. Chris might land a good nade here. Actually, it's going to go straight in. It's going to do a lot of damage. No knock, though. Marv down to about 7 HP. I don't think they're going to react off of it. They can chill here for another circle, but again, it's when they want to... No! Did Chris just... Oh my god, I thought Chris hopped out the wrong side of the vehicle and was stuck in the blue then.
Certainly in something. Gotta be careful. You actually don't shoot your teammates in the back of the head here because you're so close together. It's and one of them's not wearing a helmet, so I'm like, well, you know, I don't have any hair now, let alone a helmet. Brain's just been removed by you, unfortunately. Do nothing but slow them down. Shift W are getting ready for what will be their final stand. All the smokes are going up, preparing themselves to make the advancement once it blooms. Chris just has to be aware of the deep. It covers a lot of ground for them, right? It gives them the best possible avenue of approach, should we say. Okay. Still open up on the opposing side. Sakura gone. It's another one from the Sauna boys, makes it a little bit easier. However, the question is, do Zoka and Kilyakai react towards this? Oh, they should have done it. They should have struck earlier. There was a possible timescale where maybe they could have got in front of Redline. I think that time has come and gone, unless they're just going to carry on going. But no, the smoke molly down. One player gets away with his life at least. But I think That's a little too
Problem
late.
is, Redline have got to move here. If Wildcats can survive long enough, Zoka is going to be able to escape over on the south side. Oh, I say that. I did just see somebody catch sight of him. Nailup's hunting Zoka right now. And there, Marv gets one onto Levent, so actually that's going to weaken the Wildcats. It's down to a 4v1v1. Redline now have to come out of the chopsticks. Zoka going to run in the open. No smokes left. Nalup cleans that one up. It just leaves BSD. It's a tall order. See if he can open up here. Ooh,
That was a valiant effort.
got the transfer, yeah, he got the transfer, but no second knock.
Knocking the transfer. You can't be arguing with that one whatsoever, but certainly another 20-point game for a different roster. Like, things are starting to really look good across the board. We want to see some really good points. We want to see those that are a little bit further down the leaderboard be able to jump up to those upper echelons. When you look at who was kind of more towards that final one, Shift W, okay, but Sauna Boys, FB, IWRL. Again, it even things up. I know it's a group stage, and there's 24 teams in total kind of working towards this one, but the bigger picture is that when your upper teams start to kind of drop off a little bit, it's your time to jump. It's your time to capitalize and maybe get as many points as you can do. And I think after this, we could see things overall, again, still got 2 days left of all this, but maybe start to kind of even out a little bit more in that middle pack.
Well, I mean, the positives to take away from that, Shift W again, just able to capitalize and I don't want to say salvage, but always put something up. I know they were talking about that on the desk earlier. Froz was saying, it wouldn't surprise me if Shift W are the ones to beat their own record. So it's good to see them build momentum and find that consistency and just in putting points on the board.
Right, that's it. All said and done for us for Erangel game number 1. For now, we're going to throw it back to Steve and the gentleman on the desk to break it all down.
Thank you so much, Dad. It was great to hear you and Hypoc bring the heat on that one. I also want to point out, not only did Hypoc start out the game by leaving Richard completely speechless, he also said at Circle 1, looks like it's going to be another chopsticks finish.
I guess he could call it. I mean, I was hoping for a milli circle because those are always fun, but this was equally fun as well to see. Actually, we saw some of the teams taking the chopsticks super early as well. Ends and Redline, of course. Saw him taking one of the chopsticks each and holding that down. And that's how it goes sometimes. But there's a big risk when you actually go for the chopsticks that early. And it is that you're basically sacking your vehicles. You're not going to get out of there. It's super hard. And you're risking everything. But this time, it kind of worked out. I mean, for Redline, it totally worked out, right? They won the game. But you got to be careful with those kind of moves. But sometimes it pays off to take the gamble from time to time.
Yeah, when I go with chopsticks that early, it's because I'm sure I'm gonna get sushi that night. That's for sure. But overall, the game from like the start to finish was very well-rounded around the chopstick. Like you could see the teams committing quite early on. Obviously, first circle it was dead center on. The compounds that are around it, it's pretty easy to get into the compounds, but it's pretty hard to leave the compounds that are around the chopsticks because all the players that are sitting in the chopsticks are putting so much pressure on the teams around. So I was kind of happy to see bystanders, Fenerbahce, the Sauna Boys being able to survive for that long. Istanbul Wildcats as well, one of the teams that was able to get into a good position for a long time and survive in a good spot and getting some kills with them as well because they were playing on the east side for that long.
Yeah, and then we also saw in Star, of course, it was so many teams that went up on the north side towards Everest and doing those kind of 2-2 splits, taking so much ground. FaZe Clan was actually a team that came there a little bit late. They dropped on Milta Power's side where they normally do. So they had a long rotation, but by the time they came there, they were basically just looking around. Is anything free? Can we take anything at all? But everything was just split up. At that point, I thought they were just going to go for it. They were just going to crack someone, but they didn't do that. They went back a little bit and played it a little bit slower afterwards.
He almost pulled off a nice little double spray for BSD there. Didn't really work out. Fenerbahce does finish in the top 5, but only gets 9th place because all they had was placement points. On the opposite side of that, FaZe shows some signs of life with 1 placement point and 3 kills, but the real ballers are up on the top. Redline with 20 points in this match, Martin.
Yeah, Red Line with another 20 for them. That was it's great to see them being able to step up like this again with a lot of kills. They're able to control and stay like for a long time. They're able to stay so many guys alive, right? Like if you're going into the late game with that many guys alive, you're just gonna be in a great spot. Yes, they had a few knocks, but they managed to stay 4 guys alive until basically the very end. We had 8 teams left and 24 alive when they still had 4 guys alive. So them being able to get this many kills and also step away with a win like that, great to see them do that again. BSD and Beamy really stepping up this one, 5 kills each for them.
You know, I feel a little bit bad. Okay, go ahead.
I just want to say that Soccer being up here with 4 kills is great to see, because on that team, it's a lot about KiliaKai, it's a lot about Chris and Brexco, of course. But seeing Soccer to actually manage getting those kills, being up here on the kill top board, it's great to see.
Also, Soccer is just like, those eyebrows are beautiful. Besides the point, though, I do feel a little bit bad for Instepmo Wildcats and the bystanders to a certain extent, because we watched a really great sort of mind fight between Redline and Ents, and I think WS prior to that, as they sort of had played this chess game with Smokes over by the Chopsticks. But on the other side, Instepmo Wildcats was at war for a long time in that field with a lot of different teams. And so that was one of those situations where in PUBG, sometimes you have to decide which one you're going to watch. And I'm happy we watched the chess match, but I felt bad that we didn't get a chance to see the Wildcats go crazy.
I mean, they could have gone crazy, but yeah, I feel like they played it right. They had to take it slow. They basically had only open field in front of them. They knew that the Chopsticks were already taken. All the good spots taken. So they have to play it very slow to make sure that they get towards the later stage to be able to maybe win a game there.
All right, well, it's time for us to take a little bit of a break, and I know the guys here have been hard at work putting together yet another fun video for you to check out, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back with game number 5 in just a couple minutes.
Shift W, maybe the Tornado Energy haven't, but they are still some of the best there is. Quizzy watching that edge of the smoke, see if anyone would dare come through. The spray from Melman, gotta be careful on the reload. Hope no one makes the counter push. KiliaKai though, getting close. All of these players, there's 8 players by this tree basically. This is insane, the amount of smokes. Vision is everything, information is everything. They're gonna hit Pronins, go for the spray! That's your gone. That's KiliaKai on the board. And now suddenly just one of the bystanders, just yellow, right next to Melman. Goodbye. We're down to 2. Quizzy, look at that flank though. If he's around the back of them, he could do some serious damage. He's in amongst Shift W, but this could go either way. Both of these teams down to so few players. Zocca, KiliaKai surrounded. Quizzy sprays. It's still KiliaKai. He's in the blue. Zocca still staying alive. Melman goes down. Shift W.
Wildcats having a bit of a harder time on this rotation and having to bomb it a little bit further in. And Etiquette have gotten themselves in the middle of a circle once again. But Wildcats is actually making this little rotation work out, Martin. Not too bad.
Yeah, it's looking pretty well here. Etiquette has a pretty good hold here on the top hill of the Cat Hill, actually. Codemago has spotted and heard Istanbul Wildcats. Meanwhile, some nades are going to coming out here. That might take down Levent here. We'll see how that's going to connect. It's going to find maybe one. Codemago's going to find Rupture and potentially also take down Levent here with this spray. Super well played by Codemago so far. He's going to disconnect the... Oh my god, he's going to hit that! No way! What a use of utility.
Oma could have taken the very last, and I was going to touch on it, the very last compound in the north. It's inside. It's the yellows towards the field, which is just left of all this happening. The yellows towards the field, which is just left of all this happening. Well, that's an interesting way of doing it. All right. Crash me, I'll crash you. Not a problem. Thank you very much. GG, and it's job done. Spyro holds on the 2 versus 1.
For rolling into that, I'm not all that impressed. Lovely positioning, just T-boning the car. Spyro, you're an animal.
The segment was called What Happens Next, but I think that's a question a lot of the teams in the middle of the pack have to ask themselves right now. Crunch time is upon us, Froz. 2 games left today, and then only 1 day of play after that for each of these groups as they try to earn their way to the grand finals. And really, at the end of the day, isn't that all that matters?
I mean, yeah, of course it is. You just need to be able to crew up all those points that you are able to. Like, it doesn't matter. You don't need to go all the way. You don't need to get those wins. You can look at some of the teams like Shift W. They don't have a win yet today, but still they are doing really good. I'm looking at a team like Raise Your Edge right now. They are towards the cusp there. So far today, they have 18 points. And we saw that in the first day, they had 22 points. They were not happy with that performance. And I mean, they had Doozy that was sick, apparently, for the first 2 days they were playing. But now they don't have any excuse, and they need to step it up right now, and they need to grab more points if they want to secure themselves a spot in the finals.
Martin, if you look at everybody from 16 on up to even, I would say even the bystanders, sort of where they are, 89 to 80 is not a huge differentiation. We know that Na'Vi, Liquid, and DA are probably going to push hard on their next 2 days of play. And Apex is also going to be climbing as soon as they get back into the next matches tomorrow. So really, do you stand by your cutoff? I think you said it was 105. What did you say it was earlier today? 120. Do you think 120 is still the bet?
I mean, statistically speaking, after we're done with half our matches, the 16th place had 60 points, and that was Apex at that point. So, statistically speaking, that's what we should be around. That should be the cutoff. It could be plus minus 5 points, but I'm sticking with that. And also, even though we have a lot of teams that are sucking up a lot of points at the top right now, it could be lower. It could be 110, but still looking at Redline right now, 50 points so far today on their first day. Last time they played in A versus B, they made 19 points, but now they've gotten 50 so far. They could potentially triple the amount of points that they had in their first try with A versus B. So the improvement from the first time around they played A versus B to this one is actually fantastic.
Along those lines, Froz, we actually kind of bring something up with this, first time that these groups met, etc. I don't think I've heard us talk too much about, are any of these a group of death? Do you feel like any of these groups are working with a significantly taller order than the others?
I mean, we talked about how Group C is the most stacked group, but that also makes things easier. Because it's so stacked, it is teams that are more established that you have played more against, so you know those teams better. Means that you're going to have less RNG on you, what the other teams are going to be doing. And because of that, it's easier for you to actually play against a group that is more stacked. It sounds stupid, but that's how it is. Because with the other teams, if you do a rotation, for example, you might just get caught off guard in a normal rotation where no one should be. But one of the teams you're not expecting, you don't know too much about, they might have been doing a foot rotation or stopped on a very weird place and have an angle on you there.
That's true. That's true. I will say Group C has 4 of their 8 in below the cutoff. DA perhaps because of the fact they're not playing today, but the rest really struggling. And you got to wonder if dealing with Omakin and Liquid and all of them on a regular basis are rough. But they have 2 games to go. We've got 2 games to go, or 2 days to go. We've got 2 games to go here today as we get ready to get the next one up and running. One word, which team is going to win this one, Martin? Who do you think is going to take this game? Just curious.
Ents.
Do you have a pick, Patrick? Someone we can cheer for in this game?
Shift W.
All right, I'll pick FaZe. Let's do this, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get the game underway as we head back to beautiful Erangel with our casters, Michael Hypock Robbins and Richard Big Daddy Sims.
Well, that's That's certainly an interesting one, isn't it?
Well, I thought for a second, I thought he was going to go with Richard the Sims because I know how much you love that one.
No. Let's not start that game because that's a Froz level play. Is that one, my dude? Like you throw that one out, and I'm like, well, yeah, someone's told. Patrick's been telling Porkies again. We're here now. We're in trouble, and it's like, yeah. When that one comes up every time, I actually see it, even especially on like the gaming side of it. Like when a TO throws it out in a tweet or even actually put it on like some of the name tags on the announce. I'm like, who thought this would ever be a good idea? Okay, who genuinely thought this would? I mean, did they not learn from the days of, or was it Joe? Don't call me Joe Miller.
Yeah,
it's like, come on. We know that this doesn't work. We've seen it for years throughout various different things. Let's not start it again. Yeah. Okay. So team's pretty. We'll go back to this one then. Team's pretty open at the moment. Everyone in their home location. I'm intrigued to see if we just. And as you say that, the actual circle hits more towards that side. So it's whether or not those two teams will decide that they want to pin each other in. That's a bigger question and a bigger factor altogether. Raise Your Edge move down towards the Ferry Pier side. They'll be able to load up, gear up, whether or not they opt to maybe take a fight against FaZe Clan is a different question altogether. I wouldn't anticipate it. I wouldn't say it was going to be healthy for them, if I'm totally honest. Bystanders again inside military, looking from their point of view, there's nowhere really special that you want to be going on that side of it. I'm just generally it could actually be quite a quiet game, I suppose, until the latter stages. But we do have quite a lot of water in play, which will strain for space. It depends whether or not we go to the next circle and actually keeps it in play.
Yeah, I mean, I don't expect anybody to be playing kind of south of prison, especially off that circle 1 pop. I think most people are going to be prioritizing out kind of west of Mansion, one of the various liquid compounds that we see Giria at, and kind of south of Yasnaya. But it's the circle 2 that's going to dictate that, to be honest. One factor, you can see already Shift W have flexed over to Milta a little bit. That's because we got the Wildcats down in Quarry. So kind of keeping track of who's dropping where. I like Shift W spreading a little bit. Whether or not they're going to try and pull any antics on the Eastern Bridge this time around, but it's on the cards for them. It's definitely a possibility if they choose to do so.
Yeah, with Shift W on the bridge, we know they're a team who will quite happily not only just go and camp it, but actually go and find a setup possibility for that. I mean, it was still kind of wild to see they actually repositioned and adjusted for that exact principle. TRS probably the furthest away. Maybe you said towards Fenerbahce, but quite a lot of work to do on their side of it. It depends again how slow Wildcats. I'd probably say more Raise Your Edge how slow they like to loop with that main road being the operative route into the circle. IW has potential that it lurks somewhere along between. I mean, you wouldn't do it in the fields. Maybe you go a bit more further forward and do it towards the hillsides on the low side of Pachinki and try and pre-scout to see one who's inside the circle, one who's behind you. It would be a good opportunity, to be fair, that lower hill where you get the crossroads that actually hits towards the cliff face yellows. It's a really, really good cliff face. Excuse me, it's not even a cliff, but really good hilltop for you able to scout that entire field, and it's totally open. So you do have trees that you can bob and weave between. And they're in the north. They're happy. They're fine. They're used to the cold weather. So am I up here in the beautiful north of England. It's not quite beautiful, but we'll roll with it anyway. Yasnaya. Teams have exited. Not really seen any casualties apart from running each other over again. Just self-made problems. It's no worries. We've got this. Everything's fine. Red line 2-2. They're digging themselves in quite early on, hoping to get a prime cut of beef before everyone else descends upon them.
Yeah, I'm just keeping my eye on the whole time you've been talking. I've been looking at where Fuzzface has been moving to. This is obviously talking about Sosnovka. Bystanders now are coming 4 deep towards the bridge, so keep an eye on the kill feed just in case that kicks off. Shift W are still in Milta, so and this is exactly what I'm talking. Fuzz has actually got an ump. He's taking after Fex. He's following in Fex's footsteps here, trying to scout the bridge out with an ump. But I mean, Bystanders could be the ones that choose to set up on FaZe here, to be honest with you. They're going to have the information they drop west of them. They could see themselves a couple of easy kill points, if they can punish a team like FaZe, it's definitely going to alleviate some of the pressure coming into the mid game as well.
Couple of shots traded either side of TSM. And up for 303. Flashbangs are going out. Position noted. Completely whited up. Nothing he can do whatsoever. That's an easy kill. Compre down. Arv stands, but it's a bit of a struggle. Nade in. Has to be forced out, or it's going to be an insta-frag. I'm surprised. Oh, I didn't realize how damaged he actually was. I'm going to say, I'm surprised he's letting get away with that. When you put a nade down, you can just usually hard peek it and wait for them to evacuate the building, but he must have just had shots from a distance, which have ultimately led to his death. So 303 instantly lose 2 players. Car 98 comes out from Quizzy onto the knock that Alia set up for him. Confirmation of the kill. Smoke goes down so he can loot his body, which tells you the story of Tornado Energy. Maybe they're lacking loot at this moment in time. They were a little bit too early. They do have 1 first aid on the side of Alia. 4 nades. You don't need any more. That's totally fine. Brexco. Now this is interesting. He's driving further afield outside of Milta. You'll be able to get that little compound that has the roof and gives you the level 3 advantage. Outside the door, and then you can at least just head peek at it, see who else is going to be coming off that side. With 2 players on the bridge. Shift W are, you know, they're not someone to turn down some free points. If they feel hungry for this one, they could answer the call that Brexco gives through. Take the first man out on the bridge. Well, look. Yeah, that's...
Zocker's come down to join him.
Ay. Okay. Still, it scares me when you see people trying to just put FaZe in a corner like this. We've seen teams get slapped when they try and set up a bridge trap.
Yeah.
Milta, the Milta bridge as well, as you come off from Milta. Oh, hang on for a second. That's quad. That's an easy elimination by Squeaky. Like, oh, should not have drove here. That was a bad idea. And you know what? We'll just take your car. Thanks. Appreciate it. Bye-bye. For the Milta bridge, specifically, or the Eastern bridge, there's so many more options to be able to at least get out of the way. I know it's you've got rocks one side, but then you have the option to drive to the field on your left. There's so many more options for FaZe on this one than if it would be on the opposing one, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean it's the barrier that Glasshouse created. This could be bad for FaZe. Brexco and Zocker forcing them onto the east side of the road is going to send them down the beach. You can see Chris already, nade in hand. He's going to try and pre-nade them as they come past. Kill your guy set up in the lodge as well. Oh my god.
If this works.
No way.
If this works.
No way. Oh, okay. I'm actually almost happy it didn't, because that would have been disgusting. Gustav going to lose a tire though. Kill your guy.
Like, the logic to do this is so good, and it's so sound.
Yeah, force them onto the beach.
Yeah. Like, it's not just them hanging back. This is specifically set up to do this. This is a bottleneck.
Exactly.
Put 2 forward, send 2 towards... Again, you have those easy buildings on the beachhead. Send them that way and set it up. Like, that is the perfect trap. That's the one thing that I love most about Shift W. They formulate these plans and then they execute them. That nade that went down, if that landmine had gone off the lower car, I would have just lost my mind.
Yeah. That would have been disgusting. Oh.
Well, okay. This is your fault. This is your fault. No one else
I mean,
is.
I was sort of right. I mean, other than a couple of teams that come in, Beamy going to pick up Uber all the way outside Mini Milta Power. That's more problems for FaZe as they try and transition in here. But I mean, really, the only people that have played south of prison, Shift W, they landed in Milta. Obviously, we've got Wildcats still coming in from Sosnovka and bystanders as well that came off Sosnovka. So everybody did bank on this kind of northwestern, I'd say, quadrant of the circle. And it's going to cause a lot of problems for these teams that are going to make up ground now. They were one of the teams playing prison. Melman actually going to get caught out on top of Lion King. The rest of Tornado Energy will try and get away.
Melman just jumping to his death. Doesn't matter either way, even if it does tag him. We've got the knock, will take the point. Now remember, this is phase 2, so moving into phase 3, we can still have a hell of a lot of water. It could move, if it really wanted to. It could actually move more. We could still have quite a lot. It goes hits towards Lepovka. It's going to be a 50-50 play. Like, Lepovka will be the worst case scenario because then you just Go on.
All I was going to say, if this centers up, Rich, look where it's going to lie.
Yeah. I mean, either way, I think there's still you basically are banking on a hard shift now for the to keep as much land in play as possible, regardless what happens. I think even if we don't get that hard shift next towards the west, we're still going to have water in play. I'd assume circle 4. Like it's going to be difficult to knock all that out. You need the perfect scenario. I mean, even if it does, you can still see it's a little bit teetering in. So you get that bay area that will come through. Bears are going to probably be disappointed. It's not too far off their normal backyard, and they have lost 2 players, but they're splitting their resources. I can see Fuzz versus top side of Mill to Power. IT's actually on the cliff edges below Mill to Power. Razor Edge are going for a big old swing, southern edge of the circle, up towards the north. Pink will wander around slowly but surely. There's no one else really for them to go. They've been stopped in their tracks at Lipovka. That's given TSM's position, who can hold them with the houses that they have on top of that hill. There is the Godstack 3 level 3 compound up there as well. They can maybe just get a few shots into them. Ivers is biding his time at the moment because he knows the second that he just lets rip on this, everyone's going to look his way, so he needs to make sure that the 2 taps real off this SLR. He hits both of them in the head and then gets the knock, and the rest of his teammates can at least try and support him or fold into it. It also probably isn't great given his position. He basically has a tree to hide behind. Ooh dear. Turns up to the wrong compound. Brexco says thank you very much for the 3 points. We'll take it. See you later. And just to note as well, Lipovka. That's where you're seeing maybe some of the action come through, and a few knocks here and there on the kill feed. Ents are actually going up against TRS. Thank you, observers, for checking in here. Rustam Maran Tixu trying to get an angle from the rock side. It's a weird and wonderful play, but you know what? Whatever works when you've got the scenario to be able to put it to good use, you might as well.
So the funny thing is, I just saw Chris's player icon on the map still just fixated on the bridge. He's now not looking that way. He's looking at Sauna Boys, but I'm not sure if he just spotted the Wildcats at a distance, but we'll have to keep track. Oh
my god. That's
it's great.
well, if you think, I mean, it's got to pull it down, right? Because of how the land works and the land ratio, it has to pull it down. So it should over the M on Mill to Power. I think it'll central there.
It will indeed, which is why you're seeing Shift W dive for mini power right now, because they know what's going on. Bystander's going to get himself a really good situation, but the highway towards Mill to Power is going to become a hotspot. Look at the mini-map, Rich. Everybody sending it this way. They want to try and fund something in this next circle.
Oh my god, teams are going to be going down in abundance because it's a bottleneck as you just cluster together and try and worm the way through that small area just outside of Mill to Power. Everyone's just going to be booking it. Given how the Mill to Power area has changed with the Erangel update, like now there's many more places you can just bomb it. You can just drive through. You have the gaps in the fence, then you have the hangars. So people will be able to save their vehicles, but more importantly, people will be able to make last-ditch attempts. Just send it in, drop in, stay alive. That's going to be the name of the game for a few rosters. Actually worked for ETG and ENCE. They've both made it in alive. Teams that may not fare so well. FaZe has sent it up together, so the 2 players have consolidated themselves. They have the Harry Potter. It's a bit fragile given the angle that it actually sits at. It basically just drops straight off from Mill to Power. Very harsh angle, but it means on that top level you can't really take residency in because people from Mill to Power will be able to see you. It's really good vision, really clear vision into that upper area. Istanbul Wildcats are playing off the back of the blue. Just so you're aware, Levent is a little bit further from BSD, but both She Created and Rupture are actually still in Mill to Town. Like, I know it doesn't really chunk at this point, but eventually they are going to have to start committing meds to get themselves topped up. They will be arriving to the circle damaged. Red line coming below Prism. Sonoboy's just been a bit of a nuisance towards BSD. Levent's driving, so he is in a 1 versus 1 scenario, essentially. The rest of them, even though you can see them in the distance. Oh no, he got trapped on the fence, but BSD couldn't hit his shot. Never mind, finds it with the SLR. Put him to rest, and that's a 3 point in the bag.
It's so frustrating to die to a team coming in that late, especially when there's, I mean, they probably don't know it, but there's still 2 reinforcements way out in the blue, as you already said, just north side of Milton now. But I'm surprised more people didn't die on that shift, to be quite honest with you. Let me take a look at here. Evath finally making the most of this position. Oh, he actually finds both of them, Schofield and Riddles. Good shots, actually, from him.
There is There's a few ways to be able to at least worm it back up from there where they are down low, but really with so many teams at the moment, I can see Fex is peppering them from Lipovka, which you need to take them out because then it gives TSM something else to work with. Circle, we kind of anticipated. We know how the water settings work, the land ratio. It will pull to the most amount of land possible. Hence we said, the M from Milta Power might be the central area. It's not far off. It's a hop, skip, and a jump. It's dead area, though. It's a wasteland. Once you come out of the Milta relay station or mini Milta Power, whatever you want to call it, like, it's just completely open and exposed. Rustamar tries to make a move, gets caught off guard. Youth puts him down instantly. Example caught in the heels as well as they try and work their way down from the lumberyard. Bystanders have actually found themselves in the log cabins, if you will. The yellows at the end of lumberyard. Really good position for them and Shift W. I will say this, Mike. I think for this late in the game, taking a 2-2 split for Shift W is a bit dangerous.
So I look at it two ways. Anybody thinking about taking mini power is going to assume it's taken. So you might not get somebody full sending it in there. That's the only consideration to make. But I do agree. If they do get crashed, then they are going to be very easily punishable. Shift W, a team I think that can maybe get away with it if both duos pull their weight. To say that, let's see, Redline and TSM getting into it. Evas going to find Vard after he found one opener, but now the rest of TSM coming up. Redline got himself up to 7 kills, so not necessarily the worst game for them following on. But there's a big flank coming out there, Miraku.
There is, but Fex has fallen in the distance. That's the problem. Should be able to get him back on his feet. They got smokes at least. That's 303, just down by the 2 containers. Been able to get a bit of an angle. Remember, you can just bob and weave between those. It's good cover. It also gives you a bit of an elevation if you do stand up on top as well. Miraku is slowly but surely working his way towards the smoke. Probably doesn't have the full info of actually what's lurking. QB, he's sticking the res in the distance.
Yeah, he is. And I think Miraku spotted it as well. Just silhouetting on the top of the hill. He's going to play the blue here. I like this idea. TSM going to try and prioritize this edge. Miraku should find a knock from here. He does indeed. Good shots onto Nail Up. And it's a nice little flank from outside the blue. And here are the 2 players that he spotted earlier on just coming up the hill. Oh, Marv, though. Going to land the headshot. Going to put Miraku on the deck.
Yeah, it's something that you've always got to be aware of, is that when you're playing that, you are going to be very weak because of the blue, but clearly you were correct in that he had seen this silhouetting, he just hadn't gone to take the shot. They were trying to formulate the plan on the 2 players and cut them off from them. He is punished for now. Fex, because of a bolt action. At this point, though, at this stage, you won't really be using it, given the close proximity of the players. There's options to do it, but when they know where you are, Itzy actually finds Ira. How much of it? That's a decent whack of a bullet,
that's
right?
Like 450
that's what,
meters, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so over halfway across the map, Itzy says, you know what? Free kill. Thank you very much. Job done. TSM go down. 15th position. It's kind of scary to think how little land is going to be, a little playable land with, really, for how open and barren this. Oh my god, it's hard shifted to power. Oh my god, it's
my god.
Right, Shift W, Mini Milta, go, regroup.
Yes,
run,
go.
This is the time to stay alive, and this is time to be honest with you, to frag out. There's potential that you just kill half of the server here on arrival, but you've got to go now. The time limit is on. The clock has started. 1, 2, 3, 4. If you class FaZe Clan, 5 teams inside the circle on the side of Milta Power. Everybody else has to do all the work to get to them.
Yeah, and now that they're regrouping, I did say that, I mean, they could maintain that 2-2 split. Obviously, it's cut out now. See, Fuzz and Aitzzy still doing work from this Wizard Tower. Going to punish bystanders pulling into that dip just on the other side of the road. They've still got Flammy and Yort to get across, though. Aaliyah, a little bit of a slip up with the vehicle. Runs himself over on the way down the hill. Will be Tornado Energy eliminated, but you can see Shift W, the way they've prioritized this now, they're going to hold on to the northeast side and look into the circle and leave Kiryu and one more on the rooftop to look out south. And there's, what, 7 players on the south side they could mop up here, Rich.
There's potential. There is very much potential, but I will say this, with how much is going on this map at the moment and how many teams are going to be fighting, it's very distracting. You're going to be very disorientated, especially trying to look for the right... Oh my god, Chris has gone down. Okay, well, that just became a hell of a lot harder.
Yeah,
It does go hand in hand with what I was about to say, and the fact that you don't really know which fight you've got to go for first. It's a matter of picking your battles and making sure that you don't bite off more than you can chew. With Chris going forward, he has no idea that the Sonar Boys are so damn close, and it makes it all that much more harder that he's wearing a full ghillie suit. So, green ghillie in the green grass, level 3 gear. God knows what gun he's holding as well. Makes it that much more difficult. And now for Shift W. They've lost one of their best players, and most importantly, the Wolves are at the gate, and they're inside.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds obvious, but the worst thing you can do is let somebody set up on the wall to mount that attack onto mini power. I mean, 303 in no man's land over here. Yeah, I'm not sure what the plan was there, but we got caught driving out in the open. BSD going to make it just inside. Meanwhile, the Rangers actually taking it to win streak here, absolutely punishing them out in the open here. Diggory going to help them out a little bit, lands that knock onto top. Kemba, the last man standing, sends a nade forward. Pancho now might be able to clean this up and get his teammate back on his feet, but this was a 2v4 between the Rangers and win streak. And the first two obviously going the way of the Rangers.
Kemba. Last stand coming through. No placement points as of yet. Need to be in at least single-digit figures, and no kills as well. So 0-point game all that time, 22 minutes into it, and you've got nothing whatsoever. A little bit disappointing. Circle still keeps... It's look at that. I mean, it cuts it through the middle, half and half. Oh boy. Shift W, Sonar Boys, the last player, BSD from IW, bystanders. Let's just kind of take stock here. If you're not in Milter power now, I don't think you're getting in. And that just literally comes down to FaZe Clan's position. That Harry Potter is about to become a turret.
Yep. Zocco actually trying to play the guard tower here. He's going to find a little bit of damage through the smoke, but FaZe, as you said, going to pressure him off that angle for the time being. It's a really, really strong position for them now. I mean, FaZe just have free reign to punish these teams as they engage with each other here on the edge of mini power. Dude, Sonar Boys making a little bit of progress down the side of the wall. Docker actually going to try an underhand. But oh my god! Sakura hops across. Kiryukai will find... Sakura actually finds a second one, but Kiryukai going to pick up both kills. Sonar Boys will fall in 9th place. He's going to hop into Dacia. No time for that, Rez. See you later.
That looks so good. The Wookiee just comes bouncing over the wall and batters him. Unfortunately, he does go down, but he made it look good. Was that a bike? Was that a bike that just ramped it up to the window? Good effort. Good. That nade's in. That nade is in. Fuzzface goes down. The second one's as well.
Oh, he took the nade.
Oh, he got it in the wind. Oh, it was Oh no! So it was Fuzzface in hand. No!
Oh, no.
F in the chat, boys, and it's not for FaZe Clan's name.
That's...
The timing.
Yeah. Yeah. How is BSD still alive, by the way?
Don't know. He's having a laugh.
Look at where he is. Okay. Cue the elevator music. He's gonna find an edge here.
I mean, dude's into points, right? He's actually got his team into point bracket. Fair play. Bystanders by hook or by crook, and by an accidental or a very good nature, I say, and just an unfortunate set of circumstances for FaZe Clan, do find themselves in the shack.
Oh, it bounced! No way! It bounced off the back of him.
Hey, at least
my
they can
god,
laugh it
the
off,
nade
right?
bounced off the back of his helmet back into the little barred window room.
Oh, no, no. No, 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 no.
I mean, shout out to Gustav. Something like that happens, you can still crack a smile and laugh it off. I love that.
Yeah, if you're getting tilted
I mean, the
at
way
this
their
point
game
in the
started
game,
is the way their game started. You can't argue with what they've done. To be fair,
no, it's one of those things. It is what it is. BSD is running out of space, to be honest, but he is slowly but surely crawling his way into... Oh, no, he's been spotted. Why do you have to ruin the fun? Just it's like, nope, the blue take me. No, too late. Just turns and faces instantly to try and deny the point. Makes it up to 5th position for his roster, though, so credit where it's due. Bystanders, bit of a difficult task and certainly an uphill struggle. Double crate, that's some bait if I've ever seen it. Try and pull somebody out to grab that gear. They're going to get mullered. Imlor going a little bit deeper. Is he by the car? I think he is. I'm pretty sure he's in front of that wall. So I'll be watching on to this. The 2 players inside. No ball action this time on the side of the bystanders. It would have been a perfect time for an opportunity to make quick chink in the armor. Been able to knock down one player with a banging headshot. Monkey on the opposing side with the 8 times on the minute. Flash hider as well. DMRs are just so overbearing. I know it's not 7.62 even so when it comes to a mini, but just the ability to just span that weapon is why I just think it makes it so, in my opinion, a little bit OP. It's a nasty weapon.
The longer time passes, the better people get at that muscle memory. You just fire out 10 shots in 4 seconds with an SLR. It's pretty disgusting.
And you can see let's not kind of beat around the bush here. Uber is not only one of the best in the West, but he's one of the best in the world. And he is very well known for making that gun sing to every single song that he wants to put forward on it. Molly's in abundance. ETG, they lose their first player. Youth goes down.
Oh my god, the bike blocked him from getting out. The bike fell over in the doorway.
Why does this happen with you? What is it with you and just attracting madness?
It's that touch of NA.
NA lol. I shouldn't say that with Steve on desk, actually. Sorry, Steve.
No, actually, yeah, sorry, Steve. Sorry. I'm letting the team down.
Well, Youth goes down. Confirmation of the kill with the nade. This could draw the attention away, I suppose, from the bystanders. They've been so quiet. They've not actually looked this way. I'm intrigued to know if Pink still keeps a track of them. I'd assume being the operative word here. Oh, actually, I can see on the feed. Oh, we all can. There's been a bit of tracer fire there. So now they've been put back on red alert. There may have been a time to... If it's an opportunity you've got to take, I suppose, from the bystander. If you see a headshot, you've got to go for it at this point. You have to get that knock, force one of them into the revive mode, and then have another... Oh, Thunder. Oh, that was such a...
Dude. What?
That could have been a 9,000
back of the truck.
Yeah, he went for the angle near. That could have been so damn good. I actually wish that would have hit. He deserved that.
Yeah. Well, yeah. There's no real getting out of that situation. There was one smoke, so raise your edge now. I mean, it's really down to who wants to try and get some points here. Looks like Raise Your Edge are going to try and play the survival game and try and outlive Etiquette making out of that warehouse. Chip going to underhand a flash. Actually, Etiquette going to push out and trying to trail Raise Your Edge into their own smokes. Decent spray through the smoke though there from Vampire. A bit of damage goes on. Shift runs forever. Dendelos going to trade it, but he gets spotted on the edges. It's actually Etiquette that are going to out-survive Raise Your Edge, but Pink Pony, another 20-kill game a 20-point game for a different team altogether, Rich. It seems to be the recurring theme today.
Yeah, recurring theme of you being on broadcasts and having weird and wonderful stuff happen, whether it's with circles or whether it's with weird players. But I know it's 20 seems to be a number that's singing rather loud. Still a decent game though. It's always nice to see a Milta Power finish. It's very rare that we do see them, especially within the grounds of Milta Power, to be fair. for some teams, I want to say, I think the story was already written. When you come into that circle, it's like, okay, well, we can try and smash his way into this one. Maybe we make something happen and scrape a couple of placement points. But ultimately, unfortunately, I think you're at the mercy of the circle for that. If you're outside of it, it was pretty much your time was written. But you know what? We're going to make this shot anyway. I can't pass it over to you, Pop, because we're going to throw it back to the desk with Steve and the boys to break it down a little bit more.
And Steve is muted.
I just wanted to let you guys listen to what it would be like without me. So now that I'm back and giving you a little bit of voice, a great game, very wild. Congratulations to the Pink Ponies. They have gone from just sort of barely staying in the race to sort of becoming front runners on the day with another big win for them. So congratulations as they move forward. Talk to me a little bit about this match, guys.
I mean, once again...
you go first.
You go ahead. Go. You go.
Okay, I'll go. A FaZe Clan home turf circle, but it ended up being rough for them. A crazy circle as well. Like the fourth circle could barely be inside the fifth one, so that was wild. I love to see those kind of circles and how these players they tackle it. Obviously, the teams that ended up being around Melter Power or close to it ended up having a lot of points and ended up having a lot of kills because they were able to stay on the east side when they had those kind of hard shifts. Even the guys in the cast, they were obviously surprised by this. I will say these kind of circles is one to make me smile, but it's the circles that make players hate it. Like I just love it.
I mean, don't we all love it when the players hate it? Because those are the most amazing games. And we saw, of course, with such a plane as well, that it's like going through the center more or less. We thought like, okay, maybe we'll get a decent circle. But after circle 2 part, when we had so much water, it was just like, this is going to be a good game. No, but we saw a lot of teams, of course, needing to rotate into that circle too. And some teams, they took advantage of that going in early, like bystanders taking their houses on the road there, west of Mini Milta Power. But TSM, they need to find a circle magnet, I guess, because the circle keeps on shrinking away from them. So the players should know by now, if they get a knock on TSM, it's time to move on away from that team, because the circle will not be there the next time. So, I mean, we have one more game, so we'll see if that actually works out and what's going to happen with that. But I really love the nade as well from Fuzz. I mean, you just got to love when that happens. We talked about it when you're in the lead. You can have fun with the games. Don't worry too much about it. Oh, here it is, of course. And basically, he bounced it on Aids' back when Aids was running back in. And you can see in the cameras when that happened, Fuzz was just shaking his head while Gustav and Aids was just laughing it off. And I mean, that's how it is, right? There's nothing they can do about it. Laugh about it instead. Have a good time like they're doing. Yeah, that one. basically, those camera shots there told the whole story of what just happened. But amazing ending as well, with Pink Pony getting himself that second chicken dinner for the day with 10 kills once again.
Yeah, for sure. Them being able to pick this up is, as Tuffy said, it's going to be great for them. They're going to be putting themselves into a really great spot over on the leaderboards as well. All the kills spread out as well. A lot of points here in the lower half of the leaderboard. 3-3 with 2 points. That's I guess it's okay for them, but they really need to step it up if they want to make sure they get in there. Only team with double digits is Pink Pony. The rest is getting a lot of the highs, and the ones 3 teams on 9 points. They get Shift W on red line and Ratio Edge on 8, and then dribbling down all over the place there. But nice for Pink Pony to secure that one. This, I would say, has pretty much secured them a spot in the top.
I think this is definitely good news for Pink Ponies. They feel like they played that very well. Redline also comes out with another good game after what we saw in the last one. Let's take a look at the kill top 5 as AimLol gets 7 kills for Pink Pony, and they come out and put in some very serious work. So I know that the players aren't all new to the scene for us, but it's a relatively new roster. I think 3 of the players specifically, and they're stepping up.
I'm pretty sure they just put this roster together just to play PCS3, if I'm not totally wrong. And I mean, they've been showing up big time here. They haven't been too consistent, but they have those pop-off moments where they do have like a lot of good games. They get the games with maybe a second place, third place, but with a lot of kill span. Oh, that's the one we were looking for earlier. That's the first kill there. Oh my. The Ironside Car 98. You just gotta feel bad for him. Just like
From
in the parachute.
literally, in the space of 2 games, from first dead before touching the ground to last alive. That is the life cycle of the pink pony. And, you know, great job coming back on that. I do want to go back to touch on the phase thing a little bit. I think they kept a very good attitude through the whole thing. Not hard to do, though, Martin, when you are in second place and you don't really have to risk falling out of the top 16. I think the best part for me of that clip was after the nades went off. If you watched it, Flammy was underneath on the bottom knock. You could see him turning side to side, kind of like, what just happened? Do I get a res now? It was fun sort of watching the fallout of that entire thing. But again, those teams on the top, Martin, they don't have much to worry about.
No, they're playing to kind of stay in it, right? And this is at this point, this is the best practice they can get for the grand finals, right? All the other teams are try-harding super hard, while the other guys that are in the top, I would say at this point, everyone above Northern Lights or Northern Lights and above, Etiquette maybe even as well, is safe at this point. Faceland with this one and with a game to go as well is going to be great for them, honestly. Like, they have 28 points. They have 5 more points than they had in the last play day, so it's good for them. We have 1 more game to go, and Redline has really been proving that they've been deserving of this spot so far. 59 points today is absolutely crazy.
For me, I really want to see a big game out of Fenerbahce, Wildcats, and Sana Boys in particular. 1 game left, and then they only have 1 day of play after that. And Fenerbahce has been pretty well represented so far for us. They've had some great moments.
Yeah, they definitely had some great moments. And, I mean, they had a win even with the 7 kills. Yeah. But in the last game, of course, we saw them going out in 16th place. The game before that, they got a 5th place, but 0 kills on top of that. And these are the kind of games you want. Of course, you don't want them, but you got to make sure you don't really have these kind of games with super low points. You want to stay on an average at least 5-6 on a bad game, and it is hard. It's not easy at all, but it comes down to how you want to play the game. Of course, you don't want to maybe take too many risks in the start, but it's a very fine line. When is it too many risks to take early on? When do we actually do it to actually gain a lot of points? And that is something I think they need to figure out exactly what they want to do in terms of that.
It's also worth keeping in mind sort of there is a precedent to performance based on last week. Fenerbahce, if you remember when groups A and C met last time around, they got a whopping, are you ready for this, 12 points out of the day. So they need to make the most out of this last game, Martin. And I think a lot of other teams are all looking at that as well. Istanbul Wildcats, on the other side, they also need a big day. But last time AC met, they got 32 points. So I guess teams like that can lean a little more into hope coming up in their second round of games.
Yeah, for sure. Like, again, this is about survival. The teams are talking about it, right? This is about surviving the top 16, getting into the top 16. So you want to do it rather like sooner rather than later, because if you do it, like if you try, like if you get enough points too late, there's so many teams that is going to be ahead of you. They're going to be playing more like, all right, we already qualified, it doesn't really matter too much to us now, we're in the top 16 secure already, and then you're kind of scrambling for points as well. That's also why it's sometimes, to me, feel like the last day is the most scary if you're the team that has your last play day there.
I mean, that's a reality, right? Fraz, we often hear the casters joking about sort of like game 6 scrims. Is there a reality that you could see a day 6 scrims out of the top teams that just sort of make it almost impossible for everyone below them to judge what's going on?
No, not really. That wouldn't be anything that they want to do. They would more like try to maybe stop someone that is close to them, taking a little bit more ground. It could be a team that is dropping close to you on either Erangel or Miramar that you want to chase away from that spot or show more dominance against them. So you know that in the finals, if you're going to go up against us, you know that we can throw a game or 2 against you. We don't really care about that. And that's the kind of things you'll see in the day 6 sort of, instead more than like throwing games and just doing whatever.
Makes sense. Well, guys, I've got news. The players are getting in the plane. We have one match left to play today as the teams wrap up their third day in terms of these groups, but we have 2 more days after this. One more now. So let's get ready to head over to Erangel to watch the last game of the day for EU PUBG as they drop out of what looks like a very central plane. We'll send over to our casters, Hypoc and the Sims.
Thank you very much, Steve. This is it. This is our last game of today, and we have a very, very nice playing path to round it off. We start in the south, and we pretty much head almost straight through the middle of the map up to Saverne in the north. Now, oh, this was this
here we
previously?
go.
All right, this is it. Right, slow it down. Give me slow motion. Give me slow motion. Bang! That is.
Oh, it's
that
so
is...
satisfying to watch.
Just do it again. Just give us another replay. Just do it again, because I could watch that all day. Honestly, that is so satisfying. And you only like, it's one of those 1 in a million shots that you just say, nah, I'll have a go, and then when it lands,
the stars,
like,
the stars have to align for you.
Oh, he is. Oh,
thank you,
replay
thank
man.
you.
Make it even slower. Make it even slower. Oh yeah, that's yeah. This is it. There we go. Boosh. It's so good. Get a round of applause from me, my dear. That is fantastic.
Little golf clap.
Oh
my god, dude. Oh my god.
That is exactly how we finish on a Friday. That is exactly how this day has been going and been heading. All right, okay, let's kind of eyeball this up then. So we got 1, 2, 3 teams already over on Sosnovka phase. Big old split from them. We'd expect them to regroup and reconsolidate themselves maybe towards the... Well, actually, given where the circle is, it's more eastern side, which generally we actually see quite a lot of Sosnovka fights when it mainly in those buildings where they like to loot around. But honestly, it's so far up against the edge. This is between Novo and the old aerial tower.
Yeah, I'm kind of expecting FaZe to do what they would do as if they were coming from Mill to Power, which is come down to the... I mean, usually they would obviously wrap in the boat far on the east side, past Novo, and come into those coastal compounds down in the southeast corner of Sosnovka. So I'm kind of expecting them to come south of the runway and play on the underside of Observatory on the south side. Hold that thought. Cobra's got a micro Uzi. Rupture's pulling up. Now, Rupture doesn't have a weapon in his hand. He's he's seen that there's a door open inside, and he's straight back in the vehicle. Ooh, the first tag comes through. Can't find anything else though. Maybe. Okay. That was great. He ran up, opened the door. There was a door open inside. He's like, nope. See you later.
Well, these contacts being made. They haven't made it across in full capacity. Kind of go with that for now.
This is a quick move from Wildcats, though. Coming across all the way from Milta. Getting down here before the 3-minute mark. There well, it's actually 2 of them. It's BSD +1. Sorry, I thought it was only 1 back in Milta. So you got Rupture over on the west side of Crossroads now. He's got to be careful lurking around here, because one member of 303 has already made it to that King of the Hill spot on top of Observatory. Yeah, I mean, FaZe now making the move I would have expected. I think they're going to make a play for that south side of Observatory. The rolling hills that are on the underside there. And kind of just mimic what they would do as if they came across in boats, to be honest with you.
Yeah, no one's really going to be able to set up the full bridge unless Shift W just opted to go full BM. They could do it. They could actually deny people from Milta side of it and stay on that side and then come across late for the western play.
Oh. Dude, if that was like 5 feet to the right, he literally...
Don't beach it. Don't beach it. Don't be...
Okay.
He was swinging it. That thing's ass swings all the time. Like, there was a very good potential that he beached that. Lucky boy. Any slower and that was not going nowhere. Hey. Oh, God. This is just... That's why I love casting with you. We get so much... Oh, my God, he's getting... Just set off at the
Dude.
road. Oh, what's going on? I don't even know what to say anymore.
Yeah, I've joked about it, but I've literally been proved right so many times in the last week and a half of just casting PUBG. And I feel kind of bad, really, because I'm hogging all the fun circles, all the fun games.
I mean, we're all going to be out of a job soon because everyone's just going to be asking for you to be casting it to bring some decent games. We want Hypoc. Why? Because everything's madness. Oh, okay. Fine. Take him. Enjoy. On the back
All I
of
know
the
is I'm
buggy
doing
out
NA
the
later
window.
tonight as well.
I mean, yeah. There could be the argument made for NA is always a clown fiesta, but no, that's just 2BM. We'll go with it. I'm only joking. Don't start carrying on with me. Come on. We've got to have some EU-NA rivalry and banter going all the time. So I get a lot of salty tweets aimed at me.
Recently.
Yeah?
Well, partly because EU's finally bringing the level down to kind of match NA's madness, so we've had a...
That's no. That's no. Your NA escapades bringing the circles over to this are dragging down the lobbies. All right, let's get one thing right.
Europe. I've tainted Europe.
It's you're bringing the full force. Well, so a red line, full boat across all 4 players. It's job done. Shift W does look like he's actually setting up shop. Of course it is. Of course they are. They're always going to do this. Setting up on the opposing side. Obviously, you're under the gun then if someone wants to do the exact same principle to you. It is a bit more harder on that opposing bridge. You do have the crossroads, but there's that good gap that you can either split left, split right. Mainly a lot of teams will opt to go to the right-hand side just so you can hit the hillside. Same goes for this bridge as well. A lot of people just instantly hard turn, take the 90-degree angle right to say bye-bye, stay alive. Exactly what the sauna boys are doing, just to make sure that no one's going to be... Oh, he's run his teammate over. It's just... All right. Okay, I'll just run you over and we'll get underfoot. This is fine, though. This is fine. TRS, still out in the blue. Miles away, by the way. North George. That'll be a bit of a trek and a half. I do see anywhere is actually further afield. Whether or not he's tracking ends is a different question. I wouldn't anticipate it. The team goes for the right-hand side. Maybe they catch the sauna boys in transition. TSM has actually, and interestingly, I wonder if they know. I wonder if they are expecting it. They've opted to go for a different bridge. They were working their way towards Milter and then just kind of sent it towards the left.
Yeah. I mean, maybe Shift and W have left an impression. They've done the groundwork now, and people are avoiding that eastern bridge because it certainly seems like the more logical. Again, TSM just going to try. I assume come in on the west, try and find a route south and get south of military base. But I mean, we know it's not going to be that easy from how the map looks right now on the south side of the runway.
Flamey going down early. It's not good for the bystanders. A lot of work to do this side of the island as well. I think a player early on won't be faring any better. Shift W is still waiting there. It's kind of what we're doing at the moment as well. We're just seeing where things are. How this is going to go down. Chris has gone across the bridge, just so you are all aware. On the opposing side, kind of finding an avenue of approach, or maybe even just deterring the rest of the roster to go around the corner. I'm seeing Quizzy with a VSS. Don't start using a VSS.
Oh my god, dude.
Ooh.
You gotta be kidding me.
Hell no, H2O. Hell no, H2O. This is crackers. Thinking of crackers.
To get actually... I mean, gonna get the first 2 on it. Udyr are actually gonna open up and steal one of those kills away. Winstreak now find themselves boxed in. Over on the west side of this compound. Maxi has made it into the ground floor of the barn. Kepler coming over to try and bail out his teammate now, but this is not an easy building to clear. Well, they're actually trading back. There's 2 in favor of win streak now, and this final said Forever finally shows his hand. He'll pop out of the downstairs bedroom. I think Offstring going to go across. Yep, secure the point. Make sure it's on the board. Wow, that kind of spun around a very quick 180 here. Raise Your Edge still wrapping the compound. They want to try and clean up whatever's left after these 2 teams fought it out. Oh, that's a nice headshot.
Yeah, I like that. Holding on as well when you know you're probably just at the mercy of being taken down yourself. Stays strong and at least gets the knock. Raise Your Edge needs to be careful here. They don't want to lose any more players. You remember they lost a doozy earlier on. Very early on, actually. Oh, had some good shots from Offstring. Once again, nades in abundance. He knows he's damaged. Just ticks it to the left-hand side. Actually lands it.
God.
Door is removed. Goes for the second player. Snaps onto Monkey, but the bombardment, he's burning away. He's had so much damage. The damage over time will get him because the tick damage has been standing inside of it. Yeah. I mean, he hit a second molly. And if I'm not mistaken, when a second molly hits a burning one, you get the splash damage effect as well. So you get additional damage from the second one being launched onto you. He is just cooked to a cinder, unfortunately. Gustav on top of the building. That is an alternate way of breaching a compound, but you know what? I'm totally fine with it. I am totally fine with this. We got. Oh, if you land this, if you land a knock.
No way.
That would have been insane.
Dude, after nades being their downfall, that would have been the perfect comeback. After that previous game, you've actually to find Gustav on the roof. So now FaZe, you can see them on the right side here with the map preview. Just pull it away from this now. I'm gonna go back and take the other barn compound. This other barn compound still seeing a lot of action. Shiv actually going to get the opening knock onto Forever here. Had to get backs against the wall. Fex has got an ump again. Why has he got an ump again?
What is this, Chris? What is this?
What is going on?
He's up high. There's one. The wheel goes out. Find the second.
What?
He's done it to him. He's only gone and done it. They've only lost Soccer as well. If he can actually bank this off of the side. If not, he'll just lowball it into them. And it should be GG. Oh my God. That is actually disgusting. I don't know. This isn't a comp game. This is a public match. I love it how TRS are now the next victim that are going to be showing up to this. Has Chris even moved, or is he holding?
Look at the circle.
Huh? What? Why is he staying so much water? I mean, don't get me wrong, it can do. There's nothing that says it can't, but it's just so unorthodox for it to do this. Oh, no. Well, FaZe are laughing, let's be honest. They have the most amount of land possible. The circle's basically just going to magnetize to them.
No, the best thing is there's still a team north of Shift W on Milter Bridge. The Rangers are actually still north of them.
Yeah, all the transitions are just coming through now. Trying to find your homeland on this one. It's going to be difficult more for the people on the western side. Yellow is a little bit in a weaker position, just so you are aware, from bystanders. Tornado Energy wrapping behind him. That's on the foothills of coming up to the aerial station eventually. He is down by one of the silos, or bunkers, whatever you want to call it, in the new swampy kind of area towards the backside of military base. Sauna Boys are down there as well. Kanabachi, Tornado Energy. Ensa, what are Ens doing? Are they actually just going for like a full... Maybe they're going to rotate onto... I don't know what Ens are doing actually. I'm kind of watching them. They drove away for the res and now they're driving back through the trees. The damage is done. The gauntlet is being run, but there's a response. There's a shot, there's a chance, there's an opportunity. Does he make it through? The shots through the trees are exceptional. But somehow they keep 3 alive.
I'm not entirely sure how, especially with the the transfer onto the second vehicles. Decora now opening up onto Ents on the field. Sorry, on the fence line. Let's see on the opposite side of the checkpoint. And that freebies, absolute freebies for Iroh. See, Fenerbahce, you've got to be careful here. The remaining duo for Ents pulled up right on top of them, and they are inside. Don't run onto that nade. Okay, only did 47. Don't know how, but initial damage. And actually, She Creator going to come over the top. Riddle will fall. BSD going to find Schofield as well. There's just one man standing now for Fenerbahce. And Ents have pulled off as well, so he might be able to live this one out for a little bit.
Smokes it down so they get the heal up at least. Sauna Boys are also going to arrive right on time. Well, maybe not right on time for Ents. They've just lost 2 players to TSM. In a weakened position, we shall see. The Sauna Boys slowly but surely with, I believe, all 4 players up, if I'm not mistaken. Nade down. And chocks onto Chris. That's a big person to take. Oh, 2 for 1 from Rustamar. Perfect. God. Lands the molly. That's a god molly. Put him over accidentally. That'd have been rather lucky. But unfortunately for him, it is unlucky. Oh, I thought that was stolen away. It wasn't. It was just the kill feed.
I thought it was, yeah.
Yeah, just at the same time snapping. Top does confirm the knock and the finish, so they get a point towards CRS. Rustamar still going hard onto IW. Melman starts the punishment onto the Sauna Boys. Brexico and Chris have gone. So TRS actually getting a few frags so far in the last stages. To the last stages, actually not the last stage. It's not even into phase 5 yet. It's only phase 4 and it's already carnage. Phase down on the southern side of the circle. No one around them whatsoever. Very easy for them at this point. Still keeping everybody in. Main head of work to do for Raise Your Edge. Gets all that more harder with ETG and TSM in transition. The position we're looking at right now, they're going to be setting up on those hillsides. Raise Your Edge, all the work to do, and not a lot of manpower to do it, to be fair. I can see them rotating behind TSM. I'd ultimately say that maybe their fate is sealed. Sub-10th position in the final game. 1 transitions, 2 bounces. Will he get it? No, he does. Oh, he does. The overpeak is phenomenal. Rustamar, you beast.
It's clean.
That is so good.
Really, really good stuff from Rustamar. And to be honest, obviously, and taking a lot of pressure in that previous rotation. The fact that they're able to keep the duo alive and still put things on the board. Misa actually going to find Tiksu in the kill feed there as Raise Your Edge. Send it down the hillside. Going to try and find something on the north side of the road, but there isn't much of anything, to be honest with you. Yellow here. 2x on the barrel. Lands a little bit of damage, but not enough. Gonna maybe find a knock. He doesn't actually. Raise Your Edge both on like 1 HP. I don't know how. Oh, yeah. He's here just hop onto the bonnet of the car there. Just like, get me in. Get me in now.
I think they have less than 5 HP combined. That is just stupid. Good lord. Everyone now staring him down. With the vehicle as well. If an air comes flying in, there's very little he can do.
Yeah, he's committed to being inside here.
Yacht, oh, yep, spotted. I'm going to say that's dangerous if Yacht starts to lurk this way, but...
Yellow got knocked, though.
She thought there was going to be a headshot then through the blue and the smoke. Yes, indeed, Yellow did get knocked. That's makes it a little bit more difficult. And then being finished, and actually the backstander's gone completely. So both of them go down simultaneously from 2 different rosters. Monkey, by hook or by crook, has stayed alive against all the odds in the world. Circle pulls away. Now it puts out quite a lot of teams out of place. The ump is still going.
Vard's running.
Dual ump. Actually, dual ump. Okay, well this is what I did not expect. FaZe versus TSM with umps. Beryl versus ump. Who wins?
My God. Yeah, I'm not a gambling man, but I know where I'd put my money. Mind you, Fex yesterday, I'm pretty sure he was racking up kills with the ump, and it's obviously rubbed off on Vard.
look, whatever the clearly they have more information of how the meta is changing, and now there's a Vector. Well, 9 mil and 45 ammo in abundance. I'm okay with it. I'm totally okay with it. Maybe they know more than what we don't. America going down at range will make it a little bit more hard for the SMG boys. M24 in the distance. Just see a little picture lingering by. We'll see if that does sing any songs in the kill feed shortly. Monkey 3 times and not even a chance to get the initial knock. He's removed from play. Example. Instant knock is an instant kill with 1 player.
Oh my word.
That is clean. Vex's face has been removed.
Dude, he's so nasty with that mini. So nasty. Again, landed another headshot. Just the precision with Uber from the Mini 14 is always so fun to watch. Buzzface going to try and swing here on Iroh. Prone behind that buggy. Just a matter of time, I feel. In fact, he's got a Vector. I don't think he's going to put any damage down. You see, as soon as Iroh started shooting there, Fuzzface actually smiled. He's like, oh, he's got a Vector.
I'm pretty sure one of them wearing a yellow suit at one point. So I don't even know what's going on with TSM, if they're memeing at this point or what. Or maybe they're just trying something new. It's the group stage, so you need to be up there. But a team like TSM, you would anticipate makes this through with ease. So even if they're just having a little bit of fun and just getting used to things, just getting the lay of the lobby, don't want to spread it out too much and save for the finals. Fair play, whatever works. But unfortunately, the SMGs will not be working in this round. They do go crashing out. Quizzy, an example, on 2 different teams. Funnily enough, both finish. Misa and Rustam fall simultaneously. Misa down, but not out. Anonymous not in a position to get the revive. Unless he goes absolutely ham here, but I think he's kind of landlocked into where he is right now. Circle. Of course, it goes to FaZe Clan. It moves down towards the south. And they'll keep this one in with Marv knocked. QBE, Ivers, and Nail Up need to retreat, regroup urgently as soon as possible. Get down there, try and help him out, and maybe just cut off FaZe Clan at the head here. If they can get the height advantage onto him, there's a possibility. If not, this might be... I think they ended this group in particular with a win. They might be doing the same again.
Uber just spotted QBE as well. Redline were pretty split here, trying to take control of this side, but FaZe able to spread, and look how stacked FaZe are. 80 on this low sweeping flank here, going to try and get some decent uphill angles. That's going to find QBE on the backside of that tree, but only land 1 shot with the mini, not going to do enough damage. He's going to be able to reset, get that first aid kit off once again. Now 80 has to cut back over to his teammates. So that's going to maybe slow things down in terms of the push for FaZe, but the damage has been done. It's going to force Redline back a little bit.
Chris taken down. Example's position has been noted. Up close and personal here. You're gonna have to do wonders with that. Oof, that was good. That was a good effort.
Yeah.
It's very close for it to use him as sniper even at this range. It's still quite close, but if he would have found that target, that would have been a phenomenal quick scope. Fuzzface here to punish. Knocks 1 in for the flush. Chris goes down to the blue, unfortunately. Anyways, starts to wrap. It begins, but unfortunately does the assault from Tornado Energy. On him. Easy. Nice clean shot from the AKM. Alien in there to take away one of his teammates also.
Yeah, Range is going to reset. Just look at the way FaZe are playing this. They're literally flexing back west, flexing back east. Every time they get 20, 30 seconds, they want to go and punish a different team. And like I said, now in a fantastic position to hold on to this ridge that runs right the way alongside this road. And they can just peek into the center of the circle. I mean, if they have to cross in the next circle, they do have a ways to kind of secure a position into it, because there's a ridge on the second road as well.
At the moment, it's just trying to find, looking at the distance and what position people will be holding down. There's kind of the outskirts, but they do have a drop coming in. Oh, it's already landed. They haven't gone for it yet. I can see that the care package is still full. Uber's directly next to it. He's like, oh, is this for me? No problem. Easy level 3 gear. Might even be a sniper rifle just to kind of put this game to bed. Example, 1 first aid. Time to get it off. Nail up on a different side of the map. This is towards TRS. They're working their way down from the aerial tower. 3 members of Redline, after losing the player earlier on to phase, have now been forced into a bit of an awkward position. Outside of the circle, you can see as they do, even from this angle here, once they come further forward, it's very barren, it's very open. Only small as well, so FaZe could quite easily have a field day for them and just rack up some big points here, with 6 already on the board. A win looking good. I won't just kind of, you know, cement them in it yet, but given the land they have and all the other players kind of scrapping, I mean, 3 teams on single players. TRS have to run down the mountainside, which you'd expect them to get bodied on arrival anyway. Probably come down to Redline and FaZe. Redline, this is, if they somehow do this, this will be their 3rd win of the day.
Yeah, it will. Ranger's going to try and come down. Anonym, though, still with the AK, gets the first one anyway. Will fall, example. He's going to hear this. He can place these shots pretty precisely. They can't get the res on anyway. Blue's moving in already. And the cross is treacherous, to say the least. The Rangers actually going to opt to hop onto this 2-seater. I'm not sure where they want to send it. Maybe to Dendalos, but example actually going to find the first one. Nail up steals that one away. He's going to come up onto the shack. Dendalos trying to underhand a nade outside. Not going to do any damage, though. The second one's good.
That one might. Oh, he's just behind the building, though. He's actually giving it away as he holds. Murder on arrival, and he even goes too far forward. Oh, no. Give away his position, and it was completely well received. First face Itzy, front and center. They're wrapping here, trying to get an angle. On to Redline. Deny this 3rd win. They want to go for the hat trick. They had to do it then. QB, no man's land. That should be a knock. Yep. It's not a Sunday. It's only a Friday. It's confidence, isn't it? This team is on another level.
I mean, we were having a discussion yesterday of some teams that if they lose one, they play as if they're 3. And FaZe is a team where they lose one early, they play the game exactly the same way. They play it as if they've got 4 up. Uber over here, solo holding the west side of the circle. Fuzzface and AC flexing out to pick up that kill onto QBE. Now they have the numbers on Redline. They know they can come back, pressure the other side of the circle now. It's the progressive gameplay that looks so fantastic when FaZe do it.
All quiet for a moment. Smoke's down, it at least gives Fuzzface an angle to be looking towards. He knows there's 1 player alive still. Whether or not Example's position has been noted with him bringing shots earlier on towards those bikes that went by, you'd have to assume so. Now it definitely has. Uber will be giving that information. Look for him to come into the fold eventually. Fuzzface still plays for time. Draws his attention out. What you can't see is that Uber's just creeping in the back lines. Look at that. It's clinical. It is devastating. You shoot one, the information's passed along, and they just formulate a plan to try and draw you out or into a false sense of security, and now he's behind them. This is utter destruction, Mike.
It's just disgusting. Absolutely disgusting to watch them play like that. FaZe, another team to put up a 10-kill win today, and that one looked mighty special. Again, the ability to just continue playing that with that level of confidence is so awesome to watch.
They're just so damn good. There's no other way to say it. Like, this is a world-class team. They skip out on DreamHack because they want a bit of a break to rest up, and then all of a sudden they come back where everyone else is playing. They make it look like they never stopped. It's another 20-point game. We just keep going with this magical number. They ended their previous group when it was A versus B again. They ended on a win, and they've done the same again. Last time it was a 15-point game, 25 points, but certainly only 5 points behind. They do the same. They end it. They round out Friday on 20 points, and they solidify themselves at the top of the group and the top of the tables as we sign off. Mike, any final moments before we throw it over, or final words?
No, again, just another one that didn't disappoint. It's so good to see FaZe maintain that consistency, and when the consistency is that high, it makes it all the much better.
Wonderful. Toby's back tomorrow. I'm only doing one day through groups. Mike, it's been a pleasure casting with you there. Thank you very, very much for some entertaining games, and of course, until next time in the entertaining circles, I'll be watching for the rest of the weekend. So have fun. For now, I'm going to throw it back to Steve, the gentleman on the desk, to break down FaZe's final win.
Thank you very much, Rich. Back here on the desk, I think, Martin, you summed it up the best at the end of that game when he got the closing shot and you just mumbled under your breath, just better.
Yeah, and they are. You just saw that, like, but also on the other side, they had the clown fiesta going on for them. They had the clown fiesta going on for them in the last game, right? So why clown on the previous game, but why clown in the last game then when you can close it out like that? That a really good game overall. I love these kind of entertaining circles here. It's usually pretty rough for the teams. The south one, you can hear. The south shift in the second circle, you hear the guys casting like, oh my god. And then this happening, bikes going everywhere, shots coming everywhere. Shift W got all the 4 kills on Pink Pony and kind of closing out the day. Killer Kai getting a heal off on the very last HP as well. I will say though this, like, I'm okay with Ents getting peppered here and they're losing all the guys, but Rustenbach got 5 kills, so I'm completely fine with my prediction for today. And also they didn't normal win games until the final, so I won't predict that. But to be honest, with Hyper casting and with how the games are going out today, like, I just feel like it's getting truer and truer with the circles. Like every day Hyper shows up to the cast, it's just like the clown meme with putting the makeup on, you're putting the nose on, putting the clown hair on, with all the circles getting more and more ridiculous. It's fantastic. I really love it. Rustam Mahi with that showing 5 kills for him so far today, and some fantastic endings here.
Totally. And also, of course, we saw TSM with the SMGs, which is just amazing. This all came back from yesterday, of course, when we saw in the last game how Fix was using the UMP in that last game. And yesterday I was talking a little bit with the guys from TSM, and we were theorizing a little bit about the SMGs, you know. There's some pros, there's some cons. And we basically came up with the conclusion that the only pro is that you can shoot from a bike with it. While you're driving around. Well, not while you're driving, but while you're sitting in the back there of the bike. And that's the end of the pros list of that. So Vod also promised me and said, we're all gonna go with SMGs in the last game tomorrow. I thought he was gonna just joke about that. I didn't think that would happen. But he also said it would be really nice to kill someone with a Tommy gun. But he had a Vector. No, he had a UMP. Him and Fex had a UMP. And then Justy and Iro went with Vectors. It didn't really work out, but I mean, they had 5 kills. None of them were with the SMGs, though.
It's true. So if you guys are mad about TSM going down because Iro just could not stand a chance of fighting Fuzz in that 1v1, it is 100% Fraz's fault. You can find him on Twitter and send him any hate mail you feel the need to send. Let's take a look at the bottom of the leaderboard. 303 Esports in 9th place. Let's look at the top. FaZe Clan comes out with another 20-point win. It seems to be the bee's knees, the score of the day. 20, not a bad way to get out ahead. Tornado Energy showing up here at 16. They've been kind of quiet today. And Redline, who has had a phenomenal day, Martin, in 3rd.
And closing out 2nd place for them. Only 3 kills, not too many, but they were on the east side. They didn't engage in too many fights. They wanted to try to secure the win for them, but fantastic day for them overall. Like 2 wins in the 2nd place, some good games with 9 kills and 5 kills in the other ones. Overall, fantastic day for them. 68 points, I believe they end in, topping the leaderboard for the day. So really well played by them. Very well executed. And yeah, it's been the day of 20 points. It's been 4 20-point wins and 2 17-point wins. And it's been a hectic day. I really enjoyed here the kind of the repeat and the restart of our A versus B.
Let's take a look at the comparison between FaZe Clan and Tornado. Sorry, go ahead, Frost.
No, I was just gonna say it's been a lot of great games, and of course, like seeing a team like Pink Pony today that got themselves 2 wins as well. We talked about how they always get the losing out on that last fight and not getting the win, getting 2nd and 3rd places. But here today, getting 2 first places. They also, of course, they had some bad placements as well. But let's let's make the number ones, the chicken dinners, shine for them today.
Let's Iroh got 3 kills despite using the Vector at Franz's recommendation. Uba, we won't talk about the first time we saw him try to get a headshot with the SLR, but after that, he was zeroed in for the rest of the game, Mark.
Yeah, he was serious. I think it was another game where he had some rough ones, but Uba is definitely on point here. He might have taken a vacation, but he's a grinder, and literally, like, some of the shots he makes and some of the plays he makes, it really tells the story of him being a superstar.
Also, I think Rustenmar, also known as Keenan's brother, has been absolutely phenomenal today. We saw some really great plays from him. That said, I think we got another player here from Redline who had a great day today, and we saw some really killer shots come out of the guy visiting us. Marv, how are you doing today?
Hey, yeah, I'm doing really good, thanks.
Awesome. All right, let's jump right into it and talk about the day. I mean, you had 2 wins and a great finish on the last game. Is this exactly what you planned, or is this just, are you surprised by how well today went?
I wouldn't say that I'm that surprised. I think that yesterday was a pretty decent game for us as well. So we just built up momentum and we kept on going today, and it felt really good when we got the first win. So yeah, that put us in a really good place.
Avenger?
Yeah, congrats on fantastic performance today, Marv. You basically secured yourself a spot in the grand finals with that. You guys are kind of coming together as a newer roster, and you guys have been improving extremely well from playing A versus B the first time to playing today. What did you guys kind of discuss, and what was your hurdles and challenges coming in to PCS3, and what have you guys improved on so far?
Yeah, I mean, we were mostly talking about not tilting and trying to come in with new energy and just try to play our game, because I felt like we got pretty good zones the first day, but we still managed to play pretty poorly, I would say, given the situations that we were in. So a lot of miscommunication, doing bad plays, etc. That cost us a lot of points. So we knew that if we just play, a lot more calmly, focus on the communication and just playing as a team, that would bring us to a lot better performance. And yeah.
Nice.
Patrick?
With Naylor coming into the team, what has been the best thing that he has brought with them, and what has been the hardest so far for you guys to get him into the group with the team synergy so far?
That's a good question. I feel with Naylor, we have a lot of experience with him. We've known that guy for, I would say, approximately 2 years. So it was like a match made in heaven, kind of, we all speak the same language, so the comms are a lot easier for my other teammates, given the fact that we were speaking English before. And so yeah, it's a lot easier comm-wise, when it comes to communication. But obviously Naylor, I think that most people know him already. He's a really, really talented player, so he's given us a lot more firepower. So I think that we're using him quite well so far, at least. Stats do tell some truth, so yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate you stopping by. Great day today. Do you have anything you want to tell everybody at home, or any shout outs you want to give before we let you go?
Yeah, shout out to all our fans, especially from the Balkans, and I also have to say free Reese. So that's it. Thank you.
Fair enough. Thanks for stopping by. Have a great day, and we'll see you soon.
Yep.
I think that last thing he said really sums it up for me, guys. We can finally feel more comfortable in comms. And if there's one thing that we've seen for the last 3 years that teams say is important, is a must-have, is how you win PUBG, it's comms, it's good communication. And I mean, I think, have either of you ever played on a multilingual squad before and felt the challenges that come with it?
Yeah, I mean, multiple times, speaking English is basically what you do if you want to get out of a different speaking language. But for me, I will say though, when you go from speaking English in a roster going back to your mother tongue, it can often be become very cluttered as well, because there comes so much communication because you're able to describe so well. But let's look at the daily standings, guys. I'm happy I picked Ents. They're sitting in 5th place right now, but Redline, 68 points. Big truth for them coming in today.
Big daily standings. What stands out to you, Froz?
I think Pink Pony getting themselves those 44 points and make sure that they get up there on the leaderboard towards the top. But also, of course, seeing a team like Fenerbahce stepping up enormously today, getting himself that win, also pushed them that team up there. But sadly, they lost out on the last 2 games, but still managed to get a lot of good points, well-needed points for their last day that they have coming up.
Absolutely, and good to see them make that big push up. Let's take a look at the overall standings. FaZe Clan still in first, despite some Terrell nades. A good last win secures them that spot at 152. Shift W right below that at 144. Redline, TSM, and Ents all pretty close together, but it is the top 16 that matters most. Let's take a look at that. We got the Wildcats, Fenerbahce, Liquid, Vince, Navi, Sonoboy. So Navi and Liquid, I would say irrelevant, right? They're gonna climb the thing. They have an extra day of play. Win streak in 303, as well as the Texas Rangers. They only have one more day of play, Martin.
Yeah, and Win Streak only had 10 points today. They actually lose a spot, going down 1 spot today with even being played today. So I would say at this point, the last day has to be like a 55-point smackaroony day for them if they want to have a chance. At this point, I would say 303 Esports and Texas Rangers is already out of it. I mean, Pull Up and Afterall, they're going to be playing as well. Apex is playing as well. Istanbul Wildcats and Fenerbahce, they're around the cusp, but I would say that I think Apex and Distillation are going to jump them, and I think it's looking closer and closer to what our top 16 is going to be.
Any final thoughts, Froz, on the standings?
I mean, I think Martin summed it up pretty well there, and it's just going to be interesting to see how things are going to be playing out tomorrow, because after tomorrow, we're going to have one of the groups are going to be finished, and then we have one more day only with the last 2 groups. And it's kind of hard because some teams, they like to have kind of the lead and not play the last game, while some other teams, they like to make the decision themselves to play the last game themselves and have all the fate in their hands. So it's going to be interesting. That's all I got.
I mean, it is, and that's what it's going to come down to. It's a slugfest for the top 16. You don't have to win the whole thing at this stage. You just got to get to the big show. PCS3 around the corner with the grand finals. That's where the big money is. That's where the prestige is. And let's be honest, gentlemen, we don't know what's happening after PCS3. Are we returning to lands? Are we returning to travel? Is PCS4 coming up? Who knows? But if I am a team that is in the hunt, I want to make sure I get to that top 4 or 5, I guess for Europe, maybe 6, so that if the next step is a return to international play, my name's in the mix, right, Martin?
Yeah, for sure. Like you wanna perform as well. You wanna perform at your best due to that as well. I would say top 8, top 16 is always a good shout as well. It's where the difference in prize pools also comes into effect as well. So that's what the teams are vying for. We could also see with the invites from third-party tournament organizers as well. It's also it's performance based on the PCSs as well. So obviously try to put yourself in there and try to get in.
All right, guys. Well, I will just do real quick. Let's get some final thoughts from our analysts as we get ready to go into our final 2 days of matches. Froz, closing thoughts at the end of the day?
I mean, it's kind of the results that we kind of were expecting from some of the teams, but we still have some teams that are still a little bit lacklusting, and they need to step it up, not only to make it into top 16, but also if they're gonna have to play in the finals, they're gonna need to step it up if they want to be in the big boys money pool there.
Martin, final thoughts?
Well, first of all, I want to say thank you for joining us, Toffies. It's been great. Always a pleasure to have you on board and in your insights. Obviously, it's always great with you here, and also Hypog and Sims. They had I really enjoyed to hear those guys cast, and the games as well. Fantastic games. Thank you for the teams for playing that funny and playing that adaptive. And for the teams joining us tomorrow, I hope you guys have been watching today. It's been some really interesting points to take away, and I think if you been watching closely, you can take away some big things and play very well tomorrow if you learn from those other guys' mistakes.
Awesome. I do want to give a quick shout out to the observation team from Starlighter in that last game. I think they may get Emmy nominations for the cinematography on the bridge crosses. It was absolutely beautiful watching all the panning shots as they made those plays. So great job to those teams. Guys, that's it for us today here in Europe. North American group stages are starting up in about 2 hours on the same channel. So go get yourself some food, relax, and then come on back for even more PUBG action. But from myself, from Avenger, from Fraz, from Sims, from Hypoc, and from Toby and James, who couldn't be here today, thank you so much. We know you guys have options, places you can choose to spend your day, and hanging out with us means the world. So we hope we see you again tomorrow. And until we do, play more PUBG.